Good morning, everyone. Programming will start in 5 minutes. If I could ask you to please take your seats. If you could please take your seats. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 Columbia Global Energy Summit, and even more importantly, a celebration of CGEP 10-year anniversary. If you see a room like this filled at 8 o'clock in the morning, you know something special is happening. I am Dean Keren Yarhi-Milo, Dean of the School of International and Public Affairs here at Columbia, and I am honored to be opening such an important and impressive event. I think it is truly one of the best energy and climate conferences ever put together in New York City. And let me say, I would expect nothing less of Jason Bordoff. Here at SIPA, we've been busily reimagining our school to deliver even more impact and innovation. This is crucial as we tackle the complex challenges we face in today's interconnected global society. And of course, I approach this from an academic angle because my background is a political scientist. But this really gives me a deep appreciation for how research, cutting-edge research, like what CGEP and its experts produce, can change minds and change the way policymakers assess information, how they make decisions about those important topics. My own work focuses on crisis decision-making, and with the world teeming with crisis, I am motivated as the new dean of SIPA to amplify our impact in tackling those issues. So we began this year with a very ambitious goal to reorient the school and focus on 5 pressing global challenges. And you will not be surprised that one of those 5 are issues around climate, energy, and sustainable development. But it's really in the intersection between this topic and other areas of focus at SIPA, like geopolitical stability, redistributive politics, and technology and innovation, that this is where the magic really happens, and this is what we at the policy school can produce that is different and distinct. To safeguard the long-term well-being of individuals, community, and the natural environment, SIPA is developing policy analytical pieces, policy recommendations to help both public and private sectors foster sustainable policies for climate, energy, economic development, and more. And this is exactly where CGEP plays such a critical, crucial role. As a center that studies energy policy with an interdisciplinary lens, looking at energy, economics, geopolitics, politics, climate, CGEP and its expert brings a unique perspective as we seek to tackle this pressing issue. Now, it is incredible that this is the 10th year anniversary of CGEP. In the 10 years since its founding, CGEP has grown into one of the world's leading resources for expertise on energy policy, for timely assessment and analysis, and it has an ongoing, tangible, and recognizable impact on the policymaking process. I've heard this repeatedly when senior government officials, policymakers, business leaders, lawmakers need guidance on energy policy. More often than not, their first call is to Jason Bordoff or one of the other experts at CGEP, and it is remarkable. Jason saw a need for exactly this type of resource and built the center from the ground up. Jason's vision was spot on, but you need more than a brilliant vision to execute an idea and turning it into a functioning, sustainable, successful center, let alone really a world-leading one. But with Jason's dedication, creativity, hard work, and a group of very talented people, he has done just that at SIPA, and we are very, very proud of his accomplishment and what CGEP has done for SIPA and for Colombia. Indeed, there is a very strong and mutually beneficial relationship between CGEP and SIPA. By sitting within one of the world's leading public affairs schools at a globally renowned research institution, CGEP draws on an incredible and diverse community of experts. And through CGEP, SIPA has been able to deepen its energy expertise and expand its day-to-day impact on public policy. It has been a pleasure to work with Jason to deepen this partnership, and I consider him a good friend and a great partner, and I expect that we will continue to make an impact together, more so than even before in the years to come. Today's event is a testament to the growth of a center, its immense success, and to the importance of the work that CGEP has been doing. It has been great watching the center grow, and I'm really excited for the next decade. With that, please welcome the founding director of the Center on Global Energy Policy, a professor of professional practice at SIPA, and a co-founding dean of the Columbia Climate School, Jason Bordoff.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for that kind introduction, Karen. Thanks to all of you for being here in person and online. Lots and lots of people online. Thanks for joining us at Columbia University for what promises to be a truly memorable day, the best ever global energy summit here at Columbia that we've ever put on to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Center on Global Energy Policy. It was just across the main quad in Low Library in April of 2013, hard to believe, when we convened to announce the launch, as you heard from Keren, of a new kind of Energy and Climate Institute at Columbia, one aimed not just at producing the highest quality academic research, but taking the insights from that rigorous evidence-based analysis and making it useful to policymakers in the formats and timeframes that they need. And our mission at the Center on Global Energy Policy since then has remained constant, advancing actionable and evidence-based energy and climate solutions through research, dialogue, and education. The keynote remarks that day in 2013, I'm just curious, raise your hand if you were here in the room in Low Library on that day in 2013. There were a couple of hands, including several of our team. They're noteworthy for their relevance still a decade later. New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg spoke about the urgency of climate change, about the need for more resilient energy systems in the wake of Hurricane Sandy, about controversial issues from the role of nuclear and Indian Point to shale gas. President Obama's national security advisor at the time, my former boss, Tom Donilon, was here. He gave a keynote address about the national security implications of climate change and also the national security implications of the rapid growth in America's oil and gas supply. Somewhat presciently, he argued that Europe should diversify its sources of gas to, quote, weaken control by traditional dominant natural gas suppliers. Things looked different back then. The US was a net energy importer, had no offshore wind farms, had fewer than 200,000 electric vehicles across the country. The Fukushima disaster had caused many to turn away from nuclear power. The shale revolution was upending the domestic and global energy outlook. We were still years away from the Paris Climate Agreement. All the solar capacity that existed in the US on that day was smaller than the amount added last year alone. And yet, as much as the energy system has changed, the major challenges facing policymakers today bear a lot of resemblance to those of a decade ago. The climate crisis has become steadily more pressing, from floods in Pakistan and drought in East Africa to the most recent IPCC assessment. Each year brings yet another reminder that we're not doing enough and quickly running short of time. And now energy security has reemerged and risen back to the top of the agenda. Between Russia's invasion of Ukraine or the recent OPEC production cuts, critical mineral supply chains, trade tensions, on and on down the list, the geopolitics of energy remain alive and well. So as we convene here 10 years later, we're not just going to take stock of the decade gone by, but we're going to look to the decade ahead. That's the agenda for today's extraordinary Global Energy Summit, assisted by some of the leading voices on climate and energy and markets and policy. That means, for example, considering how today's complex geopolitical environment may affect the clean energy transition. And that's how the day is going to start, with a fantastic panel of national security experts. It means examining the role of finance, the role of both clean energy firms and legacy energy companies, and of course, the role of policy. And we're honored to have the US Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, joining us shortly. We're going to examine all of these issues, as we always do, from a global perspective, featuring experts and leaders from 15 different countries, including many from the developed and emerging economies. And most importantly, we're going to celebrate today. Because this is not just an energy conference, it's a milestone, a celebration of 10 years of energy and climate policy impact from all of us at SIPA and the Center on Global Energy Policy. What started as a two-person operation on the 9th floor of the SIPA building is now one of the world's leading energy and climate research institutes, with a staff of nearly 100 staff and scholars, plus another 80 students who work at the center each and every day. Hundreds of students we teach through the courses our scholars teach, of course, the hundreds of faculty working across this great university that we engage with on research projects each and every day. Through this past decade of change and upheaval, as you heard from Keren, I'm really proud that the Center on Global Energy Policy has become a trusted source of guidance for leaders who are working to untangle the many challenges facing the global energy system. And this expertise is only going to be more needed in the decade ahead. As we dive into our second decade, the Center on Global Energy Policy remains as committed as ever to helping decision makers navigate the turbulent waters of energy, geopolitics, climate, and the global economy, and helping educate the next generation of leaders, core to our mission here at a university, helping them prepare to be able to deal with these same challenges. As exciting as the past decade has been, building the Center on Global Energy Policy, I'm even more excited about what lies ahead. So thanks for being here today. For those of you who are joining in person at the tables, you'll find 2 QR codes on your table. One has today's agenda. The other is going to let you submit questions throughout the course of the day to our speakers. And for those of you joining online, you can ask questions using a link that will be shared at the beginning of each session. It's early in the morning. This room is full. Thanks to all of you for being here and spending your day with us for this really special occasion, this extraordinary event, and this milestone celebration. It's now my pleasure to introduce your MC for today, the Director of Research at the Center on Global Energy Policy, my colleague, Dr. Melissa Lott.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, so I heard the line was around this corner. Anybody was in it this morning? We're so excited that y'all joined us. It's an incredible group, incredible energy. Really excited for these conversations. So I'm gonna be your MC for today, stepping you through what I hope are a series of, I'm sure, gonna be engaged, interesting, and timely conversations. So the first session today, we're gonna talk about power play, the state of energy geopolitics amidst tensions and transitions. So I'm going to introduce first our moderator, Dan Yergin. He's the vice chair of S&P Global, a member of CGEP's advisory board, one of the oldest standing members of GEP's advisory board. He's also the Pulitzer Prize-winning author of the prize. And his new book, The New Map, on energy, climate, and the Clash of Nations, is one of my favorites that sits on my bookshelf right now. So with that, Dan, can I invite you to the stage, please? Next, I'm pleased to welcome Ana Palacios, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain, visiting professor at Georgetown University. And I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Megan O'Sullivan, the Kirkpatrick Professor of Practice of International Affairs and the incoming director of the Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs at Harvard University. She's a member of our advisory board, and also just this week, she and Jason published an article in Foreign Affairs on how we can redefine energy security. And now I'm pleased to welcome Ian Brummer, president of the Eurasia Group and G0 Media.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. As I was listening to Jason recall the first session of annual conference, it was an annual conference, the first conference of the center, and it was very vivid in my mind as he described it. And it really is extraordinary, not only how much has been accomplished by the center, the critical role it's played, but the contribution it has made. And I want to say, and just join me in congratulating Jason, but congratulating the entire team that has made this possible. So when I published the new map, some of the reviewers said, why are you writing about geopolitics in a book about energy? What does that have to do with energy? And the question, as I think we've learned over the last year, it has to do quite a lot with energy. So I'm very pleased that we have this opportunity to have this discussion about geopolitics and how it ties into energy and the kind of dominating role it plays. We'll talk about Russia and Ukraine and impacts. We'll talk about China, US-China, and we'll talk about the Middle East. When I wrote my first book, which was not about energy, it was about the origins of the Cold War, I never imagined that I would be writing a new book about a new Cold War. And yet that's what I found I was doing when I was writing the new map. And so we'll start with Russia. The deputy Russian foreign minister recently said, just a few days ago, he said, actually, we're not in a Cold War. He said, we're in a new phase of a hot war. So things have changed pretty dramatically. And that's where we'll start. And I'd like to just begin by asking Ian, what is the state of the war with Russia and what to expect?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked it in terms of the war with Russia, because that's the problem. I mean, we're talking about Ukraine for the last year, and of course they're suffering immensely. But from a geopolitical perspective, the most dangerous thing here is that we now have Russia as a rogue state, led by a man that we consider to be a war criminal, and there's no way out of that. It's the most dangerous rogue state of my lifetime. And when I think about the way that war criminals end up, whether it's Gaddafi or Bashir or Milosevic, it's not like you can sit down and engage and patch it up. And I also think we have to recognize just how close we are to a new Cuban Missile Crisis. When you saw the intelligence leak and the fact that a British spy plane, and how close it was to being shot out of the sky by the Russians over the Black Sea, I mean, this is a war where the Americans and NATO are directly providing surveillance and intelligence. They are directly providing training. They're directly providing weapons, all for very legitimate reasons. This was an illegal war by Russia, of course, but the fact is that whether you're talking about NATO expansion or the freezing of Russian assets, all the rest, none of this is generational. And so I do think that if you look at the geopolitical landscape, there's nothing that is more dangerous for the coming 10, 20 years out there than what is presently being experienced in Russia.
So let me ask you and then ask Ana. No one would have, I think probably a year ago, a little over a year ago, Vladimir Putin would not have expected that this war would extend as long as it has. He thought it was going to be over in 5 days, and they all brought their dress uniforms to march in the parade in Kiev. I want to ask you, how do you see it unfolding in the next year? And then ask Ana to address that.
In terms of the war in Ukraine itself, I think that whenever this Ukrainian counteroffensive comes, if it comes, they'll be able to take some territory probably, and the Russians are unlikely to be able to dramatically redress that in the next 6-12 months. I don't think we will be talking as much about Ukraine in a year. If we are, it's mostly because the West is starting to fragment in how much support they're providing. Some of that may be France and China together, some of that may be Trump getting the nomination, but the challenge of dealing with Russia in the coming year is going to get much worse.
So Anna, let me ask you from the viewpoint of a European, how do you see the stance of Europe, or is there still a single stance of Europe?
For us in Europe, the first thing that we have to highlight is that the US is back. So in a transatlantic relation, this is fundamental. And that the US is back, just coming from a moment, the leaving Kabul, that was the worst moment in the image. And paradoxically, the US has won, so far, the narrative just war. And that for us is fundamental, because this is what has had the repercussion of European Union being united. And the unity is a unity backed by something that Ian touched upon. Spain, for instance, we have no tradition of confrontation with, or Italy. We have no tradition of confrontation with Russia. We have of Russia a very romantic idea. But today, the polls point out that our biggest threat is Russia.
So why has that happened? Why have the European population?
Well, I think that there is a deep idea that Putin has crossed some elementary lines of human decency. And then even if you don't have a history, if you are not Poland or you are not the Baltics, you feel that. So unity in Europe is important. And I think that Europe has delivered. In practical terms, we connected the electricity. We just did the roaming. Now, the challenge, beyond the challenge military that we all are facing and beyond the threats of just nuclear or otherwise, our challenge is the accession. The accession of Ukraine can pull tension.
Accession, you mean accession to
the
NATO
European
or the
Union.
EU?
No, this is the problem, is that until now, all the former Soviet Union or all the former Warsaw Pact members of the European Union joined the European Union after having joined NATO. But this time, as we have seen in the last NATO foreign affairs meetings, is that there is no consensus in having a program for accession in NATO for Ukraine, or at least this is what was filtered.
Do you think that would be wise to have? I mean, would that fulfill exactly what Putin said he was fighting?
We have been all the time thinking that we are going to provoke. This comes from Bucharest. So it's not from today. But the problem is that what is the alternative? Is to have a member of the European Union, not just a rump member. Until now, as I say, it was first NATO, then the European Union. It's not just that, it's that we have Cyprus that just was the contradiction that we cannot have a member that has contested frontiers. But this time it would be much worse without NATO.
So last June, Vladimir Putin gave a speech in St. Petersburg where he laid out his strategy, his strategy of economic warfare. He said high energy prices, high natural gas prices will create economic hardship in Europe, will create social turmoil, will bring populist governments to power, and as he put it in a very strange Marxist language, will change the elites in Europe. That hasn't worked, right? Europe's not.
I mean, honestly, it has surprised me. And I think many died in the wool European Union is so that the way our citizens are reacting and the unity between the institutions and the member states, notwithstanding some just misspoken,
right,
not very good sentences. But that's life.
About?
Well, someone north of the Pyrenees.
Not too far north of the Pyrenees.
Not too far.
Just think about the map, you'll get the idea.
But
why is he doing that?
Because you have a politician has to be also in the public opinion, the national public opinion. And the situation, social situation in this specific country is not great. In fact, I mean, at the same time that the President of la République was just interacting with design Chinese citizens, because these were designed Chinese citizens, in Paris, the offices of BlackRock were burned. So again,
right.
there are things in European Union, sorry.
Yeah, so by using the word Paris, I think we know what leader you're
Well, we are speaking about Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron is someone, of course, is someone I have written when he gave his first speech at the Sorbonne. This was a fantastic project for the European Union. And what is highlighted from this side of the pond, and I understand it, is this is perceived as distancing from the United States. I think that Europe knows best. We cannot do it. The French are the French, and we just have to go back to the goal to see the peculiarities. We have different cultures. But the truth about it is that there has been unity, that the support of the war effort has been much better, starting by my own government, that the first declaration was, well, you know, Spain will not. And then 1 week later, we were there. We were as everybody else.
Right. Well, let me turn now to the energy implications, because at least before the war, Russia was an energy superpower. Putin was once asked, is Russia an energy superpower? This is years ago, and he said, oh, I don't like that term because it sounds kind of Cold War-ish. But of course, it is a Cold War now, and it was a superpower. Whether it will continue to be an energy superpower, I think will depend a lot about how the energy map has changed because of the war. And let me go to Megan and talk about what are the energy impacts now that we see.
Sure. Thank you, Dan, and good morning, everyone. I just want to make 2 points reflecting the conversation thus far, mostly because I just love to disagree with Ian. And I think we still will be talking a lot about Ukraine in a year. I just think the nature of the conversation is going to be very different than it has been thus far. As Anna suggested, we're going to be talking a lot more about diplomacy and negotiations, about security assurances, about reconstruction. All of those things have the potential for being positive, but also have the potential for being divisive. So I think while I completely agree with the assessment that Europe has way outperformed expectations on the political side and in terms of unity, and that the game is not over in the sense that Putin's strategy still has time to play out, especially as we look at the energy situation that Europe may face in the coming winter and some of the things we know about that. But let me, Dan, just respond to your question in a broader sense. I think this is a group where—
Maybe, Megan, just why don't you finish on the winter? Because, I mean, there was this sense this winter actually, Europe got through it. Is it okay now? Or
yeah, no, I mean, Europe, again, got through it for reasons that this crowd, feel pretty confident this crowd is aware of. You know, some good luck with a summer or not a summer, a winter that might have been more like a summer. But also because Europe was able to fill up a lot of its reserves actually using Russian gas. And it wasn't really until August when a lot of the Russian gas stopped flowing into Europe. And one of the reasons, there are several reasons why the next winter could be more problematic for Europe. I mean, one is the fact that it will be difficult to fill up reserves. It would be impossible to do that primarily with Russian gas because most Russian gas isn't flowing. There is still some portion of Russian gas, and in fact, Europe has become an increased importer of Russian LNG over the last year. It actually has increased its absolute value of LNG imports. Now, after the United States, Russia is Europe's largest LNG supplier, which is something that could change, you know, certainly subject to politics. But also, most importantly, I would say last year, the Europeans were competing with others to attract natural gas. They were competing with Bangladesh and Pakistan and other parts of the world. This year, they're going to be competing with China, now that China's opened up. So we have a lot more demand coming online, a lot more competition. And as some of you are probably aware, the IEA anticipates this is going to be a year where very little additional LNG capacity comes online. So there's all kinds of reasons why this energy winter, and I'm not trying to I'm not trying to doubt European capacity, but it's still something to be concerned about. Just very, very briefly, I would say, in terms of the energy impact, it has changed all of our conversations around this. We know how the war in Ukraine has influenced the conversation about climate security. I think it still remains to be proven, but there's good reason to hope that we'll look back and say that this war helped expedite at least the European and American move away from carbon-intensive energies. We also have a change in energy security conversation.
Let's not leave the carbon-intensive energy for a second, because it looms rather large for Russian revenues. Oil price cap on Russian oil. I'm sure most people know that we now have divided the world oil market, and Russian oil doesn't go to Europe. India, which imported no Russian oil 2 years ago, now imports like 30% of its oil from Russia. And I don't know if, Megan, you and I don't know if anybody else wants to come in. Is it a surprise that this price cap has worked, and does it continue to work?
It hasn't worked.
Sure, and I'd be interested in your views. I think it has worked, and I would say I, for one, am surprised. I think a lot of people who work intensely on energy thought this was going to be a perversion of the markets that was going to have all kinds of unintended consequences. It worked on one very important objective, which it helped keep Russian oil flowing to global markets. And I think that was the primary motivation of the Biden administration when it initiated this idea. And on that front, it's certainly been helpful. On the other front, about constraining Russian revenues, I mean, I would say it's probably been less helpful in the sense that the Russian discounted crude price has actually been below the price cap for most of the time. You know, there's all kinds of counterfactuals we could go into and say, well, if it had constrained Russian supply, the price would be much higher, the Russians would be getting more revenue. But I would say it has worked. And again, with fewer implications than I expected.
I think if we go back to a year ago and how the Biden administration was looking at the war, they thought at the time that the strongest tool that they had to push the Russians back was going to be the sanctions. It was the freezing of the assets, it was the economic sanctions, and they were very cautious about using...
those other sanctions, they haven't achieved what was thought.
Not at all. And they thought the military, and they weren't as focused on the military aspect. They weren't just focused on the technology aspect. Looking back on it now, I mean, the White House would say, we overstated what we could accomplish with economic tools, at least in the near term, but we understated what we could accomplish militarily by providing the Ukrainians with all this capacity, as well as the tech companies being able to provide support and, of course, stand up cyber defenses that would work. Now, that is all true, but the fact that the Americans are now comfortable getting their war on by proxy is, as I suggested, a much more dangerous place to be.
Right. So let me pick up one aspect of this. And you know, Jason reminded us of the conference here 10 years ago, and one of the other speakers was Tom Donilon, who had been National Security Assistant, and he gave a talk about the geopolitical significance of the development of U.S. shale resources, particularly LNG. Megan, you wrote about that in your book, Windfall. We've now seen something, I'd like to just ask you, I mean, LNG, U.S. LNG, is it correct to say it's now one of the foundations of European energy security?
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. And by the way, it's true that the European Union has been importing more Russian LNG, and Spain is a good example. It's also due to to all the perfect storm that came with the problems in the French nuclear, etc. But yes, we have been depending on Russian LNG, and absolutely this is the deep. I mean, we should try to reach some kind of bilateral agreement on the LNG with the European Union, because right now it's our dependence. And we were discussing, and Ian has touched upon that, how will the public react? Well, of course, we wonder how will the public react. Will there be a fatigue, as Putin is betting, but until now Putin has proven not to be very right on his bets, starting by what was going to happen if he would invade Ukraine. I think that we have to understand that LNG prices for the European Union, and especially for some countries, is a big, tall issue. And that looking into the future, we need to understand that this is going to impact other aspects, and it is going to impact my first concern about all this is the unraveling of the European project, the tensions between the countries in the east, Poland and the Baltics, and the countries more in the south, with a moment in Germany where they are still digesting the shake-up of not having Ostpolitik, of Ostpolitik not working, trying to re-manage this Ostpolitik towards China, trying to bet on that, but they are not there. France has issues.
I think for this audience, a European audience would know what you mean about the unraveling of the European project, but you're talking about a very important geopolitical development. Can you just explain what that?
Well, you know, the problem is that first, the invasion of Ukraine for us Europeans is the first time that we have had war in the continent. And we Europeans, we understood that what we had to avoid is the periodic confrontation of France and Germany. And this is the European Union. The German question is behind the European construction, absolutely clear. So when people say, well, this is a market, no, this is a political. This, from day one, it's a political ambition of creating an area of peace. And of course, we have been free traveling with the United States security over Europe, which has allowed Europeans to bet for a long time of soft power and commercial relations and understanding that the Ostpolitik, which means relations, will bring countries together. This is the summary, and this is also true with the present debate about China, which is an important debate for us.
You're right, exactly. We're going to turn to China in just a minute, and we'll come back to it and talk about Europe. But thank you for that clarification. Yeah. Just two more questions on Russia. One for Megan and one for Ian. Megan, if you were doing your update to your book, Windfall, about the impact of shale, what would you say in terms of the impact of U.S. LNG on geopolitics?
Sure. Well, there's the shale question, but on the LNG question in particular, I think that much of what we anticipated would be the geopolitical impact has come to fruition in even greater magnitude. So the thesis that I was arguing in the book is that America's energy revolution changes geopolitics, but not so much because it provides America with a weapon, an energy weapon that it should wield, but because it changes the geopolitical environment in ways that are conducive to American interests. And I think actually what we've seen, as we've just been discussing, is that American LNG really has helped underpin European energy security in the biggest geopolitical crisis since the end of the Second World War. So I think, you know, there's no question here that America's energy prowess is playing to its geopolitical advantage. And this is something that I hope our policymakers will remember if next winter, when the prices of energy go up again, there'll be conversations in Washington about export bans. And you know, to keep in mind that there are real geopolitical benefits to our export capacity, even though they're harder to quantify than price calculations.
So now, just Ian, your latest book, Power Crisis, is of course, sometimes power gets fragmented, sometimes power gets splintered. And although we're in the middle of it, you're deeply informed in international affairs, what's happening, government and so forth. What do you make of this daily spilling of intelligence and what the impact of it is?
Well, let's keep in mind that the big intelligence story until this last week was the fact that the Americans were intentionally spilling intelligence to try to get the rest of the world paying attention that the Russians were going to invade, and they were lying directly to the faces of Biden and Schultz and Macron, and I think that helped. And also started to make Zelensky take it more seriously when he was resisting a general mobilization of his own. The Americans tried to do the same thing with the Chinese around the weapons that they were thinking about selling and were planning to sell, and were trying to do so in a covert means. The fact that the Americans decided to do that publicly and did it together with the head of NATO and the UK definitely helped to freeze the present level of U.S.-China relations. So I'm not answering your question intentionally, exactly, because I think that's the more meaningful thing.
But now it's the splintering of the all this stuff coming out. Now somebody is doing it to the United States, right, and to the Western allies and to Ukraine. Yeah. What's going on?
Well, I mean, first of all, anyone that was talking to the U.S. administration knew about those Ukrainian capabilities and the challenges 2 months ago. The Americans were negotiating with the Japanese, with the South Koreans, with Israel and others to try to get additional ammunition, because everyone understood that.
But still, what's the damage? And
I'm saying not much. I'm saying I don't think this is as big of a story. Now, if there are more things that come out that are truly, I mean, there's nothing that I've seen so far that is close to what we saw during for example, when it turned out that the Americans were spying on Merkel's direct cell phone. Like that absolutely undermined it. That was a long time ago. I'm saying I don't see what I have seen in the last week. The piece that worried me the most was the fact that the British spy plane was almost shot down. It's a piece of intelligence we need to know that frankly, brought the two sides close to a direct shooting war. I don't believe that we learned very much that matters on this, and I think that there are a lot of people spreading disinformation that want to make it into more than it actually is.
Anna.
I fully agree. And once again, I think that we have an advantage, is that the narrative that the United States created with Ukraine at the beginning, and with sitting down with the allies and involving the allies, has worked extremely well. And frankly, you Americans, you are very good at many things, but the issue of narrative lately was not one of your fortes. This has worked, and the result is that this issue that could have been in a different context a big, important blow, it's not.
Right. Well, that's reassuring, given what we're hearing, and hope that it doesn't continue.
I mean, Macron's done more damage to the coalition in the last 72 hours than the leak. Let's put it clear.
Frankly, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but again, words are words, deeds are deeds.
Right. So turning to China, last week there was a big full-page ad in various newspapers signed by a group of distinguished Americans calling for, it was addressed both to President Biden and President Xi, calling for a new balance in the relationship between China and the United States. Ian, what's the chance of that?
A new balance. There is a new balance. It's not the balance that the Americans and Chinese necessarily want. As we were talking about Russia, and as Anna had made her first intervention, I note we haven't yet spoken of the global South.
Yeah.
Let's be clear that the overwhelming number of governments that aren't advanced industrial democracies, no matter what flavor of government they have, are generally aligned with China, not with the U.S. on the Russia issue, number one. I mean, when China put that peace plan out, if you didn't know it was written by China, could have been written by Mexico, Brazil, South Africa, India, doesn't matter.
Why is that?
Because they just don't agree. They see American hypocrisy. They think that if Ukraine were populated by brown people, we wouldn't care as much. If it wasn't directly in Europe, we wouldn't care as much. Same human rights issues. They just don't buy it. And I mean, from their perspective, you can understand why they would say that. They also see the sanctions as hurting them a lot more than they're hurting the developed world.
But the question, and this is a question for all three of you, is the, I guess people are sending questions to me, which I'll read in a minute, but I want to get to the answer. I mean, can U.S.-Chinese relations be stabilized? That's the question. And then I think
that there is a meaningful floor on the U.S.-China relationship. That floor is being tested, and it comes from two different things. First, the reality of significant economic interdependence that is not going away between the U.S. and China. U.S.-China trade relations are at their highest. They're record levels right now. You wouldn't know that from reading the headlines. That's number one.
Nor would you know that from many of the speeches that are being
Right.
given.
And number two is the fact that outside of the United States, that there is no country that wants to have the kind of decoupling that American congressmen, Democrat and Republican, are talking about on a daily basis. None of them, and you can't very well have a China-US Cold War if you're fighting it by yourselves. So it's not like Russia in that regard. We saw that publicly from Macron, but we hear it privately from all the Europeans and the Japanese and the South Koreans and the Australians. So I think that in the same way that I am much more concerned that Russia as a rogue state threatens direct global confrontation in ways that we don't adequately appreciate, I think that there is more stability for external and internal reasons in the U.S.-China relationship than one might think from the rhetoric coming out of Washington.
Megan?
Just, again, being contrarian to Ian, these things are true.
We bring this on the road.
These things are true. I mean, the economic interdependence argument is a strong one. But I mean, in the wake of looking at Russia and Europe, I mean, that was the argument for why things were not going to go awry in Europe. So I do think we have a tendency to overestimate how much economic interdependence is a buffer against tensions and conflict.
Because no, and if the Chinese invade Ukraine, that will change my view on the European perspective. Yes.
Okay, if the Chinese, I'm not going to bet on that one.
No, but I think Megan, what you're getting at is also, and Ian, you mentioned that if the British plane had been shot down by the Russians, if there was an accident like that involving China and the United States right now,
I'd be less concerned, precisely.
You'd be, okay, maybe you'd be less concerned, but I don't think it's a reason not to be concerned. I think at the end of the day, I mean, President Xi has made it pretty explicit to American policymakers and really anyone who will listen. Taiwan is an existential issue for China. Do not underestimate how important it is to us strategically. And so I think for us to sit back, and I'm not accusing you of this entirely. You are sitting back. This is true. But for us to sit back and think that this is this is going to, you know, this is a good insurance policy, I'm just a little less sanguine. And on the, you know, I think you're exactly right. There are lots of reasons why it's not in either country's interest for this relationship to go through the floor, which has been pretty stable. You know, I'm just nervous about any time that there is the amount of consensus that there seems to be among politicians in Washington, right? That there doesn't seem to be a meaningful voice in Washington pushing back on this idea. And I would just, you know, if I were speaking to policymakers today, I would simply remind them that if the United States is going to have to rally the rest of the world to its side in a Taiwan contingency or some other incident, it will have paid off in spades to look like we have been responsibly managing the relationship to the rest of the world. So in the United States, there's really no political payoff to look like you're trying to find areas of cooperation. But globally, there is.
Yeah, so I want to ask Anna both how she sees this and then the European views where there's a difference, economic difference in the economic relation. But I was also thinking the last couple of days, remembering that one reads that during the Cuban Missile Crisis, John Kennedy reread The Guns of August, Barbara Tuchman's book about the beginning of the First World War. And I was sort of getting the sense that maybe it's time to reread that book again. But Anna.
Well, I think that we have to reread books about the period to 1917 to 1931, in Europe at least. That, for us, is extremely telling. Now, allow me one sentence on the Global South. I fully agree with Ian. There is his hypocrisy. And if we speak about energy, the hypocrisy that we have avoided having funding, having multilateral funding for projects of power generation from LNG or from gas or from while we were buying this gas to have electricity. And this is true. But there is another component here. And whoever travels in Africa, for instance, you feel it. There is a sense of empowerment that comes from hedging, from the presence of having another alternative. Now, they don't depend on multilaterals, and that, this, I open parentheses, is important, the spring meetings. And it's important the direction that the United States is marking. It's important that the Vice President Kamala Harris is touring Africa, because there is this sense that, okay, you know what, you don't fund, the Chinese will fund.
Right, exactly.
Hedging.
Of course, that's happening. Yeah.
And this is happening.
Right.
And this gives them an empowerment and a certain aggressiveness that you feel when you have people that you have known for 20 years. I mean, they are the same ones, but the level of assertiveness, let's put it more
assertiveness about what?
About them not depending and then pointing at us, especially us, we have the colonialism aspect, because Russia in all these areas has not been colonialist, which of course incensed
it was a colonial power.
Of course,
yes.
No, it was a colonial power, but not in Africa. Right.
I mean, but let me just ask you, you talked about a leader of a country north of the Pyrenees who was just in China. Does he reflect a different attitude in Europe towards Chinese relations, or does he represent?
Honestly, I think if we have to point out something worrisome and important, is this just succession of leaders going there, one after the other, and not having one message. It's an internal problem of the European Union, but we really have to come to terms of what we want about this important relation with China. And yes, there are discrepancies, and you have at the same time Ursula von der Leyen and with a terrible protocol blunder, and this is just, it's her office, but at the same time you have what President Macron said. I mean, again, is it important? Absolutely yes. Has it shaken? Absolutely yes. Is it going to create waves within the European Union? Absolutely yes, and I'm concerned about that. But does this reflect the substance of our challenge? Absolutely not. Our challenge is that we go there. I mean, Scholz started with this idea of Ostpolitik for just having commercial relations. We still define China as a partner, as a competitor, and just third, as a rival. And then after Scholz, Louis Michel, the president of the council, and then Sanchez, and then Ursula von der Leyen. This is really terrible image. And this is for us to clean our house, because of course the voice of France is important, but France cannot speak for the European Union, cannot. And this, we would get again into internal European Union policy.
So I have some questions from the audience, good ones. I can only ask one of them. I'm going to ask for a very short answer because I want to get to the Middle East. What does the panel think about China's recent war games around Taiwan and the possible threats to energy flows in the South China Sea?
China, their response to the McCarthy engagement with President Tsai was on every front, diplomatically, economically, and militarily, significantly lower than their escalation and retaliation to Pelosi's trip to Taipei. It was consciously calibrated in a way that would not precipitate a crisis that was noticed by the Taiwanese and the Americans.
And Megan, threats to energy flow in the South China Sea?
I agree with Ian completely that this wasn't like a particularly disconcerting show of force. And I think the question about energy flows and threats to energy flows is sort of separate from the reaction to the Tsai-McCarthy meeting. I think there are very serious contingencies to be considered about a blockade of Taiwan and about the possibility that the Chinese, that would be a measure that they would consider going forward. And the Taiwanese are beginning to try to be prepared for that, but are very, very vulnerable on that front.
Right. So let's turn to the Middle East. There is the Chinese foreign minister brokering a deal between two implacable enemies, Saudi Arabia and Iran. Megan, what's going on?
Well, I think this is indicative of larger shifts that we're seeing in the Middle East. And we've been watching these shifts for the last 10 years. And I would say this deal The significance of this deal, I think, has yet to be seen. We're not really sure if it is going to play out to be a meaningful détente between these two countries. I think watching Yemen is going to be the most important piece of that. If this material brings down the conflict in Yemen, this will be a meaningful agreement. However, the significance, I think, is much greater than just what this means for tensions between Saudi and Iran and Yemen, which is not small. It is the fact that 10 years ago, if you went to China, you talked to the Chinese about their interest in being diplomatically and geopolitically engaged in the Middle East, they would say their interest was zero. That basically they were happy to be economically involved, but they were happy to leave the diplomatic and geopolitical stuff to the United States. They didn't have the appetite, they didn't have the capacity to get involved and play these kinds of roles. That is changing, and there are there are a number of big things, but one of them is economically, China's economics interest in the Middle East have gone up so dramatically that it now needs to be involved diplomatically. And second, the United States, the presence of the United States in the Middle East has diminished markedly. I was just in Saudi Arabia and in Iraq, and it's palpable, the feeling that the US is not there, and that it's, not that it's not there at all, but that its commitment to the region is going to be significantly diminished over the long run. And therefore, we have Saudi Arabia and others just making other geopolitical arrangements.
Iran and its weapons.
Well, I was just going to say, in the context of what Megan was just saying, there is a real disadvantage to the fact that in democracies, at a time of global geopolitical change, you occasionally elect leaders who care a lot more about themselves and their individual legacies than they do about long-term strategy and placement of their country. We're seeing that with Macron right now, and we've seen it with Trump for 4 years, and he might come back. The level of damage that will be done by that in the context of Xi Jinping going for 15 years and probably longer, with all of the challenges and inefficiencies and opacity and danger of running an authoritarian state capitalist country, the fact is that he's in a position where he can make long-term credible commitments in places around the world. Why is it that Lula is bringing 250 CEOs for a 4-day trip to China right now? Why are the Saudis and Iranians meeting in Beijing? That is a big piece of it. Absolutely, the shorter-term reality of their economy, the demands they can make, but the fact that they're credible in long-term commitments. We haven't yet talked about 2024 in the United States, but every single question that we've talked about, the fact is that on Russia, on China, and the rest, that if that election blows up and if Trump comes back, that's a tail risk that is at least 20%. Right? It's got to be. And the implications of that for the geopolitical order kind of outweigh so much of what we've been talking about.
In other countries, it's not so far away. Right. Unfortunately, we're not going to have time to talk about that, but I want to give Anna a last word here.
Well, what I think is important about what we are seeing in the Middle East is the symbol that China now is opening to the world with an alternative system of our rules-based order. Alternative meaning not disrupting, but just taking this system and bringing a different content to the institutions. We have seen it, they have had in Beijing a couple of weeks ago, a big meeting of democracy. Well, democracy in a Chinese sense, in the socialism with a Chinese sense. And this is what is important. Right now, China has this projection of this civilizational, continental, and for the world, an alternative perspective, which is not confrontational, but it's even more, I would say, more efficient because it goes behind the doors. It goes in putting inside different values, the values of individual, the value of liberty gone, security, the community in. And this is what this represents.
Right. Well, I think this, first of all, I think yours and Ian's comments really tie together in terms of geopolitical competition. And I think this panel has demonstrated the relationship with geopolitics to the big energy questions. And please join me in thanking our panel.
And thank you again, Dan, Anna, Megan, and Ian. Really appreciate the great discussion. I'm sure we could spend entire days just on this single topic, but without further ado, I'm really thrilled to be welcoming Jason Bordoff back to the stage, along with the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. Secretary Granholm has had a long and distinguished career in public service, including serving as the governor of Michigan and as a leader in clean energy policy. And as the current head of the Department of Energy, she is playing a critical role in shaping the future for the United States energy policy. We are grateful for her leadership and her commitment to a cleaner, more sustainable energy future. Please welcome them to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you again. Secretary Granholm, thank you so much for making time to be with us.
Great to be here, thanks.
10th anniversary celebration of the Center on Global Energy Policy. We have a lot to get through, so I want to jump right into it. You obviously need no introduction. Let's start with this transformative moment in U.S. energy and climate policy, particularly the Inflation Reduction Act, but there's the CHIPS Act and the infrastructure bill and other pieces of it. Historic piece of legislation full of promise and also challenges. So I want to ask you about each of those. First, just start with the promise of the Inflation Reduction Act. How do you think that is going to change the U.S. energy sector in the years to come, and maybe what are some of the less appreciated ways?
Well, first of all, we see right now the tectonic plates are shifting with respect to investment in the United States as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act. You and I started to talk about this backstage, but I'm the former governor of Michigan, and over the decades, we have just sort of, folded our hands as a nation and watched while other countries that had industrial policy took our IP, took our companies, and had it as and cornered the market on some key technologies, not just factories manufacturing across. So the Inflation Reduction Act, as of Monday, since the president took office, the vast majority of which after the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, 150 companies who have come or decided to expand in the United States just in the battery supply chain. So, whether it's anode, cathode, separator material, electrolyte, or extraction, critical mineral extraction, all over the country. And so the Inflation Reduction Act, number one, is incentivizing the buildup again of our manufacturing backbone. Super important. But it's also giving us the ability to locate factories in communities that have been left behind. And so it incentivizes. So, for example, you get a 30% tax credit for manufacturing, for building up manufacturing if you choose the investment tax credit. On top of that, you get another 10 to 20%, depending on where you're located. Could be in tribal nations, could be in a disadvantaged community. So that's 40%. If you use apprenticeship labor, that's another 10%. Now you're talking about a 50% tax credit. So the stackable nature of these tax credits and the incentives to locate in communities that have been disproportionately negatively affected by fossil fuels is transformative. And that, to me, is hugely exciting. Who knew policy matters? And what a great thing it is that we have a president who has said, no more are we going to just stand by and watch these jobs leave. And so that, to me, is very exciting.
So that's the promise, as you said, as a former governor of Michigan, seeing a lot of those jobs being created here. A lot of those tax credits require that the manufacturing be done here, or the technologies and components and parts be assembled here, or maybe in free trade agreement countries. Some other countries don't like that, particularly in Europe. There's been concerns about the trade impacts.
Their concern has alleviated a bit with some of the Treasury guidance. So I think, and honestly, there has been, we hope that this Inflation Reduction Act will create a virtuous cycle, a race to the top, if you will, and we have seen that in Europe. In Europe, they have, and this is what we've said to Europe, put your own incentives on the table, where there's enough to go around. I mean, Bloomberg had said that this is going to be a $23 trillion sector, this clean energy sector, and the products that are in it by 2030. believe me, there is enough room to go around. Same thing with Canada, also adopted incentives to be able to attract manufacturing. So that's great. Let's all do this because we have a huge job ahead to get to our goals from the Paris Agreement.
So if the concern is incentives so large will pull investment away from wherever you're talking about, Europe or elsewhere, the response from the Biden administration is we need more of that, not
we need
less.
more. And it's also because we are, you know, your previous panel just was talking about the geopolitical implications in terms of this whole realignment that's happening globally around energy, much of it. And so we don't want to replace, you know, we want to be able to not rely upon countries for supply chains that don't share our values. And so the ability to be stronger from NATO allies' point of view, because you have a strategy that enables you to rely upon supply from countries that you trust and that share your values, is really important as well.
Yeah, I mean, those supply chains everyone's thinking differently about security of supply chains after the pandemic. When you look at the supply chains for clean energy, particularly on things like critical minerals, most of the processing, refining done in China, we need to scale clean energy so quickly, put so much steel on the ground as fast as possible to get to these climate goals, and the volume of minerals and metals we need is so large. We still need to be dependent, I think, tell me if you agree, on global trade and the global economy, but what does that mean, sort of nearshoring, friendshoring? How do we think differently, and what's the Biden administration doing to make sure that we're engaging in global trade? So, because you want clean energy to be cheaper, not more expensive, but we deal with those security concerns.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is important, the friendshoring component of things, particularly as it relates to critical minerals. Now, we have a lot of critical minerals. It just takes us a long time in the United States to be able to extract them, permitting and all of the other concerns. There are other countries who are very close to us, whether it's Canada, Australia, that do a better job of it more quickly. But Canada, for example, doesn't do processing, and they'd prefer that happen. You know, we can share a bit of that so that we have a North American strategy. We don't, you know, China has done the vast majority of processing of critical minerals. We are starting to incentivize the processing component of the supply chain in the United States, but there are other countries that can do that as well that are friends. So the notion of being able to create a sort of a buyer's club, if you will, or you know, allies club of being able to supply the key components is an important part of the strategy, even as we want to do as much of it as possible in the United States, and really that's what the Inflation Reduction Act tax credits incentivize.
The other, as we said, we need to build so much stuff so quickly, put steel on the ground, build infrastructure, and obviously one of the topics high on the list in Washington is how to make that happen faster. Permitting reform or whatever else we need to do to let clean energy projects happen faster. A lot of that sits outside the Department of Energy, but can you talk about how the administration views that broad issue of permitting?
I mean, the president is really obsessed with getting permitting reform done. I mean, there is
What does that look like?
Some hope. Well, I mean, there's some hope in Congress that we will achieve that. You know, what we really need to do is to make sure that you respect the goals of NEPA, but just move more rapidly, and we can do that. We've got the technology to be able to do that. We can do permitting doesn't have to be in a consecutive way. It can be in a concurrent way. There are ways to shorten the time frames for review. We can do that, and it's one of the reasons why, I mean, the president's not just relying on Congress, but he has also developed a series of SWAT teams inside of the White House and with the agencies, the land-based agencies, to be able to do that. So, for example, on transmission, we need to basically double the size of our electric grid by adding clean gigawatts. We have to add over 2,000 gigawatts to the electric grid, which is huge if we're going to get to this goal of 100% clean electricity by 2035. So it's a massive amount of expansion that we need to do by adding clean. So that means transmission. And whether it's reconductoring existing transmission lines to get double the amount of energy across the lines or adding new lines themselves, we need to move more quickly. So today, for example, the Department of Interior just permitted the Trans-West line. That's been 15 years in the making. That's insane if we want to be able to get to these goals. So There is a provision within the Federal Power Act that allows for example, us to put firm deadlines on the amount of time it takes to permit. And we're finishing up an MOU inside the White House that will allow all the agencies to agree to these timelines and to call the question. So we're working on processes inside, and that's for transmission on public land. We also have an issue with transmission offshore. And so we have another group working on that. So the president's looking at every way, both using executive power as well as certainly going to Congress to speed up those.
And DOE has some authorities to designate transmission corridors, and are you using
right,
those
of course,
as well?
Of course. We have several studies that are ongoing to be able to designate what the corridors are. And that we have set up the department in a whole new way as a result of these authorities that have come to us in clean energy. And one of the new offices is the Grid Deployment Office, and they are finishing up the studies related to the corridors across the country that will be necessary to get all this transmission going.
Talk about how you are organizing. I mean, it's hard to get 400 billion, maybe it's $1 trillion. There are different estimates of how much this bill will cost to get all that money through Congress, but then to spend it is not easy either. The people, the systems, the processes. How are you reshaping the Department of Energy? And there might be a lot of Columbia young people here who want to go work there.
Yes, we want you. So we, first of all, the Department of Energy historically, if you look at the spectrum of development of an idea, we were on the sort of conception, the research, the development, the early stage demonstration side of the equation. And we've now added a whole effort on large scale demonstration and deployment. So we have added a whole new undersecretary for infrastructure in the department. We have to do both, of course, still work on the technology advances and work on deployment. And so on the deployment side, we are hiring, we're hiring hundreds of more people. We've hired about 470 people. We have 62 new programs that have funding that go through them, about $100 billion worth of funding coming through just the Department of Energy, of course, coming through Treasury and others a lot more. But the bottom line is it is the biggest expansion of the Department of Energy since its inception. And we are very excited about the folks we're hiring. We have a whole office, for example, the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, which is going to be a center of excellence around large-scale demonstrations. And it's through that office that you'll see hydrogen hubs, clean hydrogen hubs, populate the country. We want to create a whole new hydrogen economy, clean hydrogen economy. You have to think about what that means in regions. And so the final stage of those applications just came in, and we'll be evaluating those and hopefully announcing them during the summer. But the point is a lot of place-based strategy for the development of these clean energy solutions, and we're going to need people to be able to do project management, to be able to help engineer, to be able to make sure we do the connectivity with the supply chains on the ground. All of that we need people for every one of these 62 programs. Hydrogen hubs are just one of them.
I want to ask you about energy prices and energy production in the U.S. You've celebrated efforts to bring down gasoline prices, called on domestic energy companies to increase production to help achieve that. There's probably some students here studying economics who would say if we want to use less of something, you want it to be more expensive, not less. So if we have goals of decarbonizing faster, do we want gasoline prices to be higher or lower? Do we want U.S. oil production to be higher or lower?
I think we have to recognize that this is a transition, and it's not going to happen overnight. I consider this to be growing the energy pie, adding as much clean as possible so that that transition becomes smooth when the time is right. Obviously, we have till 2050 to get to net zero. We know that oil and gas is going to be around for a while. We want to decarbonize as much as possible. But if people start paying $5 a gallon for gasoline again or more here in New York, there's a backlash that can also happen. And so there's a social dimension that we have to consider as well. So the point is, the president wants to do everything to lower prices for people. And that's what the Inflation Reduction Act was intended to do. This war in Ukraine and the volatility of the global market, whether it's OPEC or Russia, that tells you that over-reliance on something that's traded globally, liquid fuels, LNG, for example, as well, it makes you, and this is to your point, I think you just wrote that beautiful article, but to your point, it makes you more energy insecure. If you can grow homegrown solutions like clean energy, which is cheaper, more reliable, the technology continues to cause the price to go down reliably as opposed to doing this, that is a much more secure solution. It's a much more cost-affordable solution. We all know that solar and wind now are among the more cheapest forms of energy. And so the purpose of being able to be energy secure means also being able to produce your own solutions in a clean way at home. And no, I mean, Minister Eamon from Ireland has this observation, which is that no country has ever been held hostage to access to the wind or to access to the sun. Clean energy is energy security. And so this is an important piece of the transition, this energy security conversation, in addition to affordability, and in addition to moving away from the volatility.
And we see, do you see this energy crisis sort of, Fatih Birol has talked about this, is this, in the end, is it accelerating a transition, or is it, we also see...
We had a hiccup last year, clearly, because people had to turn the lights on. And this, again, gets to the point of we have to recognize that on Maslow's hierarchy of human needs, people need to be able to, turn on the lights, heat their food, keep their food cold, whatever it is. So we have to understand that. But that acceleration last year, I think, is very much a temporary one. I mean, all of the new energy that was added in the past year was 90% was clean. Mm-hmm. So we're going to continue to see this acceleration to clean, even as countries are desperate, of course, to provide energy security for their people in the means that are available at the moment. And LNG, obviously, as your previous panel was discussing, was one of those ways.
Yeah, and I mean, there may be some here wondering, I suspect so, because we talk about it in class a lot, who see a potential conflict between those U.S. energy exports or Europe's investing in short-term or medium-term infrastructure for fossil fuels, including LNG, and the longer-term goal of moving away from fossil fuels or decarbonizing it to as much as we can. How do you think about that? How do you reconcile those?
I mean, it clearly is, if you were thinking in a pure way about either clean or fossil energy security, but it's not just a binary choice. It's very non-binary. You will really have to do both to ensure that there's not a backlash on the clean side and to make sure that people have power. And then when you have the luxury of being able to have energy security through whatever means, you can really accelerate the clean side, because then you get to the values that people really care about. In addition, people still have to be persuaded that the cost of clean is cheaper, and they have to see that in real terms. And in many places, I mean, Europe, it is cheaper. In the US, we still have a ways to go to ensure that all pieces, including the storage of renewable energy, it makes the whole system cheaper. And we're working on that, all of that.
One of the tools, obviously, the government has to deal with higher gasoline prices or oil price volatility and disruptions are the strategic oil stocks, the SPR. Yep. And you've made some comments recently. It may be difficult to fill that in the coming year. Just help us understand, what are the administration's plans for refilling the SPR?
No, we are planning on filling it, refilling it. We want to get it to the place it would have been had it not been for the war and the sales as a result of that. The way the SPR works, it's got four main sites. Two of them are in maintenance right now, and two of them are selling oil on the market right now because Congress has mandated the sale of 26 million barrels from previously in order to fill budget holes. And so we have a legal obligation to do that. And because of the way the SPR works, you cannot sell and take in at the same time. And so those sales for the Congress's requirements will be finished in the June-July timeframe. And then we will look to take advantage of prices if it is advantageous to the taxpayer in the rest of the year. So we hope that we'll be able to start refilling, but it's a lot to refill. I mean, meaning it was 160 million barrels, so we've got to, it's actually a little bit more than that. So we've got to recognize, and this is another odd thing about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, is that it takes more time to put the oil back in than it does to take it out. And so
the fill rate is slower than the release rate.
The fill rate is significantly slower than the sell rate, than the outgo rate. But we are doing that. So we've got a plan to do it. We're going to cancel some of the sales that Congress had mandated, about 140 million barrels worth of sales, so that we'll get back up to where we would have been had it not been for these sales. We still have the largest strategic petroleum reserve in the world right now. So be clear about that. We have lots of reserve, but we also want to take advantage if the market is right.
So it's still a tool that can be used if there are problems moving forward?
Yes, in the event of an extreme supply disruption, which is what the law requires, such as a war in Ukraine, which takes, a significant amount of barrels off the market.
You, switching topics, you said something I thought was interesting recently, which is that DOE has historically done a terrible job on energy and environmental justice. Can you talk a little bit about what you are doing, what the Biden administration is doing with the Justice 40 initiative, how you calculate the impact of all of the policies being implemented we've talked about, how you calculate the benefit going to disadvantaged communities, and what you're trying to do to reverse that poor historical performance?
And I don't mean to say that, I don't want to castigate the department. It just hadn't been a focus, I'll just say that, because our focus had been on research and development. And I will say this is true, we want to make sure that we have a research and development, a STEM workforce that looks like America. And so we want to, both inside the department as well as the investments that we're making, we want it to reflect the president's commitment to Justice 40. 40% of the benefits of all of these investments should go to communities that are frontline or fence line communities that have been disproportionately negatively affected by fossil fuels. So I just have to say I was in Ravenswood at the plant yesterday here in Queens, and they're converting fossil generators. They're converting the power over to clean. That's exactly the kind of project we love. And so the incentives, as I mentioned, from the Inflation Reduction Act will do some of that work for us, but we're also evaluating the grant proposals that we get in based upon community benefit agreements. So we want to make sure that communities have been consulted, and that there are that 20% of the projects of the evaluation plan, it's baked in, has to consider that and how the impacts are for the Justice 40 initiative. So it's, people talk often about structural inequality. We are trying to bake in structural equity into the grants that we're doing.
Yeah, and that's where...
And I'll say, let me just say, this is for communities of color, and it's also for communities like fossil communities that are transitioning as well, rural areas that have seen the losses of jobs. So it's both sides.
Yeah. The benefits going to those communities, and then you mentioned sort of before, let's honor and respect the history of NEPA. So there's a question here from the audience about, we talked about it a little bit, but just expand how you promote, for example, massive amounts of additional mining across this country, and do that in a way that is sensitive to the environment and the potential community impacts from that kind of industrial activity.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why we have got to make sure the community is at the table, and that part of the land agencies, there's all sorts, Fish and Wildlife Service, Forestry Service, there's, Bureau of Indian Affairs. We've got to make sure that the agencies within the federal government who respect the pieces that are also considered under permitting are at the table and are working together to make sure that this is done right. But being done right doesn't mean you have to take 15 years. You can have a decision that is sooner. You can have mitigation strategies that are rapid, and there are best practices for sustainable mining. And we have a ton of public lands. Some of those public lands do not implicate, certainly tribal or indigenous sites, historical sites, or wildflowers that are maybe endangered, et cetera. We have a ton of sites that can do that, and we just have to match those up. But we also want to pair ourselves with the countries that have the ability to do things quicker too.
I think when we have conversations like this, and when I teach students, sometimes people don't realize the full scope of what DOE does, how significant nuclear security is, and R&D. And the national lab system is a national treasure, and you oversee it. So I'm just wondering, since you have come into your position, what's most surprised you about the national labs, and what are you most excited about for what you see coming now?
We have 17 national labs, and I have visited most of them. There's a couple that I've visited all of them virtually, but there's a couple that I haven't visited in person. These national labs are astonishing. They are massive investments by the public into our research infrastructure as a nation. And the president, through the CHIPS and Science Act, signed a bill, of course, that had even further investment in the infrastructure of our labs. Huge facilities. I mean, you may have heard that we achieved fusion ignition in December, one of our national labs, the National Ignition Facility. That is no small feat. That is billions of dollars, and by the way, decades of work to try to say that fusion can actually be achieved here on Earth. And for decades, people had been trying to achieve that. The complexity and the breadth and the depth of that infrastructure I mean, I hadn't visited national labs before. I was aware of some of them, not all. Everybody knows about the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Not sure that everybody's aware of what Idaho National Lab is doing on next generation nuclear small modular reactors, for example. Not sure about what people know about the Princeton Plasma Lab, et cetera. I mean, there's so much happening inside the labs that you'd be so excited about. And one of the things that's an outgrowth of the lab system, is that we want to continue to make sure that we are reaching high for big goals. So we have developed, in partnership with the labs and with our Undersecretary for Science and Technology, these Earth shots, which are big, hairy, audacious goals to get to lower costs for certain technologies. So for example, a clean hydrogen Earth shot to lower the cost to $1 for 1 kilogram within 1 decade, or a floating offshore wind Earth shot to lower the cost for offshore wind platforms to $45 megawatt hour, or an enhanced geothermal Earth shot to lower the cost for extracting the heat beneath our feet, which is a 24/7 baseload power. Drives me crazy that we haven't spent more effort on that, and especially the oil and gas industry that has expertise about the subsurface. They know what's under there. But if their hydraulic fracturing technology could be used to help extract heat from below, there is enough geothermal to power the country, multiple times over. So we want to pursue all of these Earth shots at the same time as we're pursuing the deployment strategies.
Yeah, I see several leaders in the oil and gas sector who are here in the room, and I was wondering what your message is there for the role they can play in these clean energy technologies. But we're also at a moment where at least some companies have sort of said, well, maybe we're going to go a little slower than we had planned, and the market seems to be rewarding that. So how do they navigate that tension?
Well, I hope that, I see Vicky here from Occidental, the work that Oxy is doing, for example, on carbon capture and making sure that we are developing that technology to remove CO2, both from atmosphere as well as point source. We really want to make sure that we are partnering with the oil and gas industry, as well as all others who want to move in this direction. There are a number, as I'm sure folks here are aware, of oil and gas industry majors that have really plunked significantly in this clean energy transition, and we're grateful for that. I'd like to see more of that. I mean, Ørsted obviously used to be fully in the fossil arena, and now they're offshore wind, and we want to make sure that that works for them as well. I mean, there's challenges along the way for growing this whole clean energy economy. Three hurdles that are most important for us to tackle right now for almost all forms of energy is permitting, workforce, and supply chains. All of those have to be addressed, and so we are trying to knock down as much as we can in each of those areas, even as we are accelerating the deployment strategy. And largely this administration has had a deployment strategy that is based upon carrots. But you saw this morning, perhaps if you read the papers, that the EPA is announcing as well some a regulatory strategy, some sticks associated with transportation and making sure that we really move in the direction of limiting greenhouse gas emissions from tailpipes. And that's a very exciting piece of the agenda as well.
A brief final message. You've been in elected politics. You now serve in the cabinet. There are a lot of students here who may be thinking about public service, but I don't know, Washington can look a little dysfunctional sometimes. What is your message to students who are in the room today about government service?
Come and fix it. Do it. No, we do. We need great people who are willing to suffer the slings and arrows of that outrageous fortune and help to move us in the direction we should be moving in. It is the next generation that is going to do this for us, who are having none of this nonsense, a lot of which they are seeing in Washington and perhaps around the country. We really need people to raise their hand and not to say, I am afraid of being attacked. I'm afraid of, if you can do it. Remember, it's not about you. It's about maybe the policies that you're trying to change. And we need people who are willing to stand tall for the changes that must move this country forward. If you love this nation, I hope you can consider serving it.
Well, thank you. It's a moment of climate challenge and energy security challenge, and the Department of Energy is squarely in the middle of it. So thank you for being with us today, and thank you for
Congratulations on 10 years. It's
thank
great. You. Looking forward to the next 10.
What a start to the day. Quite great discussions. So next up, we're going to be welcoming a quite exciting panel before we go into our first break of the day. So don't worry, we will have a break coming up. It's so great to see so many familiar faces. I cannot see everyone with the lights, but I already can see familiar faces through the room. Thank you so much for coming. So thank you again to Secretary Granholm for joining us today. Thank you, Jason, for moderating that great discussion. For our next panel, we're going to be talking about mobilizing global climate action, accelerating the path to net zero by 2050. The discussion is going to be moderated by Lisa Friedman, a climate reporter with the New York Times. We can welcome Lisa to the stage. Now, joining Lisa are going to be 4 distinguished panelists. First, we have Representative John Curtis from the U.S. Congress. I can welcome John to the stage. Good. Next up is Laurence Toubiana, the CEO of the European Climate Foundation. Thank you, Laurence. Welcome. Next up, Manish Bapna, CEO and President of the NRDC. And last but certainly not least, Fred Krupp, President of the Environmental Defense Fund.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers.
Thank you all so much. I am really honored to have a terrific panel here with me to discuss accelerating the road to net zero. The Biden administration has a goal of getting to net zero before 2050. Other goals sooner of reaching emissions cuts of 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030. And globally, the world has committed to trying to keep global temperatures from blowing past 1.5 degrees Celsius. We're already at 1.1. And so to start off the discussion, Congressman Curtis, let me give a little bit of an introduction here. Congressman Curtis created the Conservative Climate Caucus. And Republicans in Congress are increasingly accepting the science behind climate change, have plans to address climate change. I don't hear a lot about targets. And so I hope we could start with you and talk about how you feel about the net zero target, whether it's something that you think we can get to, we should get to, and to the extent you're comfortable speaking for your party, how Republicans see the net zero target.
So, Lisa, first of all, thank you. It's a delight to be here. Thank you to the other panelists at Columbia University. Just really pleased to be here. And I'm just going to brag for a minute before I answer your question. There's actually the Conservative Climate Caucus is made up of Republican members of Congress from the House. We have 81 members. That's over a third of all House Republicans are part of this. And the first tenet of the caucus is that the climate is changing and Matt's had some influence on it. So I think that's just really, really important. Now, as far as how we feel and how I feel about this, I'm a goal-oriented person. I think we should have goals. I think we should have targets. And I don't know anybody who doesn't think it's a good idea to have all of our emissions reduced by the year 2050. Sometimes I think Republicans speak a different language. I think that's fair to say when it comes to climate, and we communicate a different way. And so I think sometimes if you feel a pushback on that from Republicans, it's not so much saying that we don't want to do that. Imagine anybody that doesn't think less emissions are better than more emissions. I don't know anybody that doesn't think it'd be great to have zero emissions. But sometimes the way we talk about it is important, and then I also think Republicans are quicker to see obstacles and impediments in the way that we want to talk about, and not just be all, oh yeah, we can all do this, but no, let's talk about how we do it and what's in the way of doing it.
I want to come back to some of those things because I think it's really important that we sort of start from a baseline and are talking about the same things. Ambassador Pouyanné, you were as one of the leading figures responsible for the Paris Agreement. 7 years after the creation of the Paris Agreement, where is the world on this net zero goal, and what are the consequences if we don't meet it?
Thank you, Lisa, for this very important question, because on the morning of the 12th of December in Paris in 2015, I can tell you that the target of net zero by 2050 was the last thing we could negotiate at the end. And so at that particular moment, I think the whole world who were signing up for that didn't understand totally what this means. And I think a big progress, of course, since these 7 years. Now, I think every government, every company, every local authority have been interpreting, understanding what does it mean and how to do it, because of course that's the main question. And there I see, of course, and there is a lot of pushback on many fronts, but I see now this notion that it's not an incremental change we have to make, but a very deep one, and that really reducing emission to net zero by 2050 implies a full change in many, many sectors. The good thing we are seeing is that on a number of sectors, we see the advancement. Again, when I was in the 12th December of Paris, I would not have imagined the rapid transformation of the transport sector. It was not there. The electrification of vehicles, of trucks, of many things was not there. Even now, we are even thinking about the net zero aviation, which was, again, unthinkable at that time because people didn't see the target. Now that there's a target, you have to say how we fulfill the commitment. And that creates enormous innovation and discussion in the system. The same on electricity. Secretary Cole just say how much we have made progress at world level. I think today it seems that the electricity out of renewable energy has been surpassing every fossil fuel production. There is a very interesting report published today. We see that, and so that's on the sector side, but we see, even more importantly, the mobilization of the civil society that really now want this to happen and keep the governments accountable, that they promise that. And I can tell you from a European point of view, we see now courts, whether they are Supreme Courts in Germany or in Netherlands, just keeping the government accountable to their promises. So this is really now a whole of society question. And that, I think, the best thing we could get. So I do think at that moment, this is opening new area of transformation. These days, we see the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF. Again, in 2015, we could not have imagined that the reform of the two key financial institutions, including the mobilization of the private capital, could happen because of climate. And this is what is happening. So that's the positive side. But there are many, and I'm sure we will discuss that later on, there are many pushback and obstacles.
And we'll get to those for sure. I'm so pleased to have both Manish Bapna and Fred Krupp with us, representing the presidents of Natural Resources Defense Council and Environmental Defense Fund, respectively, two of the most influential environmental groups in the United States. Manish, the United States recently passed, President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, which invests about $370 billion in clean energy. Does that get us to the net zero goal? Does that get us to the 50 to 52% goal? And if not, what more needs to happen?
Great. Great to be here with all of you today, Lisa. Thank you for the question, and to the panelists. Really important to underscore, the Inflation Reduction Act is by far the single most significant policy that the United States has taken on climate ever. And arguably, if not the most significant, one of the most significant ever taken by any country around the world. And yet it's still not enough, right? So if we think about where we were a couple years ago, I'm going to throw out a few numbers here, which I know you'll like. 30% below 2005 levels was where US emissions were. The president, as Lisa mentioned, made a goal of going to 50 to 52% by 2030. This bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, gets us from 30%, projections say, to 40%. A big step, but still far from 50 to 52% by 2030, and still quite a further to go to get to net zero. So three things we need to do to get to the net zero goal. The first is we actually have to implement this policy so that it lives up and, if anything, exceeds its promise. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done in implementing this policy over the coming years. Just to pick out one, Congressman talked about some of the barriers to actually deploying clean energy at the speed and scale we need to do. Secretary Granholm was talking about permitting as well. We need to think about how we can actually deploy clean energy at a much faster pace than what we've seen before. Second, how do we get from 40% to 50%? We need to look at standards and rules that the government can take forward at this point in time. Papers today, as both the Secretary and Lisa mentioned, big step forward in terms of vehicle rules. Moving from, in 2022, 6% of sales in the United States was electric vehicles. By 2032, in 10 years, this rule estimates 67% of vehicles, new sales, would be electric vehicles. We need to see rules on vehicles, on power plants, on appliance efficiency standards. We need to see more state ambition. So that's how we get to 50 to 52. But then we got to do some tough stuff of how do we get from 50 to 100. In some of the industrial sectors, how we look at agriculture and forestry, how we think about carbon negative technologies will be important issues to look at in those outer decades. So still a lot more work to be done.
And I think we're going to have a lot of differences of opinion on this panel about both the current regulations that we saw out today from the Biden administration on tailpipe emissions and some of these further efforts, and we'll get into that. But first, let's talk about what can happen in a bipartisan way. Fred, is there anything in this Congress, with Republicans holding the House and Democrats having a thin, razor-thin majority in the Senate, that can happen in this Congress to further the net zero goal?
Yeah, in the world we live in, Lisa, it's not going to be easy, but yes, I am hopeful. I'll be interested in John's view as well, but the three things that come to mind immediately with your question are: one, the Farm Bill; two, the whole subject of resiliency; and three, the subject that Manish has just raised, permitting. That's going to be hard. But the Farm Bill, we are now working with the Farm Bureau and many other farmers in a way that I would not have anticipated just 5 years ago. We have many common positions, many common solutions we're advocating for together. So I am hopeful the Farm Bill is a must-pass bill. I'm hopeful that there can be work between Democrats and Republicans to pass something that moves the agricultural economy forward in several different ways. Resiliency, we are seeing the effects of climate chaos now. We have to take care of people and human needs while we keep lowering emissions. So I'm hopeful, there as well. And permitting is, the Republicans and Democrats are now far apart, but we've got to build this stuff. We've got to do it in a way that respects the concerns of communities, bring them in at the beginning instead of as an afterthought at the end, make sure things that are built improve environmental quality, that there aren't, that we're not, the ends justifies the means, that time for that is over. We've got to make sure the best technologies are used and the best controls are put on not only new facilities, but existing facilities. So I'm hoping permitting is probably the toughest of the three, but ideally we'll make progress there.
Well, let's negotiate the bill here while we're here.
I'm ready.
So Republicans passed H.R. 1, the House Republicans passed H.R. 1. Among other things, it does make it easier to cite fossil fuel projects, pipelines and the such. What is the sweet spot? What can Congress do to make it easier to cite transmission lines, renewable energy projects that Republicans will accept, and what will environmental groups like the ones you represent accept on the fossil fuel side?
I wish we could have all day just on this subject, because I actually think this is our single largest impediment to reaching our goals. And let me give you an example of that. In H.R. 1 that Republicans just did, the Congressional Budget Office dinged us. And by dinging us means they said there was a cost to this for permitting reform. Well, how could there be a cost to the federal budget for permitting reform? The answer is because you cannot spend all the dollars in the IRA without permitting reform. And therefore, the Congressional Budget Office predicts that if we get permitting reform, it will unleash the IRA dollars, and if we don't, it won't. And I think that's why this is such an important topic. Now, let me say this. Fred mentioned there's a wide gap between Republicans and Democrats. I'm going to slightly alter that and say there is a bigger gap between Democrats and Democrats on this issue. What do I mean by that?
May I pause? Do you feel that's true by nods of assent or dissent?
I think one of the things that, there are a lot of different views on permitting reform across the political spectrum. I think what is most important is for us to first clarify what is the problem in actually deploying clean energy at the speed and scale we need. I think part of the challenge is that we all have slightly different interpretations of what are the actual barriers. And I think there are first very significant barriers at the local and state level.
Yeah.
I think there's significant barriers not with policy, but with the implementation of existing policy. And third, there are some things Congress does need to do, and we should talk a little bit more about what that looks like. But at least from my standpoint, given what the science says, given what Laurent said, we are not in a place where we should be facilitating, in my mind, more oil and gas. We need to be thinking about a more narrow focus around clean energy and how we build that out at the scale we need.
Let me throw it back to
so I'm gonna, I can't let this pass. Look, we've reduced more greenhouse gas emissions in this country during the last decade and a half than anybody would have ever guessed possible. We've far exceeded other countries. How have we done that? Well, we've done that with a fossil fuel, natural gas. Think for a minute, our natural gas is about 40% cleaner than Russia. Why aren't we replacing Russian natural gas with US natural gas? Why are we demonizing the fossil fuel industry who's talking about carbon sequestration and direct air capture? They may beat everybody else to net zero, by the way. And so I think it's really important. We have to make a decision. Do we hate fossil fuels or do we hate emissions? And I think we hate emissions. Yeah. And fossil fuels can actually play a role. They can be part of the solution and not the problem.
Ambassador Pouyanné, let me pose that to you. That this is an argument we hear on the Republican side in the US a lot, that the problem is not the fossil fuels, it is the emissions caused by the fossil fuels. Can we get to net zero without dramatically reducing the fossil fuels themselves?
Well, I take the point that US emission reduction has relied on switching from coal to gas. That's true.
Well, it's not only that, it's how is that natural gas produced and how much methane is coming off that natural gas.
I think Fred can say a lot about methane. And that's very interesting to see how we cut dramatically the methane emission of the sector. But now if you look at the future, there is an impossibility when you look at the carbon budget. And they're really, the first phase, okay, but then you see that a drop to emission to net zero, if you may have a miracle solution of capture of carbon on the, whether in the atmosphere or the exploration and exploitation of gas, oil and gas, but the dimension of the quantity, it just, for the moment, the numbers doesn't fit. And that, you have an enormous quantity of carbon, which is already there, you add up, and the capacity of storage and capturing the cost is very, very high. So I see a contradiction sometimes in the discussion with the oil and gas companies and the government who are supporting that. I'm just talking a lot with our UAE colleagues recently. And they feel that that will be cheap, and by the way, they are, of course, very hostile to any carbon tax. But when you look at the cost of the carbon capture, who will pay for that? You will need something like $100 a ton to capture if we get the cost down. So there is an economic model which is not there. So I think and where the clean electricity, for example, the economic model is there already. And you look at, even as the secretary mentioned, we can have offshore wind at $45 a megawatt. That's the same in Europe now, we are a little higher. And that the progress in emission reduction finally in Europe, which have been, of course, stiffer and, than in US for the moment, they have been done out of decarbonizing the activity. So I don't say no to what has happened positively in the fracking sector in US, and we need gas still. We are importing. Europe is importing gas from US now, more and more. But we need to say that it is really a transition, and we need to absolutely shift to the clean energy fully. And that, in particular, developed countries has to show the lead, in my view. And if we cannot demonstrate that we can do that, I think the whole world would not do it. And you know, climate is not about US and Europe only, it's about the world. And that, in my view, is a very important signal we have to give.
I just want to jump in on this, Lisa. I think, there could be a role for carbon capture, sequestration. There's a lot of science to be worked out. There's a lot of economics to be worked out there. But the International Energy Agency in Paris, which is the definitive source, says there's no way to get to net zero without a dramatic decline in the use of fossil fuels. On the methane question, we simply don't have the data yet globally that we need to have. Most all the major oil companies, thankfully, have signed up for OGMP, the UN program, which provides for actual empirical measurements and third-party verification. For reasons that I don't understand, Exxon and Chevron, two American companies, are not yet willing to sign up and give the world the data that virtually all the other majors have agreed to. So I don't think we can yet assert exactly how clean American gas is. The Environmental Defense Fund is launching a satellite next January, an $88 million project, and we will make the data available for free and close to real time to everyone so we can see exactly what the statistics are. And I would encourage the oil industry, the story is for them to write. They should be doing everything they can to clean up, but the methane issue is so important. Just one more second on this, because most people don't understand.
We don't talk enough about methane.
That the anthropogenic emissions of methane this year will warm the planet more in the next 10 years than the CO2 from burning all the fossil fuels on the planet in the next 10 years. Now, we have to do something about CO2 because it lasts 100 years, but there's an immediate opportunity for the oil and gas industry to get this issue behind us. And we're going to do everything we can to make that happen in 2023.
So I know you want to respond, but I want to wrap this with a question also for you, Congressman. I know you voted against the Inflation Reduction Act, as did all Republicans. It was a Democrat-driven bill. Do you support the $370 billion in there for clean energy?
Okay, hold that. Let me just respond
Please,
here
go ahead.
and come back to that.
Tack that on at the
Listen, if we had eliminated solar based on the fact that it was expensive, we wouldn't be having solar today. If you rule out carbon sequestration and direct air capture because it's expensive, that's a huge mistake. I would prefer that we give the oil and gas industry all of our expectations, right? All of our requirements, and let them decide if they can meet them instead of just ruling them out. Does that make sense? In my experiences, they're game for that challenge, right? They're game to let the free market drive this. And if they can't get there with net zero, that's fine, but don't rule them out and give them that shot. Let me come to the Inflation Reduction Act.
Sorry, but if the goal isn't net zero, what is the goal?
Oh, I'm fine with it being, so like it's net zero. Look, I believe in the year 2050, we're going to be talking about three things: reliability, affordability, clean, right? Europe shows you what happens if you only focus on clean. You've also got to focus on reliability and affordability. Those three things will dictate what power sources we'll be using in the year 2050, all three of those things. If every one of the sources of energy has an Achilles heel, by the way, on those three things. If it's renewable, your Achilles heel is reliability and storage. We don't have that yet. We've got to do better at storage if renewables are going to be everything they're going to be. Nuclear has an Achilles heel of at least perceived safety and cost, right? If nuclear is going to be there in 2050, it's got to deal with those things. Fossil fuels has an Achilles heel of emissions, right? Every energy source has an Achilles heel that they have to deal with. And so if we said, look, because your Achilles heel is important to me, I'm going to rule you out, I think that's a huge mistake.
Yeah. And on the Inflation Reduction Act?
So imagine being a member of Congress in the House and getting a 6,000 page text bill and being asked to vote on it the next morning. It's going to spend $1.7 trillion, right? Is that really the way you want your US government to work? I guarantee you not a single one of my colleagues read that bill. Not one of them read that bill. They couldn't have read that bill. We saw what happened in Europe's reaction to some of the things that were in that bill that nobody really even knew was there. Plus, it was spending $1.7 trillion. If you said, John, what would you spend $1.7 trillion on to reduce emissions? That would be a lot of fun, right? Even $300 billion, that would be a lot of fun. To me, it felt like shoot, ready, aim. And I wish that we would be more specific and more calculated in our efforts. We have a limited number of dollars. Let's spend them very wisely and carefully.
So to be clear, most of this this is not like the Obama era bill where we're putting money into ready-made projects. A lot of these are tax credits and subsidies. Still government spending, but
well, they also pick the solution. So, for instance, we have ordained electric vehicles the answer. What about hydrogen? Right?
Let's talk about hydrogen. I mean, that's a huge part of this bill.
Yeah, but yet we've predetermined that it's going to be EV. We're putting charging stations around the country, and we don't know that EVs are the answer, and we don't know where the electricity is going to come from to get to those charging stations, and we don't have the capacity to carry that energy to those charging stations. So shouldn't somebody have asked that question?
Well, I think
clarify. Sorry, pardon me, but to clarify, then you oppose the $370 billion for the.
It's not as easy as oppose or unoppose. I have questions about it, okay. Right?
I think, Congressman, the die is cast that electric vehicles are the way of the future. There's 7% of U.S. market sales right now, much higher in Europe. There's $134 billion in U.S. manufacturing projects that have been announced. Half of them, since IRA was passed, will create 140,000 new jobs. Actually, the bill is technology neutral. Hydrogen fuel cells could qualify. It's the consumer and the industry that are saying electric cars are a far more efficient way to use energy. And while we're on the topic of hydrogen, I just want to say that most people don't know yet, hydrogen is indirectly a greenhouse gas in 3 different ways. So hydrogen leaks are going to be viewed as similar to methane leaks. And here we have the opportunity before the hydrogen infrastructure is built, and hydrogen can be useful for certain hard-to-abate sectors, but we have the chance to get it right.
So let me just first of all say, you can't tell this, but there's far more we agree on than we disagree. But I will point out that a Chevy Hummer, an electric Chevy Hummer, produces more greenhouse gas emissions than a gas-powered Chevy Malibu. And yet we're giving $7,500 to that purchase of that Hummer. Those are the types of questions I think we need to be asking.
Okay, let's broaden this a little bit. Ambassador Tubiana, the United States, Europe has been pushing, as others have been pushing the United States for decades to act in a significant way on climate change. And now that we have, nobody likes the way we're doing it. So, so tell us a little bit about Europe's response, and are we going to see a green, subsidies trade war?
Well, first of all, we have really, in Europe, the IRA was welcome. It was really welcome to see US taking much more seriously than before this target of net zero and implementation. On the other side, of course, there are trade consequences. There was even a trade discussion on the steel, you remember, when the EU will install its carbon border adjustment mechanism. US came immediately to say, look, what would you do with our steel? Because the carbon intensity of our steel is higher than what you have in EU. So there are trade consequences to all the policies we are designing. And that's fine to discuss that. I see there are, so as the Secretary said, there could be a race to the top. The Green Deal in Europe has effectively gone to really reduce emission in a significant way. We are very close to the 55% emission reduction compared to 1990 in Europe, and we can do even better. I think we will announce better numbers this year before the COP28. But this, of course, was not focused because we have this instrument, which is the emission trading system, the carbon price for industry. So now we are entering in a good phase, which is a race to the top. That will have trade consequences. And I would like to focus on two elements. One, we have to, in a way, limit these trade conflicts. Imagine that if we have a good conversation on the norms setting, on the standards, and even, on the regulation of the financial market, because ESG discussion, I know here it's very sensitive. In Europe, it's just much more normal. We could have not only a positive race to the top, but we could have the sign to the global market that will define the economy for the future. It is a historical moment for EU and US, because in maybe 10 years or 20 years' time, we will have a so powerful Asian market that if we don't define the norms and standards now, we will not be able to define them in the future. So I think, I understand there will be, of course, subsidies and industrial policy in EU, and that's a good result of IRA. But we need to see to diminish this trade tension, trying to, in a way, harmonize as a maximum we can, so as there is this consequence of a global market incentive. So that's, I see, the very important element. And the industrial plan should not, if we go to trade war, we will diminish the effort for climate fight, and we'll leave too much space to others. But there is an issue about how effective emission reduction are. And I think we may have very different instruments. You don't have a carbon tax in US. We have one in this form in EU. And I think it's really important to look at the content of the carbon. And I think that could be a signal to the rest of the economy. The electric cars, the Chinese electric cars that will come to the markets in Europe and maybe in US, well, that will have a significant difference if we can prove that they are as good in carbon content that we are trying to build them. And that is really something to shift from a trade protectionist perspective to something that it is a zero carbon economy that could facilitate trade. And I think we need to work much more between US and EU on that aspect.
Just turning back to the US, we have a question from a student. To what extent is public health tied to decarbonization? Can we kill two birds with one stone? Maybe Manish or Fred?
Sure. So just two small points. One, I want to just talk a little bit about technology for one moment and technology choice, and then I want to take the public health question. Just as we look over the past few decades, we just want a little bit of a note of caution about embracing certain technologies that we don't fully understand. 20 years ago, all this investment around CCS for the power sector didn't quite get the scale that we needed to see, probably not going to be a major solution for the power sector. 10, 15 years ago, all the rage was around biofuels. A lot of the first generation biofuels didn't adequately account for a lot of the land use impacts. So the emissions for biofuels were much greater than we thought. And I say that because as we talk about hydrogen, there are a lot of different colors of hydrogen: blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen, pink hydrogen, green hydrogen. How the hydrogen is produced and deployed is incredibly important to make sure we can capture the climate benefits. There's a great saying, hydrogen is like the champagne of energy technologies. It should be used sparingly and on special occasions. And I think that's true, and we want to make sure we do develop hydrogen, but we use it sparingly. On the public health questions, this is one of the themes we haven't brought out as much is just how the energy transition is not only good in terms of jobs, innovation, and growth. It absolutely is. Fred cited some important statistics on that, but how it also can create much cleaner air, and really support public health. A lot of frontline communities, a lot of environmental justice communities living in and around power plants, petrochemical plants. There's a real opportunity to actually make significant steps to not only create a manufacturing renaissance in this country, but to actually take significant steps to clean up the air for some of the most marginalized communities in this country. And so there's a lot of benefits here.
I'm going to give you a carbon tax question because we have limited time, and I think this is up your alley. We're asked, is an economy-wide carbon tax a realistic policy in the U.S. at this point?
Not in this Congress. But over time, we have to price these externalities, and then the economy will self-correct and clean up pollution, whether that's a carbon tax or cap and trade. But an irony, Lisa, is that we did pass in IRA a version of a carbon tax, a methane tax. It hasn't gotten a lot of attention. And this is something that Exxon actually has been calling for a carbon tax for years. So we get this methane tax enacted, and now the American Petroleum Institute, an arm of the big oil companies, is fighting to get Congressman Curtis and his colleagues in Congress. There's a bill pending now, Congressional Review Act, to repeal this methane tax. The duplicity is astounding. We have a price now on a greenhouse gas, and yet there's an effort to repeal it. So, the oil and gas companies have said, we want good policy, and yet at least some of them, through their trade association, once we have the policy, are now working to claw it back.
Everybody wants to respond to that, so let me...
Nobody's approached me to repeal that.
Okay.
Nobody's asked me to repeal that.
I'm going to give you the last word, but Laurence, you wanted to...
Yeah, I wanted to add a point we should not forget. It's very important to talk about US-EU relation, but don't forget the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And if we have our policies, and we have to have strong carbon emission reduction policies, absolutely essential. We have to do the job at home. We can, and look at how the world is fragmented, and that was actually the topic of the first panel this morning. How Brazil, many Latin American countries, many African countries and Asian are looking to China for their trade, and that's most of the time their main trade partner. So we have to consider how domestic policy don't isolate us from the rest, because we need the transition to happen everywhere. And so we need to encourage, as well as we do our domestic policy and reinforce and reshore industry, which is fine, and I think everybody has to do that. But at the same time, we have to offer economic space to others to do that transition in a global economy. We will not. And that, in my view, is totally missing in the discussion today. And it's a very big danger if we don't want to be the one clean on one side and all the other one not paying attention. And I think we are in a crucial moment about that.
Thank you. I'm going to give you the last word, Congressman. We've seen a little bit of the stark political divide play out here. Can we get to net zero given the political divisions around even how we get there?
So even before you asked that question, I was regretting that you may walk away with the impression that there's so much we disagree on. And I will just tell you, there are many conversations with my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, particularly right now. It's reaching kind of a fevered pitch on permitting reform, about a path forward and about working together. And there's really far more that we literally agree on than we disagree. And I think I'm optimistic on permitting reform. I think that we can find a path forward. There's too much pressure on both sides not to find a path forward on permitting reform.
I'm going to lock the three of you in a room afterwards.
Yeah, you know, and I think we probably could. If you just gave it to the three of us, we'd have it solved by the afternoon. So I do want the audience to know that there are many good Republicans and Democrats who are thoughtful about this issue, who are working together and trying to find solutions together on not just permitting reform, but a lot of the things that we've talked about today.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank our panelists, and I'm sure we're going to continue the discussion backstage.
Thank you to each of our speakers. Thank you to each of our moderators this morning. There have been some great discussions. We're going to have an exciting session come up. We're going to start in 10 minutes, almost on the dot. So I will be coming out again at 10:25, so I ask that you all come back to your seats at 10:25. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate the discussion.
muizane tuyishyire ku giti cyabo ku nicyo kirekire ndetse bifasha guterura.
Does that work? Or do you want to switch them? We're good.
baracyasetinga ariko minota 5 baratubwira ko bibe birangiye. Amatara ndababwiye ngo bagabanye ariko urabona ko yagabanutse. Urabona utagabanutse? Ayo hagati nababwiye ko ayo hagati. You got it? You got the trash bin?
We have a box that's about this big. Is that okay?
Looks around the same
Okay,
size.
there's a milk crate.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, we're going to restart the program in 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
That's sending out. That's sending out. Here's the plus. They can't hear. We can turn it. I do, because they said they can't hear in the middle, they can hear in the sides. So obviously it's because that's coming to us. No. But you know what it is also? Get a speaker.
If I can please ask everyone to go ahead and take your seats. We're going to start the next session.
Vam face a position.
brightest.
Welcome back, everyone. If I can ask you to please take a seat. I am very pleased to welcome Mr. Matt Harris and His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. So according to the IEA, 600 million people in Africa currently lack access to electricity, which obviously represents a serious obstacle to economic growth, general well-being for people on the continent. Now, Rwanda happens to be one of the African countries that's on track to attain full access to electricity by the end of this decade. And I'm really pleased this morning to be joined by my friend, President Kagame, the Republic of Rwanda, to discuss how his nation and others are balancing this idea of energy access with sustainability and decarbonization. So, President, good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Maybe we can start just by sort of a more macro picture, because I think it's important to how Africa and Rwanda in particular sets up for energy access. But rising global interest rates, the financial markets have been turbulent, questions about international financial institutions. You know, can you talk a little bit about how you're feeling about the state of the global economy, but more specifically within Africa and Rwanda? How are things going? How does it feel economically?
Well, thank you, Matt. I want to thank and commend Columbia Center on Global Energy Policy and yourself for inviting me to be here. On to the question, Africa has already been struggling but making good progress even before the crises that have come to be there currently. But now there is pressure on the side of energy and energy access, is food, fuel, all kinds of, and financing for every activity that is to take place on the continent. Just like in different parts of the world, there are these other struggles and problems taking place. But Africa is getting together, is putting its act together through integration. There is integration that has been taking place, integrating of markets. We have Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the biggest now in the world. On one hand, it's huge opportunities. On the other, these challenges, which in the end also translate into opportunities, especially not only for Africans, but also for others who want to invest on the continent. So after the pandemic, COVID, and then with the crisis going on in Ukraine, we are beginning to see good progress once again. Countries are turning the corner and recovering. The economies are recovering. Rwanda's, we have recovered from the crisis of COVID. Still, a few problems originating from the crisis in Ukraine.
So Rwanda has been a tremendous success story over the last 30 years, rebuilding, thriving economically, even in light of the pandemic and all the effects of COVID. What have been some of the keys to that success and that leadership in Africa and really, really globally? And how will those, I think, set you up for success in this energy transition?
It all requires good governance. It requires the rule of law. It requires planning in real sense. Planning will come into every aspect of our life. If you look at even the energy transition part, it requires a lot of planning. There are so many things that depend on many factors that are not under one's control. So what we do, we focus on planning and planning with others. We look at the whole, as I said earlier, the region. We plan in the region, we integrate visions, if you will, and where do we want to go? Where does each one country want to go? And in our part, we have focused on building these strong institutions, making sure that the governance aspects of it looked into carefully. And I think we are predictable. We have created a predictable environment. When you come to Rwanda, you know what to expect. We have a conversation. You can trust that what we are saying, we are talking about is what is going to happen. I think this is very key for sustainable success of any country, or even if it is just any organization. I think there has to be that sense of being trusted that what your word is going to be translated into deeds. I guess that's what every part of the partnership is expecting. So we have been served well by being stable, reliable, and then the planning that comes into it is important.
Yeah, I know. I think those are all accurate. I know in my business, partnership is essential. And then, a transparency, a rule of law, and a consistency in the application, all of which I think are super important setups for energy access. So let's switch over and let's talk about energy, because that's really the purpose of why we're here today. So we're in the midst of this massive energy transition. Trillions of dollars of capital is needed in order to effectuate it. Yet much of the African continent doesn't have access to energy today, which, along with healthcare and education, are the three things that I think can really lift up, the standard of living of a population. So when we talk about the trade-offs between energy access, energy development, and the energy transition, the introduction of renewable, clean, decarbonized energy, what does that conversation look like in Africa today? Because I know what it looks like in the US. And even in the US and Europe, I think there's an underappreciation that it is in fact a transition, that it's not linear, it's going to be bumpy. But what is it, you hear all the conversations, what's actually being talked about in Africa and in Rwanda today?
It's a sort of complicated discussion. Africa, as you said, the majority of the Africans don't have access to electricity. And it is very clear that for us to grow, to see growth, to realize middle income or high income status, without electricity access is just not possible. Anyone would be deceiving to say there is another channel. So That's number one. And the biggest part you find, they were telling me is about 60% of Africa's population don't have access to electricity. Well, that's a big problem. But at the same time, it's a big opportunity in terms of if we made the right investments, again, based on the proper planning that has to happen, I think we can be able to create a very big market, whether it is the energy market for the industry, for people investing, but also give an opportunity for this big population to keep growing. That is the conversation that goes on. And how do we transition then? You have to even put into account transitioning from what? So you're already transitioning from this very low base on electricity access, and then to just leapfrog and arrive at clean energy, as the whole talk is about across the world, which is a good thing. So first, we need energy. And then from there, we can talk about what type and how. If we can have access to green energy, definitely this would be the best, but how do you get there realistically? So that's why I think there is talk of transition, and transition from a very low base on our continent, no access to electricity, so we have to first give. And then the majority of the sources of this energy are fossil fuels. But some of them, some people don't even have access to these fossil fuels. It's a problem already. So we have to be very careful in the planning with our partners. What are we really talking about? But all these we are talking about, much as there are challenges, these are opportunities for investments. Once you have addressed all the other issues to do with investments, how they are made, what expected returns, and so on and so forth. And I want to assure you, Africa is no riskier place for investment than other parts of the world. So we have a huge challenge, big opportunities, and we just need to plan how do we progress without causing even bigger problems for ourselves. You find the discussions that are out there every day, we all need to go the way of renewable sources of energy. That's fine, that's what we all want to achieve. But how do we get there when the rest of the world is still on fossil fuels, and Africa not even having access, really, in a sense? So how do we just jump to what we want to as the best for ourselves without having to go through all these steps? It's a challenging discussion. Nonetheless, the discussion we must have and find the best way out of.
So there's a lot of places we could go with this, and I do want to come back to the financing piece and how to attract investment, but just a couple more threads on this question of how do we support energy access while at the same time trying to draw a path towards a clean energy future. I mean, the World Bank and other multilaterals have been pulling back from supporting hydrocarbon development in Africa. There's been a lot of pressure on Western oil companies to avoid developments in Africa. Yet, in the wake of the Ukrainian crisis, when Russian oil and gas was severely restricted, we saw African companies now coming, or Western companies now coming to Africa in pursuit of oil reserves. So, what is your reaction to all of those kind of mixed signals in some ways, and how do you and other leaders navigate that? How do you think about how to navigate that in light of the need for energy?
Well, it's very difficult. It's what I was actually referring to. It's a debate where there is a huge imbalance. There are people with the possibilities, with the means, with the resources that we should be looking up to make these investments that will enable us develop our own resources and move forward with the rest of the world. And then there are these challenges. Let's start from the very facts of the fact that when you look at percentage of global emissions that Africa is responsible for, is very small. That's about 3%. At the same time, there are these fossil fuels that are present on our continent that have been discovered that Africans want to exploit, and without stopping them from actually, in the end, going the way of clean energy and green energy in the end, but having to start from somewhere, and you can't start from there without these needed, so urgently needed investments. And as you rightly put it, countries on our continent that have discovered enormous resources of this kind, oil and gas in different parts of our continent, the investments in that had slowed down or more or less come to a halt because the demand was, we should stop taking this route and make different investments. All of a sudden, because of these crises, now people are rushing to these countries with these resources and saying, let's make the investments. So which shows that already there was a sort of double standard that was being applied in the whole debate. So in actual fact, people are going back to making these very investments they should have made in the first place. But at least as a way of starting the journey towards having clean energy sources. That debate continues everywhere. But Africa, above all, must really develop. And there's no way we're going to develop without energy, without electricity. But we still want to make it, want to look at and concentrate on the sustainability side of it. But we shall arrive there by addressing some of these challenges and these imbalances that are there in this discussion, and especially from. But on the side of Rwanda, for example, 44% of energy sources are renewable. And then you have the mix, we have other sources from peat to power, we have heavy fuels, but one is 19, another is %, another is, but at least the renewable side is much bigger and it is increasing as we, in the energy mix, we want to keep increasing the investments and realizing the renewable energy sources as we decrease the carbon emissions that are coming from other types of sources.
So this energy transition that is in process in Africa and elsewhere is going to require a lot of capital, public capital, private capital. What are you and other countries in the continent doing to encourage capital to come in to support this transition? And are you seeing interest? Are there things that are not happening that you wish were happening as we look to finance all of this infrastructure?
Capital is being realized. You can see investments coming in, even in self-interest. Now, initially it was, don't do this because this is a way to do it. And now, as I said, because of the crisis, people are now saying, no, I think we should be interested in that. And by basing on their own interests, those who are making the investments, I think we are realizing our own interests as a continent with these natural resources that have to be exploited. So, but of course, investments will not just depend on the availability of resources alone. They also depend on the first thing I said earlier of how the governance structures so that there is reassurance, and how is the security side of it, so that people, when they come to invest on our continent, they reassured not only of the returns, but of the stability and the security that must be there. And on that, it's up to Africa to work on that side of it. Inevitably, there will be countries that have more of what is needed than others, but every day we try to work together on the continent, and so that we all are focused on the main things that are needed, and that is to create a secure environment for investments to be made.
So as we think about capital, ESG is a word that's increasingly important in really global circles: environment, social governance, investors, funds thinking about these issues. Are there key things that you in Rwanda or in other countries need to do to build up the ESG credentials to attract that capital?
Yeah, there are many things that we need to. Well, first of all, the one sure thing is that Africa is increasingly becoming a big market. And it is becoming so on the basis of the aggregation of these markets by each country as we get together. And as I said, the governance aspects of it is always going to be very critical. The transparency, the clear planning and processes that show where everyone is going and that reassures people. I think that is the most important thing.
Infrastructure is a key part of this, something I spend a lot of my time doing. Is there a plan within Rwanda to develop an electricity grid? how is that going? How are you coming along in the journey towards developing that electricity delivery system?
We have built electricity grid already that is in development. We have off-grid sources of energy as well, based on solar. And in fact, right now we are having discussions in another entirely new subject where some partners have brought up the idea of small modular nuclear reactors, which are going to be, if you look at here, the capital costs, not much, but also safe. So there's safety, the cost being looked at. But this is a new idea, and we want to encourage it. In fact, we are discussing with the partners to see what we can do in Rwanda that will influence similar developments elsewhere. In fact, Africa more or less is becoming a test bed for some of these technologies. We have no legacy problems like in some other parts of the world, so that's a good advantage. So these modular nuclear reactors, from the theory of it and the discussions so far and what is being shown, might be something to urgently look at that may work for us. So those are the discussions we are having, other than other investments we have made, like also the infrastructure in terms of the grid, but we don't rule out the off-grid provision of energy as we have already started.
So as we think about financing, as we think about infrastructure, China has been a very big investor in the region. Do you see that continuing? Has that been helpful to the overall effort to move towards greater energy access and energy transition?
It is already there. It continues to be there, and I think it will continue. China is investing in the continent. Whatever one may say about it, at least is happening. You ask for the alternative, sometimes you don't see it. So in some discussions, it has been unfair to complain about China and the investments it is making when nobody else is making the investments. I think if everyone was making the investments as they should be made and benefiting the continent, the rest would sort itself out. People would lean towards where they have more benefits than others.
So I guess another thing that's talked a lot about in this context is biodiversity and natural capital. Using biodiversity to avoid deforestation and carbon credits, carbon taxes. Is that something within Rwanda or within the greater African continent that is emerging as a continuing trend? There have been countries like Gabon who've accessed these markets. Do you see that continuing? And are there issues with it that you see?
That is happening, that is continuing. It's gaining traction, in fact, across the continent. Countries are coming together, especially in this equatorial belt region, countries that have huge forest covers are already involved in that. There are many innovative ideas that are coming up, and people are engaged in that. It's a new I think it's not a secret that there are experts and people exploring what needs to be done, even that come from your group, Matt, yourself, which I have to thank you for. They are very active in our region, looking at how to do carbon trading and or other kinds of considerations that are now new in the market and can help in some realization of these investments and in the end also doing away with the carbon emissions.
Another topic that's talked about a lot is Africa's mineral resource and the rare earth minerals that are often needed in applications associated with the energy transition, battery and other things. Is there a coordinated plan to how to think about that within the African Union? Is it country by country? How do you address exploitation and other issues associated with these needed resources?
There is discussion going on, but the organization part of it could be better. But it is a discussion within the African Union structures and together with the partners from across the world. I think there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of improvement to be realized. So it is a work in progress, but people are already having it on their minds. Discussions are going on. A little bit still fragmented, so we want to bring that together so that we act as one continent, which is a bit difficult, but we need to do it.
I guess another topic to touch on here as we kind of move across the landscape is the COP that's upcoming in the UAE in December. There was a lot of dialogue last year about loss and damages, expectation that will be a key topic this year, really a critical milestone year relative to the Paris Accords. How are you, Rwanda, and the greater Africa thinking about this year's COP? What would you like to see accomplished, goals and objectives that you think might be important in recognition of this question that we've been talking about of access versus transition?
I think progress was made in Sharm el-Sheikh in the last COP, which took place in Egypt. Now we go to UAE. I think a lot was achieved in the area of loss and damage. The discussions were very complicated, but nonetheless, progress was made. So there is a need for consolidation of that, and there is also a need for continued understanding the responsibility of everyone, starting with individual countries and then across countries that should work together in terms of what each country's responsibility is. In fact, like for Rwanda, around that time in Sharm el-Sheikh, we were able to mobilize quite significant amounts of money we created a fund that is going to specifically look into what needs to be done in this area of sustainability. So each country needs to look at that, and then working together, I think we need to consolidate that when we get to UAE next COP.
And similarly, I think Rwanda was elected for the presidency of IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency. Do you, beginning in January, do you have specific objectives that you want to accomplish at a high level in that, in consideration of that appointment?
Really, the main thing is to raise the debate, but more so the action. The ideas are already out there. We have heard so much input from the experts. Things are known what needs to be done. I think what remains mainly is the politics of it. How do we move around and find a way to get into action, to get results. I think this is the main thing for us. We want to emphasize we need to talk about things, and the right things for that matter, and based on the scientific evidence and expert advice that has already been made. But finally, it has to be reflected in the results out of the actions we must take. I think that's the aim of Rwanda on its participation, to raise that sense of urgency all the time so that people don't just, we have COP 1, 2, up to 20 something, then we are into 100, then, but you don't see the results. I think that is the issue.
So let me end with this question, which is, how do you see Rwanda's preferred path to a secure energy future, and maybe by extension much of Africa, given your leadership? But regardless of how the West might think about it, or how they might guide Africa towards this transition, how are you thinking about it at a high level? What would you like the audience to take away?
Well, it's more or less what I have just talked about. I think there is enough scientific evidence, information, real data that we need to base on to do certain things. What we cannot get the desired results if we just keep in debates and then divided. So why don't we put together all we have come to understand that should be working for us and make it work, and cut short the continued debates of, who should do what, why do, and make sure that we bring some level of harmony and understanding, that what one needs is what the other one needs as well. It's not a question of the other one carrying the burden of the other and continuing as if nothing has happened. So for me, that's the issue, even when it comes to Africa. Africa, we are talking about, is at a low base on many things, and we want to move up and do what everyone else wants for themselves. That's what Africa wants for itself. And therefore, in this debate, we cannot continue, and that's what also came up during the Sharm el-Sheikh discussions. Cannot continue to be responsible for the least carbon emissions and then continue to carry the biggest burden for that. I think something needs to happen to change that, and I think that's what I would wish the audience and the many contributors to this debate to take away from us.
I'm sure you would all agree that Africa and the African continent is essential to the future of humanity and the planet. The market development opportunities is significant. So please join me in thanking President Kagame for a wonderful conversation. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just want to say thank you again to Matt Harris, who's the chair of the CGEP Advisory Board, and also to President Kagame for joining us today. If I could ask everyone in the room to do me a favor, which is to give a big thank you to the group that has made this possible today, who has set up every one of these tables and chairs, who's made sure that when we get to lunch, it's all there and will be delicious. And then another special thanks to each of the individuals who's helping us to set up the stage in between each one of these sessions, and who's making sure that we can hear these great words in this great discussion. So as we go into the next session, we're going to focus on building a sustainable future in developing countries. I think it carries on nicely from the previous conversations and the conversations we've gone through this morning, which have really focused on individual nations in the global context. And I'm pleased to welcome our moderator, Jonathan Elkind, who's a senior research scholar here at the Center on Global Energy Policy. He will be joined by Damilola Ogambi, who's a special representative of the UN Secretary General and Chief Executive Officer for Sustainable Energy for All, as well as the co-chair for UN Energy and a member of CGEP's advisory board.
It's freezing up here.
They will be joined by the Honorable Sidronius Okasai Opolot, Minister of the State for Energy of the Republic of Uganda. And last but certainly not least, we welcome Andrew Kamau, the Managing Director of International Programs for the Energy Opportunity Lab here at the Center on Global Energy Policy.
Thank you to Melissa. Thanks, everybody, for being here with us in the hall today, and also to all of those who are joining us online. It's really an exciting opportunity to be with you here for this celebration. Jason Bordoff this morning highlighted our interests at the Center on Global Energy Policy, not only in thinking about the 10 years of our center's existence, but even more important, focusing on the decade ahead. And that is what we will do here in this session as we focus on developing sustainable energy futures in and for developing countries. So when one looks at the context in which this conversation happens today, I think it is important to remember some of the backdrop. Today, this week, in fact, in Washington, the annual spring meetings of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are underway, with profound questions about how those institutions and the countries that they serve should respond to the crushing macroeconomic challenges that have arisen during and then after the COVID pandemic, excuse me. In addition, there are questions about how those institutions and how countries such as the United States and others should respond to the needs of countries in the developing world to have energy for opportunity, for job creation, for poverty reduction, for opportunity growth. And so that's really going to be the heart of our conversation today. As I look at the countries that each of my colleagues here on the stage come from, I think about populations that are young and dynamic, with lots of opportunities, lots of challenges to be sure, and lots of ambition for the betterment of their societies. Thoughts that we all, I would think, should want to support. I'd like to start just by taking us back to the question of the Sustainable Development Goals. Damilola Ogunbi, in your role as the special representative of the Secretary General, you have a special role in pursuing, in particular, the 7th Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 7, which calls for the world community to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. So we're halfway from the start of the process until 2030. How are we doing?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. The truth is we're not doing great on Sustainable Development Goal 7, and it's quite disappointing because people haven't made the link that it isn't okay to still have people in energy poverty and for some way you achieve your net zero targets. So currently we have just over 700 million people that have no access to electricity at all, and we have about 2.4 billion people who have no access to clean cooking. Clean cooking should also worry us because that causes an enormous amount of deforestation. We're doing better on energy efficiency. That could improve, and there's been a real big boost on renewable energy, but that has been in the developed world, not the developing world. You still have, in terms of investment, about 0.6 to 1% global investment on renewable energy goes to sub-Saharan Africa, which is a bit worrying because that's obviously 1 billion people. So that's where we are at now. What is important to note is that having people having access to electricity and energy is not a nice to have. It is what defines a dignified life. That's what defines if you develop. That's economic growth. And it's harder depending on where in the world you are and where you're born. So myself and most people on the stage, being born Black African, even if we're lucky enough to have access, we have about 404 kilowatt hours of access right now compared to being in the United States and living in New York and having 13,000 kilowatt hours. So it's not just about getting access to energy, it's getting access to energy that you can develop and grow. And I guess my last point that's very important is there's no scenario where we can achieve our 2050 goals if we don't achieve our 2030 goals. And sometimes people forget that, and we jump to net zero, which is truly important, or we want to get to, but we're not going to do that with so many millions of people in energy poverty.
Thank you very much for that, Damilola. And Minister Opolot, I want to ask you to pick up perhaps where Damilola just left off. Namely that one can't get to aspirations about decarbonization, net zero emissions without the achieving goals that provide sufficient energy for a population to develop. From the perspective of your work in Uganda and your government's efforts, how is the progress proceeding? Are you able, with the difficult fiscal backdrop, with a time of inflation, of energy prices going up around the globe, are you able to make headway as you would wish to?
Thank you very much for that question. As a country, we have defined strategies to overcome the challenges of electricity distribution. We have an ambitious program to actually have electricity coverage, universal electricity coverage by 2030. However, there are certain elements that have to be removed from that strategy. One, we need to actually look at how do we improve the generation of electricity. A lot of investment is going into generation of electricity, but that is not adequate to deliver it. Even if you have excess energy, you need to address the next element of the value chain, which is the transmission. How do you distribute this electricity to assure that adequate electricity, reliable, is actually reaching the communities that are the target group? Because it is the transformation of the rural poor that is extremely critical to have this access to electricity, universal access. Then we need to move to the next step, distribution of that electricity. We need to actually make it happen, and all these things require capital investment. Generation is a huge area. Uganda has got a vast resources of energy sources. Our energy is about 85% renewable. This is through hydro, solar. We also have geothermal. We have the wind. What we have, those vast resources of energy, is actually a need for capital investment to develop them to generate the electricity. We could achieve more if we had the resources, we had the funds to develop the vast resources. But critically, currently we can say the peak demand of electricity is below than the power which is generated. That brings an interesting challenge. The interesting challenge on investment on transmission and distribution. And then giving those people adequate power other than just using it for lighting. And this is where Uganda is focusing on, using electricity for productive purposes, which would enable the transformation of the rural poor. Give them a three-phase power, which would enable them to power their small and medium enterprises at community level. How are we going to do that? Considering that the population in rural areas is sparse, we are actually thinking of going by taking a cluster approach, focusing on clusters of development centers. And that's where we are focusing the resources to cause the transformative agenda that the country is pursuing.
So Andrew Kamau, if I could turn to you next. First of all, Andrew, as was indicated by Melissa Lott in introducing him, is a recent and excellent addition to the staff of the Center on Global Energy Policy in his role as the Managing Director for International Programs of our new Energy Opportunity Lab. I hope you'll say a word or two about the EOL as you proceed. Yeah. But before that, Andrew served both in public service in his native country of Kenya, as well as in energy investing in a variety of different settings, both in Africa and elsewhere. So I'd like to ask you, Andrew, to pick up on the 2 points that Minister Opolot was just speaking about. The need for transformation of rural populations, the need for investments in particular that enable that energy for growth, for poverty reduction, and for creation of opportunity. And how do these issues look from where you previously sat in government service? And how are you thinking about those challenges as you now come to the Energy Opportunity Lab?
Thanks, John. I think one of the things that we have, there are a couple of things that get lost in this discussion. One, it's a transition. So when we look at the goals, they have to be in a step-by-step process. That's the first thing. The second thing is there's this whole discussion of access. Energy access. But why are we having energy access? And the minister and Damilola have made it clear that if you just have access for access sake, all you have is somebody with a light bulb in their house, somewhere to charge their cell phone, but there's no productive activity going on. And if you don't have productive activity, there's no way you are going to be able to grow the promise of electrification. Yeah? So if you have 700 million people who don't have access to electricity, that means there are those who have, but unfortunately, even those who have the electricity have to go outside their house to cook with firewood or charcoal. I mean, that just doesn't make sense to anybody. And so we really have to think about, as we say, no, we have to go solar, we have to go wind, is it realistic? Yeah? Are those electrical appliances available for clean cooking? And if we say no, then what is the alternative? You know, Sherlock Holmes said, once you've eliminated the impossible, whatever left, however, once you've eliminated the improbable, whatever left, the impossible, whatever left, however improbable, is the truth. And unfortunately, in the case that we have, LPG is probably the cheapest way for us to go, or ethanol. Yeah, and I know people don't like hearing those kind of stories, but like I said, it's a transition. So we are not in the carbon economy yet. So as we transition out of carbon, allow us to get into the carbon economy first, reap some of the benefits, and then we can go into electrification. Because the one thing that is clear about resilience, the only way you can beat resilience, number one, is through prosperity. If you have a prosperous population, then we have the options to do other things that get us out of the carbon economy. The IEA's last report said that, and President Kagame mentioned this, that Africa's contribution to greenhouse gases is 3%. IEA's 2022 report said if Africa burnt all its natural gas reserves, we would move Africa from contributing 3% to 3.5%. You know, that's the first. And Damilola made it quite clear. She said, she talked about the amount of electricity consumed. Let me put it into a greater perspective. The average African contributes every year to greenhouse gas emission, let me say carbon dioxide, 0.4 of a ton. The average American contributes 14 tons. So I think the real story of decarbonization should be here in the US, in the global north, and the real story is development in the global south. That's what we should be thinking about.
Thank you very much for that. And if I might, please, Mr. Minister, come back.
If I could just come back. For Africa, the right way to go is integrated development of energy resources. We cannot just say, as I said, Uganda is purely clean energy, but also developing the fossil fuels. And you cannot throw away fossil fuels in the integrated approach that we should be discussing for Africa. We cannot say Africa should be hurried to clean energy, leaving the other resources that are available. So we should actually be saying, for Africa, it is integrated development of the various resources that we have to provide the energy for development for the continent.
In fact, John, just to that point, on transportation, for example, I remember when I was in the government, we decided we were going to go to newer vehicles. So right now the rule is you can't import a vehicle older than 8 years old. So we said, look, in terms of efficiency, tailpipe emissions, we were going to move to a law no older than 6 years old. There was outcry. The government is elitist. It's run by people with money. They don't care about those who want the aspiration of owning a vehicle. And at the end of the day, governments are run by people, and it's about elections. That's what democracies are about. And we had to go back to 8 years old. And it also brings us to the question of when we all go EVs, when no more internal combustion engines are being made, what happens then? Are we able to get secondhand EVs from the global north? If not, what happens?
Thank you very much. Damilola, you look like you wanted to come in on one of those points, and if so, please go ahead and do that. But I'd also like to pose a question around some of the challenges relating to the development of clean energy projects in the developing world, the countries that all across the globe that you are dealing with. I have a question that comes from our colleague, Dr. Vijay Modi, here at Columbia University, who asks, why is it easier to finance energy exports from African countries rather than supplying their own population's energy needs? So what are the difficulties, the practical difficulties, that you see countries facing as they try to develop their energy systems, be it clean energy or fossil energy systems? What are the difficulties with the internal energy system development that are the big obstacles that Sustainable Energy for All sees?
I think the first thing is sometimes we're having the wrong conversation. And the conversation isn't about the energy you generate into your power sector, which is what it's been. How do you, it's when you're asking a country to actually go through a clean energy transition or have a net zero target, that is basically the greening of the entire economy. What happens to their transport sector? What happens to their budget sector? What happens to the way they develop? What happens to their buildings? What happens to the way women cook and men cook sometimes? You know, and I think people forget that when we're talking. So what we've been trying to do and what we've been working is like, what is the true cost of the energy transition? So we worked with my government, the Nigerian government, on that, and we realized that for Nigeria, one of, or if the largest economy in Africa, to totally transition to a point of net zero in 2060, they have to get 100 million million people out of poverty. They also want to have industry. All these things have to happen. It's going to cost 1.9 trillion. That is the tagline. That is assuming they're perfect policies, perfect political regimes, everything. And that is the cost. Let's say Nigeria has already budgeted some of that. That is still at 410 billion above business as usual spending. Where is that money going to come from when we have this debt distress issue? So first, I think we need to align and understand that there are many countries now on the continent that are spending easily 90% of revenue on debt servicing of interest only. So that means there's literally enough money left to pay the salaries of the civil servants. So there's no development. On top of that, you're like, oh, come and transition. And nobody's showing the pathway of how to do that. So that's one important point. If you don't know the cost of something, you don't even know how to finance it. So we're running around every COP trying to find 100 billion when one country needs 1.9 trillion, right? And that 100 billion is meant to affect all countries. And we never achieve it. But then bringing it down to the local environment. When you want to finance a project now, I don't care where you are, at least in Africa, it's going to cost you about 20% interest. If you want to do the right thing, renewable, do it well, do it clean, when it might cost you maybe 1 or 2% here. So it's not just. And if you take the option of, okay, you're going to borrow as a sovereign to the World Bank or the AFDB or any institution like that, you're looking at 3 to 5 years for something we're calling an emergency now. I don't care if it's first loss, mezzanine, all these nice words that everybody wants to say. And we should all stop lying that there's this huge pot of money somewhere that African countries can access, because it's not true. So I think we just need to be very, very honest and tell the countries, then they can now look at alternatives of what they have to do. But we can't continue saying, there's all this money, there's all of that, you just have to change your ways and your policies. Devaluation is a real thing. Interest rates are a real thing happening with these economies, and survival is a real thing. That's never really factored in when we talk about that, and that is the issue. Finance is the issue. I mean, President Kagame said here, Africans want to do the right thing. No one wants to be left behind. Nobody wants to be a second-hand market for obsolete equipment. But how do you actually do that if you don't have the money, and the institutions that are meant to help you just take so long, and you might never get it? So I think those are the challenges.
I hear your comments as being a clarion call for new tools actually to address some of these gaps that you're talking about, that you've identified. And I think that's super important. Some colleagues of ours here at the Energy Center, together with colleagues from the World Economic Forum and the World Bank, have been looking at one such niche, which is currency exchange rate risk and the ways to address that risk. We did so out of the spirit that there are new tools needed. Simply wringing one's hands and admiring the problem, entirely insufficient. So let's try to see whether there are creative ideas for what those new tools can be. Let me ask another question that comes from the audience, which relates to this, and any one of the three of you, please jump in. The questioner asks, can the panelists speak to the potential role of private equity and venture capital in energy access and energy development in sub-Saharan Africa? Are there roles for private equity, big roles, small? How do you think about that, that challenge, that opportunity? Because there are domestic pots of capital, such as pension resources, et cetera. There are also needs for some external additional capital. So how do you think about that? Minister, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I would wish to come in here. In the case of Uganda, we're actually looking at the various sources of financing, and the financing which provides an opportunity, cheaper capital, to actually invest in the transition process. And we're thinking it could be public funds, it could be equity funds, or private sector fund. And we're thinking of creative ways of doing it. We're engaging the World Bank. We're engaging, the pension funds. We're also looking at how can we get the private sector working with the public sector, private-public partnerships. And this means engineering projects to make them available and attractive to the different investors. And the money which we are talking about developing the electricity distribution and the network is not money which is actually lost because electricity is not given for free. It means there is a provision within, an inbuilt provision for whatever we invest in the energy sector to get that money back, because even that smallest rural consumer will not be given electricity for free. They will have to pay. And that means if we can have appropriately affordable capital, which is invested in, there will be no money lost. The money will come back. So we need to be creative in figuring out the financing arrangements for the development of the necessary infrastructure in Africa for the electricity.
So I'd like to pose a question first to Andrew and then to Damilola that picks up on this. Some very exciting work that our colleague I mentioned earlier, Vijay Modi, and his team have been doing looking at Uganda's energy sector, electricity sector development, points to some of the need for very localized solutions, development of the grid in a stepwise fashion that can help to promote the growth and this rural transformation that we were talking about earlier. So to Andrew, thinking from your previous investment backgrounds, is there a mismatch of the granular scale of energy sector development, electricity sector development that needs to happen, and the available sources of capital which tend to be denominated in with many more zeros after the significant figure?
John, you are right. There is some kind of dichotomy here, where people say that capital goes to where it's the greatest return. And Damilola has just told you that the interest rates are 20%. Private equity firms who want to go to Africa are looking at returns of 25, and they get them. They do get those returns. But the funniest thing is that there's always a question of risk. And at the Energy Opportunity Lab, one of the things that we're trying to quantify is, what is this risk? What is this perceived risk in Africa where the default is so low? And I like what they're doing in Uganda on the last mile part of it, on the granular level. And they're saying, hey, we've got this parish, which is the smallest administrative block in Uganda. We will give you that block for you to do the distribution and collect the electricity. They're probably, if you and I have seen these things where there's something like 15,000 maize millers in Uganda who are using diesel as generation, the power for generation for maize meal, which is the staple. And they're
for the Americans in the audience, that's cornmeal.
Cornmeal,
you know.
Yeah. And that's, they're paying about between 80 and 60 US cents per kilowatt hour. And we've heard that, you know, solar is down to maybe 4 or 5 cents if you price it correctly from a funding perspective. You can imagine what it does to the cost of maize meal in Uganda. I mean, that's a tangible point of it. But I just want to go back to the one point that Damilola said about real cost on critical minerals. So, you know, Africa has an abundance of critical minerals, as we heard earlier from the last discussion. But it all goes in as sand to China to make batteries. If we really calculated the carbon footprint of electric cars, and we are serious about it, because now you're transporting 2 grams per ton of a mineral by ship, which is powered by heavy fuel oil, all the way to China from Congo or Uganda or wherever. If you do the calculation, the real calculation, and this is, I think, what the representative was saying, it has a bigger carbon footprint than an internal combustion engine. And these are the things that we need to look at. And if we're serious about the energy transition, let's add value where we're mining it. Let's have real jobs where we're mining it.
Completely agree. I mean, the continent cannot just be seen as an extractive continent. I was telling Andrew that in my country, you have a bunch of lithium mined and then sent to China and then sold back to you about 100th or 1,000th of the price. That's what's happening. So I think there is a need, and we've been working on something called the African Renewable Manufacturing Initiative, where we're taking 6 countries and say, how do you manufacture solar PV and lithium batteries in continent? It might not be competitive, but you have to start doing it. Because if you don't start, it's just going to continue. And again, what another point I wanted to make is that one of the reasons why this is not working as well is because it's not seen as a crisis. When things are seen as crises, people figure these things out. So people look at the content like it's so hard, there are all these issues. But if it was seen as a crisis, people will find a solution for it. And until we start seeing energy access with climate as a true crisis that affects millions of people, that at least 1 million African women die because they're using fuel wood, then maybe, you know, we can really come together, and maybe the funding can come together like we did when we had a COVID crisis.
I think that's a very important point, and I think others in the room share that view as well. I'd like to maybe close with a quick round of a question to each of you around the opportunities for intensified collaboration. Right? We are honored to have this group of speakers with us here on the stage today. But an institution like Columbia University, other universities in the United States, other institutions that are not in the academic space also, I think, are seeking the best and most effective ways to engage with partners in Africa. So what would you highlight? And maybe I could take it in reverse order, starting with you, Andrew, and then the State Minister, and give the Special Representative the final word. So, Andrew, to you.
I think one of the things I really love what Sustainable Development for All have started to do, which is to quantify what the transition will look like in each African country. Because we go out to COP and we do nationally determined contributions, which they're nice, but they don't really get to the heart of the matter. I think that's the one thing that we could do, is put the data together, what does it look like, and then put it out into the world and say, which part can you fund?
So data.
Data.
Minister.
Yeah, there are a number of areas which we can develop in a holistic approach with the various stakeholders. In the case of Uganda, we start even with the extractives. What is it that we can do with the extractives? Let it be petroleum products, minerals, what can we do? The academia, there are a number of areas which are still gray for Africa that we need to to come out clearly and generate the data which can cause transformation. And then I look at the funders, it's actually being creative. What opportunities are available in Africa for the funding that doesn't get lost? The opportunities which are there for the private sector, the opportunities which are there for the World Bank. Let's have a forum where we discuss objectively to transform the energy requirements of Africa. We are for transformation. We are not stuck on fossil fuels, but we're also looking at fossil fuels as a way of generating the capital that we need to invest in the renewable energies. There are opportunities, for example, arising from the Ukrainian war, where actually developed countries went into fossil fuels. At one arm, they are using their own fossil fuels. There is an opportunity for Africa to actually use that opportunity to generate the capital which can be invested. We need investment in the energy sector, and we cannot rely on external funding. We want to have internally generated funds,
so
if given an opportunity to
investment for transformation.
Yes, investment for transformation.
Got it. Thank you very much, Damilolo.
Sorry, finally, I know we're at time, but this working on the perception of risk, and forgetting that this is a big opportunity. This is one of the few continents that's going to need more energy instead of less. That is an opportunity. And understanding that people are making a lot of money on the continent as well. And we need to bring that out and have more case studies about success so people will feel a lot more comfortable about investing into the continent and the clean energy transition.
So I love the way these 3 points that you've just ended with kind of fit together and dovetail so well. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Special Representative for the Secretary General, Damilolo Ogunbi, State Minister Opolot, and Andrew Kamau from Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you again to each of our speakers. For our next session, we're going to be talking about innovating to net zero, the role of technology in the energy transition. We're having a great discussion behind the stage, and I'm really looking forward to this one as we bring it onto the stage. So first, I'm pleased to welcome our moderator. This will be moderated by Vijay Vaitiswaran. He's a global energy and climate innovation editor at The Economist. Welcome, Vijay.
Thank you.
Next, Vijay will be joined by Emmanuel Lagareg, partner at KKR Infrastructure. Joining them will be Dr. Arun Majumdar, the Chester Naramore Dean of the Stanford Doris School of Sustainability, the J. Precourt Professor of Mechanical Engineering and of Energy Science and Engineering. As an engineer, I love saying that part. And a Senior Fellow of the Precourt Institute for Energy at the Hoover Institution. They'll be joined by Ann Mettler, Vice President of Europe for the Breakthrough Energy. And last but certainly not least, Nobuo Tanaka, Chair of the Steering Committee for Innovation of the Cool Earth Forum.
Please. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Innovation Panel. We are going to solve all your problems. Isn't that what innovation is supposed to do? I'm so honored to be here with 4 leading experts and practitioners. We're going to talk about how innovation will get us to net zero, or how could it? But before we start, I want to put to you the proposition that innovation is the most abused word in the English language. It means everything and nothing at once. And if you don't believe me, hands up. Who in this room is against innovation? Let's see. Right, exactly. It's like motherhood and apple pie, right? So in fact, what do we mean by this? And a lot of people mean invention. When people talk about innovation, perhaps they mean technology or intellectual property or something shiny, the shiny new object. For the purposes of our conversation, I want to push that argument and that definition to say, actually, innovation means something more than that. It can involve technology, often wonderful technologies, But it can also involve new ways of doing things, better ways, old ideas in new contexts. It could involve better business models or understanding users better and achieving what they want and their understanding their aspirations. In other words, it's fresh thinking that creates something valuable. And if we take that broader view of innovation, I would ask us to think about the energy transition and thinking about the goals of net zero, equity, access. How do we think about the relevant innovations in the next few decades that are needed in that broader context? So with that in mind, I'm going to turn to my first speaker, Emmanuel. You are a man who understands markets. You've been involved with private equity and related areas. And so you look at this from a clear perspective of supply and demand. You've observed, and rightly so, with Václav Smil and others, that energy transitions typically happen when you have demand, ultimately. Demand-driven is how we've seen transitions throughout history. We're at a moment in time, it is argued, where we don't have time for that. And so the premise of the Inflation Reduction Act and related laws around the world are we need to kickstart this with supply. What's your perspective looking at this from the markets? Can you get what we need from this kind of supply kickstart that the American and European and other laws around the world that are trying to provide the supply of things like hydrogen, the hottest topic these days, and other technologies? Is this going to work? How do you see it from your perspective?
Yes. It's still going to be demand-led, never supply-pushed. This is never how innovation happens. It's always led by demand. There's a technology that's coming to fruition. There's a new way to do business, a new business model. What I think legislation or support from the regulator is helping to do here is to accelerate the elimination of what we call the green premium, right? So when a new technology comes to age, well, it's usually a bit more expensive than the one it replaces, simply because it's not at scale yet, and you have a number. So what the IRA and other policies across the world are helping to accelerate is to remove part of that green premium, to help removing that part. But it's still demand-led. It's not supply pushed. And this is, I think, the role of the regulator, and I think they are doing fairly well their job, at least in developed economies today.
Just to take a specific example, take something like green steel, which is one of those sectors. 7-8% of global anthropogenic emissions come from the steel sector, on par with, let's say, cement, another big contributor. What demand is there really for what is ultimately a commodity product, steel, right? The end user who has steel in their appliances or vehicles, they don't see any particular benefit, though there may be a cosmic benefit, an environmental benefit, a moral benefit, but unless it's embedded in policy, where do you see the demand coming for something like that?
Steel is probably the best example. So if you look at what's happening in Europe, especially, all right? So in Europe, most of steel is produced out of blast furnaces, a lot of coking coal, and basically 2 tons of CO2 generated for each ton of steel. Now, you can do green steel. You can do zero carbon steel. With hydrogen DRI, you directly reduce with green hydrogen, you reduce the iron ore, mix it with scrap, and then you get your green iron.
It's renewable energy to power the
exactly, and you do this with always there. So it's possible. Now, the net result at the end, that ton of green steel, zero carbon steel, is still 30% more expensive. You still have a 30% green premium. This is where you can help with a bit of policies, de-risking this, and the European ETS system will help also here, and making the brown steel, the old steel, more and more difficult to generate and to create. But still, there is a demand at 30%, because if you are making cars with that steel, that 30% green premium is going to represent something like 250, 300 euros per car. If you're making a luxury car in Germany, you take that trade because you're going to meaningfully reduce the CO2 footprint of your car. This is not a big cost overall for a very expensive car. So there is a market for this, even at the 30% green premium. So it works.
So you're already seeing a kind of a first mover market is what you're initially addressing, exactly. And policy can give that push. So that's a hopeful sign from someone from the markets. Arun, you're an academic, you're a dean of a new school on the other side of the continent. From your perspective, What do you think of this question of the need for rapidly accelerating innovation, particularly breakthrough innovations? There is an academic debate, including on your campus. One of your academic colleagues has written a book in the last few months arguing we don't need that innovation. What we need is implementation. In fact, this camp of thinkers argues that pushing too much on innovation, it diverts resources. It's a distraction. We already have everything we need, basically, or close to it, to solve the climate crisis. How do you see that challenge to the innovation argument?
First of all, from one academic institution to another one out here, congratulations to Jason and the whole team for just an amazing. You've been an inspiration for all of us, and congratulations.
Hear, hear.
I think we just heard from the previous panel that different parts of the world are starting from different initial condition and boundary conditions. So to say that we've all got all the innovations figured out and just deploy, and that's going to solve the whole economic transition globally, I think is mistaken, to be honest. Now, it is not either or. I think you've got to deploy the things that we have at scale today and where the green premium is taken care of just by scaling, like solar and wind and other things, and electrification of transportation. But there are many others, exactly like steel and cement. If you were to decarbonize that, you have to pay a premium. So there is innovation needed to bring down the cost to reduce the premium. We have to have, as all studies have shown, if you are to keep below 2 degrees, global average temperature rise below 2 degrees, you've got to have negative emissions. And we haven't paid enough attention to energy efficiency. And I think that's, you don't want to create a whole, renewable and clean electricity infrastructure when you're wasting all that energy. So I think that those are many of the things that we have to do. So policy matters, deployment matters, but innovation is going to continue as we move into this, as we have seen many other transition in the past, in other sectors as well.
You rightly point out the need to think about efficiency. The great energy thinker Amory Lovins argued several decades ago that the need for negawatts, that is, the avoided energy is the cheapest, cleanest energy that we can invest in. We woefully underinvest, arguably, on that. Do you see this changing? Because if one looks at the policy environment, I see a world with hammers looking for nails. That is, we see a lot of supply orientation for more supply, clean or dirty, much less interest in avoided use or efficient use.
Well, I think the idea of, in the demand side, as you were pointing out, the demand side is really important, but there are some market failures. So putting a price on carbon doesn't really change energy efficiency in buildings, or changing the price of electricity a little bit, 20%, doesn't mean that you're going to have 20% less of electricity use. The demand is not very elastic. So you need some kind of sensible regulatory measures. Appliance standards is a wonderful way to reduce the energy consumption of appliances. But we have building codes, but we don't have performance-based measures or standards. And I think that's the kind of thing the current administration, the Biden administration, has introduced voluntary ones for federal buildings. That's a start. But this has to go much deeper than that to really reduce the energy consumption. And then this deployment in solar and wind doesn't have to be, they'll catch up to the demand. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard to catch up to the demand, especially in developing economies.
I want to pick up on this point that you're making about the role of regulations. You mentioned the building sector. Turning to you, Anne, you've observed that letting markets play themselves out doesn't always work in clean tech because innovation is too undifferentiated, right? Low carbon cement versus high carbon cement or normal cement, the point I made about green steel. What is the role for technology forcing regulations, for example, in this kind of environment? Again, we're talking about spurring both incremental innovation, but also breakthrough innovations. Do we have the right tools in the toolkit of policy?
Absolutely. And so in my previous job, I was a Director General at the European Commission. So we spent a lot of time thinking about this because Europe wants to be a leader in clean technologies. And what you find is that innovation in energy is actually quite different from innovation in other sectors. And we, of course, had to learn the hard way that a first mover advantage doesn't always lead to commercial success. So if we looked at solar and wind, both of which were sectors that were very much stood up in Europe with massive subsidies. I mean, this is where the demand originally came from, is governments buying solar, feed-in tariffs. And so we invested massively in solar, but we didn't reap the commercial benefits at the end of the day. And in fact, all of our solar companies were essentially decimated in the course of a decade. Now the wind industry in Europe seems to be on a similar path. So I really encourage us to think about, why is this so difficult in energy? Why does it take so long? And the conclusion that I've come to is it is just really not the type of product that where a demand magically arises, because it's not really a consumer product. So green steel will not feel palpably different from CO2 intensive steel. The same for low carbon cement. The same if you fly on an airplane that flies with SAF, sustainable aviation fuels, versus kerosene. So this is why there's really a big role for government here, because the upfront cost in standing up clean technologies is massive. And I don't think it is realistic to just look at companies to carry that cost, precisely because the first mover advantage isn't so visible, isn't so palpable as it is in other sectors. And here we really, from a public policy perspective, we need to wrap our minds around it. I think the IRA in the US is one of these answers. Europe is now going the same path. But this is really something we need to wrap our minds around, because if the only difference is that the cost is higher, so this is what Bill Gates likes to call the green premium, but the product itself is not really that different, it's very difficult for me to see how we generate the necessary demand. So we really need to get to the core of this.
Go further than that, and that another difference in this industry, as opposed to, say, healthcare, where you have enormous thirst for innovation among end users, customers. We want to live longer, we want our loved ones to have new drugs, and society is willing to pay for it usually, that utilities are regulated in such a way as to be risk averse, arguably shunning innovations because they don't get rewarded particularly for delivering a commodity product. So maybe we need to think more broadly about how we regulate even downstream, not just upstream policy.
Can I say my experience, and again, coming out of public policy, I believe we need to, there's a pedagogical element here, because from the perspective of policymaking, unless the policymaker knows where the technology frontier resides, it is impossible to craft the policies and regulations that will actually bring about that innovation. So we really need to bring them along, because energy on balance, and I just made myself very unpopular in a roundtable with the oil and gas industry, where I said that on balance, it's not an industry that's known for huge breakthrough innovations, right? Precisely because hitherto they've made most of their money with fossil energy. So unless you change the incentives, unless you can actually make money with clean technologies and clean energy, it's very difficult for me to see how you're going to bring about the systemic change that all of us are here to discuss. So thinking through how we create the demand, how we commercialize, how we create the right incentives to make money, because this is at the end of the day what it's about for these companies, then it's very difficult for me to see how we're going to have these breakthroughs in innovation. And if I can just add on that, for me a huge disappointment in Europe is when the war started, and I really felt the kind of urgency to get fossil energy like I never have before. The big disappointment is that what was possible in COVID with a health breakthrough in form of the mRNA vaccine, we haven't really been able to deliver in energy. And this is a huge disappointment to me, because between sort of, a massive climate crisis, a war on our doorstep, and sort of big declines in competitiveness, if Europe cannot deliver it under these circumstances, then it's very difficult for me to see, how we're going to be able to do this.
We've heard on a previous panel about perhaps there being a race to the top I want to come back to that in a moment. I want to give Nobu a chance to jump in on the conversation, but we can come back and talk about how competitive responses are. Let's turn to you. You ran the IEA previously. You had an opportunity to look across the range of future technologies. One that I know that you've thought a lot about is the prospect for hydrogen, which also has been mentioned earlier today. This is not the first time people have been enthusiastic about hydrogen. Jules Verne wrote about this more than 160 years ago in the Mysterious Island. 20 years ago, I can remember covering Ballard and Daimler Chrysler and companies that were investing billions and billions of dollars. That proved a false dawn at that time. What's different this time that perhaps suggests to you that it's a real takeoff for hydrogen in certain applications?
Yeah. Vijay, thank you very much for asking me about hydrogen. When I was executive director of the IEA, well, nobody was talking about hydrogen. In fact, it was just starting at that time. Japan started introducing the Toyota Mirai, a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle, to 2014. And people are now thinking about hydrogen as a very interesting option. Japan wasted a decade of discussing how many refueling stations of hydrogen should be built for the passenger vehicle Mirai, and 100, 200, 300. It's not really coming to the industrial scale. But now, China took up much more seriously about the commercial fleet of hydrogen vehicle for buses, trucks, etc. And then came Europe as a huge, let's say, user of hydrogen for the transition. Germany is typically the case. Germany gave up nuclear power, gave up the coal. Then only option is using renewables is hydrogen as a storage, possible storage, and put that hydrogen to the pipeline rather than natural gas. So this kind of industrial revolution is happening in Europe. Finally came the United States. The huge action of Inflation Reduction Act made it possible. The hydrogen could be a very good business. Putting the $80 per ton of CO2 carbon credit for the CCS is an example. Now, Japan's overtaken by all of these players, and now we have to come back as a leader. Japan developed the technology for hydrogen storage and transportation by MCH or liquid hydrogen, or using the ammonia as a vehicle for transporting clean hydrogen. So I think I'm very much sure now that everybody is talking about hydrogen. There is a clear consensus in the IEA discussion that hydrogen has a future. When I was executive director of the IEA, I announced that golden age of natural gas is coming. It was 2011. And now, last year, IEA, Fatih Birol said, golden age of natural gas is closing. But he said, still the LNG, golden age of LNG is coming. I now can easily announce that golden age of hydrogen is definitely coming.
Okay, so that's a very strong prediction. You heard it here. Having lived through previous golden ages for hydrogen that didn't work out myself in my lifetime, I will be watching this very, very closely, Nobu, I'll tell you. We heard from Manish Bopna of NRDC earlier today, an environmental group that said there is a role for hydrogen, but think of it as champagne to be used on special occasions, presumably for hard-to-abate sectors and so on. We can get into the weeds on this. But nevertheless, there does seem to be a certain kind of momentum. And in the US, far from sipping like champagne, we're swilling like drunken sailors on the subsidies. $3 a kilogram for clean hydrogen, which is embedded in the Inflation Reduction Act. On the best analysis I've seen, there are parts of the US where it'll be negative cost to produce clean hydrogen. If you meet the test that the IRS is about to set up for what the definition of clean hydrogen is, low carbon hydrogen, you could produce the hydrogen and burn it just for the subsidy. This is something people are actually worried about. Anne's friends in Europe may be finding that American taxpayers are shipping subsidized hydrogen in the form of ammonia and so on. So we may get into some very perverse outcomes that would create a backlash. But I want to ask my panelists, we've heard a big prediction from Nobuo at the end of my panel here. Who wants to jump in with another perspective? Let's start with you, Emmanuel.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll come to Arun next.
And I would say there's, and sorry, Tanaka-san, but I don't think there is any golden age of hydrogen coming. There's a hype around hydrogen, a bit as you described, Vijay. This is probably the consequence of thinking too much in supply terms instead of demand and innovation. So clearly, it's becoming clear that hydrogen will not happen for road transportation. So lithium-ion batteries or other type of batteries are going to be much more efficient. And I'm not talking about cars for rich people in developed economies. You start seeing very good electric cars being sold to the public at $10,000 or less in India, electric. So that's it. So road transportation or hydrogen probably not going to happen. Hydrogen for heat, at least below 1500 Celsius, not going to happen. More heat pumps were installed in the US. I'm not talking about Sweden. In the US, more heat pumps were installed last year than gas boilers. And then, of course, you go to other geographies, it's even better. So not for building HVAC. For some hard-to-abate sectors, yes. For green steel, maybe cement, maybe shipping, maybe aviation. The jury's still out on those. I think the whole hype around hydrogen is what, as an investor, would qualify as a very big technology risk. We need a bit of cautiousness around this. So hydrogen will be needed, but again, let's take a demand approach, not a supply push, because the supply push will lead us to a lot of mistakes.
Arun, what do you think?
Well, I mean, we already have a hydrogen economy. We produce 100 million tons of hydrogen per year, most of it for fertilizers, ammonia production. We won't have food on our table if you don't have hydrogen, and it all comes from natural gas or coal gasification today. So the big question is not so much whether we'll have a hydrogen economy or not. We will grow from 100 million tons to more. The big question is, can we have zero carbon or greenhouse gas-free hydrogen? And of course, there's a big push, as you said, $3 a kilogram subsidy for electrolysis-based hydrogen. And the question is, will it bring down the cost and the green premium down to the point of what the secretary was talking about, of $1 a kilogram of hydrogen without any greenhouse gas emissions? Now, a few of us, I see John Elkand out here, we worked in the transition team. We proposed this. This is a tough goal. But if you can get greenhouse gas-free hydrogen from either from electrolysis or from natural gas, whether it's with carbon capture or pyrolysis, I think that is transformative. And that will drive a lot of decarbonization across the board. You can take CO2 and then turn that into fuels with Fischer-Tropsch techniques, right? So you can do all of that. So I think the big question is that there is a certain energy that you need to split water. You can throw as much money as you want. You can't change the laws of physics. So we have to be cognizant of that. And $1 a kilogram greenhouse gas-free hydrogen from electrolysis is really hard if you don't have the subsidy. So that's the real question. And I would say that this is something that no one's talking about, but the real breakthrough that could happen is geologic hydrogen. There are hydrogen tanks and hydrogen reservoirs that you find, but where that hydrogen comes from is mineral ores, which changes, I won't go into the science, the oxidation state, and that splits water into hydrogen. That can actually get to $1 a kilogram of hydrogen and without any greenhouse gas emission at scale. And that's the very important part, at scale.
Now, I know they've found some deposits in Mali. Those are well documented, but you think this could be much broader?
This could be much broader. It's the mineral ore that produces the hydrogen. If you capture the mineral ore, that's the way to do it.
All right, well, see, this is a panel that you can use, folks, when you get back home. There's going to be hydrogen in them there hills.
Just the point on this, then assuming that we get to that point, which would be amazing, then you have a slightly difficult problem to solve, which is to transport hydrogen. Very difficult, very expensive, right? So like 30 times more expensive than LNG. So that's the other thing, but absolutely.
Anne, you want to jump in on this before we shift to some questions from the floor?
I think that we would also be more bullish on hydrogen than Emmanuel is. Bill Gates likes to call hydrogen the Swiss knife of decarbonization. I think that everything that cannot be electrified, hydrogen will be of interest. So just in Davos, I moderated a panel on hydrogen and aviation that I have to say was very convincing. It's also heavy-duty vehicles and green steel. So I think there's a lot of relevance. What I wanted to say, however, is we have several portfolio companies in the clean hydrogen space that have produced real solutions. I mean, there's one in Israel that can make green hydrogen without electrolysis. There's another one in Spain that has figured out how to transport hydrogen in existing gas pipeline infrastructure. This goes back to the point I made earlier. We need to know what the technology frontier is, because right now these companies are undercapitalized. It's not scaling because no one knows it exists, right? So this is where it's really the responsibility of the policymaker to pay more attention to what is the technology frontier.
Okay, so in a sense, a bit of a rebuttal. It may still be champagne, but maybe we'll drink more champagne more often than we're currently envisioning. Okay, I want to take a couple of the questions that have been submitted from the floor. Thank you for doing that, as well as from the Zoom. And whoever wants to jump in, just make a motion. You can jump in here. Now, we've heard a lot about servers using a lot of electricity, consuming energy. The question here is, how can AI drive energy innovation and efficiency? That is to flip it in the other direction. Yes, please, Noble.
AI.
AI.
Yes, I think, let's say, transformation, energy transformation and digital transformation happens together. And you know, this will definitely reduce the wasteful use of energy by AI. So, but of course, AI is using electricity, right?
Right.
So it can go both ways, but I'm sure that AI will probably need more and more green electricity, right? Data centers are using a huge amount of energy, electricity, but they are going to be relocated to closer to the renewable sources. So industry, the steel sector may move toward more let's say, green sources of electricity or hydrogen, etc. So relocation is happening by the industrial sector closer to the green sources of energy. This is a new feature, and AI will definitely manage that direction. So demand-side-driven transformation is what Emmanuel said. That is probably happening through the AI reform.
Arun, I know your center has looked at this. What's your quick take on this?
I think we should ask ChatGPT that question. But look,
no, we broke up, I'm afraid. We had a falling out.
But look, there's a fundamental issue in the computing industry, and that is energy consumption. We are 7, 8 orders of magnitude from the theoretical limit. And that's just the design of how we make our chips, how we compute the algorithms, et cetera. I won't go into the details of this, but that is it's not just AI. It is a fundamental challenge, and it's not Moore's law today of doubling the density. It's really the energy consumption, and a lot of it is storage. So there's a much bigger issue. AI actually aggravates the problem because we use a lot of energy, especially in the edges, and so that is a real issue.
A quick question on virtual power plants and decentralized approaches, which I'm a huge fan of, but we haven't seen sufficient progress in. Does anyone have a thought on whether these will continue to be the nice to do on the periphery, or will this play a much bigger role? How would it play a much bigger role in the future?
I think it's happening. It requires a lot of AI. That's the main ingredient for VPPs, right? So AI and distributed energy resources. But it's happening. There's, I think the second week of February this year was a bit cold in the UK. So National Grid was just in case asking 2 coal-fired power plants to warm up, to get ready to go online. And those 2 coal-fired power plants did not need to go online because a couple of retailers with a lot of homes and EV chargers were able to ship back to National Grid something like a gigawatt hour. Right. So those 2 coal-fired power, stayed on standby. So it's happening. It's a gigawatt hour for a retailer who is controlling roughly 5 million homes in the UK. So it's a good start. And I think we should see proliferating this type of models going forward.
Yes, Anna, a quick point on this.
Quickly, if you want to do this, you need to digitize the electricity grid. I mean, because you can't be a prosumer unless you have data on your energy usage. And I believe that this is very relevant to the previous question, because unless you have the data and you can aggregate that data, you will not get the intelligence that's part of the AI, right? So, I mean, I feel so often in energy, we just simply don't have the data to make smart decisions. So there are ways to overcome that. I recommend studying what has happened in Italy, which has digitized the electricity grid, and it has allowed them to steer it much more carefully and smartly as a result.
But there are real-world obstacles, right? We're going to have millions, if soon tens and hundreds of millions of electric vehicles. Every one made by Volkswagen will be capable of bidirectional charging, among other companies. But many times, utilities are reluctant to allow multi-directional flows of power. Battery companies and the car makers are reluctant to have usage of this feeding into the grid, as is possible today. So we see obstacles in the real world, as well as regulation. How is this regulated? How are you monetizing this? So there are questions to be worked out along the way. We have just a very short amount of time left. I want to pick up on the last question on my sheet from the floor, which gets to a lightning round I wanted to do with you all anyway, to put you on the spot. By the year 2040, I want you to predict, in one sentence or less, which innovation will have the most impact on the energy transition by the year 2040? Emmanuel, you're first.
AI, artificial intelligence, to manage a digital and decentralized grid, to make better alternative proteins, to make better blends of molecule fuels, because we'll still probably have a few of those, to measure better your carbon footprint, and so on and so forth. So AI will be probably the backbone of many, many applications in decarbonization.
Arun, you ran ARPA-E. You stood it up, the innovation arm of the Department of Energy. So there's a lot of pressure on you to get this right.
I think that the question is, there are multiple solutions. I think it's hard to say which one's going to be most, but I would just complement that. I agree with what Emmanuel just said. I would complement that by highlighting something that most people don't talk about. And that is, if you really want to address decarbonization, one of the easiest way to do that is with agriculture, with food. And use of agriculture for negative emissions is one of the cheapest way to do so, but the ag industry is not geared up to do it. And I think we will see a lot of innovation, not only just different kinds of proteins that we are now seeing in Impossible, but the agriculture was carbon engineering 1.0. We need a carbon engineering 2.0 to make sure that the developing economies that we heard about can grow with some fossil fuel as part of the transition, because they have to have the better quality of life.
Okay.
But the negative emissions is really
negative emissions via ag. Yes, Anne.
I will not make a prediction on a technology. I will say that I think in order to prepare for 2040, we need a portfolio approach to technologies. There isn't one sort of silver bullet. And I believe that energy resilience, so not being overly reliant on any one source of energy or any one geography, will become an overriding preoccupation. And I think, therefore, we will see new types of new technologies that will be stood up. But I will not make a prediction as to what that is. But we need a lot of openness, technology neutrality in order to...
You're taking my admonition to heart, not to bet on technology, but rather to think about innovation in a broader sense. So mindset change. Nobo, you get the last word.
Thank you very much.
But it has to be
I am very
words
happy to
only.
make any prediction, and I will definitely make mistakes. But I think the president of Rwanda said the small modular reactor may work for Rwanda. And if nuclear has a future, this small modular reactor could be the case. And 2040, I think there is plenty of already in the United States, many different ideas of the small modular reactor is happening. So Japan definitely engage into this kind of new sustainable nuclear power,
Right.
which
so
is
next
small
generation
and
nuclear.
risk,
Is it fair to
next
say?
generation nuclear with the less risk of proliferation or weaponization, or
Very
take care of the waste or socio politically acceptable nuclear design. This kind of
So we have
design a small modular reactor is a solution.
No
Wait
end.
a minute. One more thing. That is, if nuclear cannot reform themselves like this way, nuclear fusion will take up.
Okay. Well, Secretary Granholm did mention that also, but we'll see if fusion comes along. But nevertheless, small modular reactors is already in train, so we'll have to see. But you've gotten 4 very different visions of the future, but I think we've gotten a wonderful chance to look inside the minds of those who think about innovation. I think we should thank them. Please join me. And I encourage all of you, go forth and innovate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that panel. Lunch is out of these doors. To your left, my right. We will reconvene at 1:35. Thank you so much. Hey everybody, you guys were faster than expected getting through the buffet lines. So we're going to take some time back and we're going to start in 5 minutes.
She's right there.
If I can please ask everyone to take their seats. And if I could ask Pierre, Paolo, and Kevin if you could help me with closing the doors, please. Thank you so much. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a chance for a refuel and a pit stop over lunch, because we have a fantastic lineup of speakers and sessions this afternoon, and I know that you're going to want to be full of energy as we dive into this. So I'm going to ask that everyone takes their seat as we welcome two folks to discuss the next topic, which is about financing the global energy transition. This is a conversation with Jason Bordoff, our founding director, if I can welcome him to the stage. And Jason will be joined by Larry Fink, chairman and CEO of BlackRock. If we can welcome Larry to the stage.
I think Larry Fink needs no introduction to this room, and 30 minutes is not enough time to discuss all there is to discuss with the leader of BlackRock. So I won't introduce him. I'll just quickly remind all of you, if you have any questions for Larry, use the QR code at your table. If you're joining us online, you can submit questions using a link that has been shared in the chat. And encourage everyone to please limit conversation, take your seats as we continue with the afternoon program. I know how incredibly busy your schedule is, Larry, so thank you for making time with us for this celebration of the 10th anniversary of the Center on Global Energy Policy and our Global Energy Summit.
Thank you, Jason.
Let's start, we'll get to energy and climate, obviously, and sustainable investing, but maybe we could start with the macroeconomic outlook. In just the past few months, we've seen lots of financial challenges, tightening, questions about the economy's resilience, questions about a credit crunch in the banking system. As you meet with clients and world leaders, talk a little bit about how you're advising them and how you see the risks for the economy moving forward.
Good. Well, welcome, Columbia. It's great to be here, so thank you for inviting me, Jason.
Thank you.
The world's in a pretty substantial transition, and transitions are scary. Transitions are unsettling. Obviously, we're focusing on an energy transition of some sort. We're focusing on a transition in how we think about globalization. We are in a transition from a deflationary, low inflationary world to an inflationary world. All of that is hitting us at the same time, and then you overlay now a world where we had 30 years of essential peace to a world of unsettled geopolitical issues. And all of that leads to greater uncertainty. And much of that uncertainty really translates into more people have fear and less people have hope. And the key for any society is hope, that you believe tomorrow's future is better than today. And that's the foundation of finance. That's actually the foundation of American finance. And you know, when I think about, when I travel the world so much, when I see so many different countries and people, I mean, the big differentiating factor between America and the rest of the world is there's more hope of the future in the United States than any other place in the world. And I would say substantially that hope is lessened. It's lessened throughout the world. And you see that in so many different indicators. You see that in birth rates, where birth rates are now starting to really fall dramatically here in the United States. We've had obviously decelerating birth rates in so many places in the developed world already, and that's just all accelerating. And people think about that. That's, to me, the greatest indicator of hope, when you believe that your children will have a better tomorrow than today. BlackRock, 54% of all the assets we manage are retirement. And you think about it yourself, why on earth would anybody invest for a 30-year outcome like retirement, unless you believe retirement is going to be a better outcome, or if you're not, you keep all your money in a bank account. So all of this is leading to what I would call, this transition. And the only way we're going to get out of this transition is, truly global leadership. And I think this fear is actually, in my mind, muddling this whole idea of where are we going in energy transition. That's a major component of what this
today is all about. And I really do believe how we are navigating all this is really a function of the greater fear about tomorrow. And if we don't do long-term planning as a country, as a world, we'll never get to the outcomes that we're trying to ascribe to, that other sessions are going to be about. But getting back to the global economy, I think we're going to have stickier inflation for longer. Well, to me, that's probably the most important thing I'm going to say. I don't see how we are going to get below 4% inflation anytime soon, which in my mind will lead to probably more tightenings by the Federal Reserve and other central banks, which will lead probably ultimately to some more displacement. And we are going to see the risk of years of low interest rates, the years that investing in illiquid assets are, it's all going to come, and we're going to see some issues. I don't think we're going to see systemic issues, but we're going to just see some real drags, whether it is in commercial real estate, or we're going to see big mismatches like we're seeing in the banking crisis now, duration mismatch with some of the institutions that quite frankly did not do an adequate job in matching assets and liabilities, and we are going to see other banks probably that will need some type of government assistance. So to me, everything flows through this inflationary issue, and then that you target that in with the inflation. The prime reason why I believe inflation is going to be so sticky, when I spend time with leaders of different countries and our political leaders here, you don't hear the word globalization anymore. In fact, when you say you're a globalist, you're considered a bad human being today. And we are now refocusing on issues around national security, whether it's national security for food, chips, national security for energy, national security. 3-4 years ago, you never heard those issues uttered. And all of that leads to is a reimagination of supply chains, and I'm saying that in a positive way, a reimagination of supply chains, which really means more fragmentation. Let's be clear, the reason why we had these global supply chains is because for 30 years we believed that we could provide cheaper products to more people. That's the ultimate way of providing the most progressive way of leading an economy, by people kind of have more at a cheaper price. That is no longer the notion. The notion is more about security and other issues. And I'm not making an editorialization. This may be the right policy. I'm not an expert in terms of issues that are related to security, and that so many people in government know a lot more than I do. But I ask everybody when we are doing this, when we're thinking about supply chains reimagination, I ask the question: have you factored in at what cost? What is it? What is the cost? And I don't believe that has been ever a component of thought anymore. We're building new chip factories in the United States. At what cost? I'm just taking a quote out of the founder of one of the companies that is building a factory here, and they already made a notion that the chips are going to be a lot more expensive here being manufactured than they would have been elsewhere. And so we are doing this, and I'm not trying to suggest this is a bad outcome, but we should just understand that outcome will lead to more elevated prices for longer, which will then lead to a Federal Reserve whose policy missions, the mission is about bringing and arresting inflation. And so you have this countervailing issue. You have government, for government reasons, trying to reorient how we navigate our economies. And this is not just true in the United States. And all of this is not the type of government policies that we saw for 20, 30 years. And so all of this is just going to be with us for longer. And in that respect, it means we are going to probably have elevated inflation, and we're going to have the cost of higher interest rates for longer. That is going to ripple through the economy. And so we'll see how that all plays out. And I would say this is the same thing true for Europe and other places in the world. So I'm not trying to just keep it pinhole.
Yeah, you put a lot of really interesting topics on the table. By the way, you said this might be some more I think, ripples to come with with banks, for example. Do we have enough regulation of financial institutions, or do we need more? And if so, what kind?
Probably the most interesting statistic is we have the positive side of the growth of the capital markets is something that is so underreported. The capital markets are driving more of economic activity than ever before. So in one way, the economic activity is not being blunted by some bank issues as much. So that's a real positive, and that's why I think these small failures of some of these banks already have not really altered the economy that dramatically. Do we need more regulation? It seems so, but the bigger notion is where we don't spend enough time understanding. If you look at the magnitude of the balance sheets of banks 15 years ago, pre-financial crisis, and the role and responsibility of the capital markets 15 years ago, and look at those two levels today, the global capital markets have grown so much larger than the balance sheet of banking. This has profound implications. And even because of this financial crisis the last few weeks related to, we've seen hundreds of billions of dollars leaving the banking system, going into the capital markets. Now, that is really very deflationary because banks have the ability to translate those deposits into, 8-to-1 loans. They have leverage. The capital markets basically is you have a liability of an asset and it's all matched. And so you could say it's better matched and there's less systemic risk. At the same time, though, as more and more capital moves out of the banking system into the capital markets, we actually then have less flexibility because we have less leverage in the system, which could mean to eventuality of a really decelerating money supply, which is very deflationary ultimately.
I mean, you laid out a number of risks, and obviously you founded BlackRock 35 years ago with a foundation of understanding risk and helping clients navigate it. Let's turn now to the topic of what we do every day, energy and climate change. Talk to us about the risks associated with climate change, and then also the risks associated with how we do something about climate change and a clean energy transition if we don't get that quite right as we try to navigate that multi-decade process. How should we understand those risks, and how should your clients approach them?
Well, you said multi-decade, and there lies the fundamental problem. Can we get leadership to think for multi-decades, especially when elections are every 2 years in so many cases? What we're asking, I believe we will never have an adequate transition unless we are able to develop technologies to make sustainable and renewable energy fairly priced so we don't create this big imbalance. I know this is going to be very hard. A lot of people probably in the audience disagrees with me. I just don't think political reality will allow that to happen. And that's what we're seeing right now in this conversation that's going on right now related to ESG and other things like that. The conversation is more about short-term and how do we assure that we have energy security? How do we assure that we have energy priced at a price that is fair and just? And then more importantly, the one thing that we never talked about, even before we had these whole issues related to sustainability, no one has ever come up with a proper solution. How do we bring the emerging world forward? I mean, the emerging world, in my mind, we never had a good answer. How are we going to move the emerging world forward? And the only way we could bring any country forward, developed or developing country forward, is through better technology to bring down the cost. And at the same time, developing, and I know later on you're going to have some energy CEOs, and they're spending a great deal of time trying to focus on this too. They're part of the solution. And importantly, they're going to be probably the leaders in sequestration because they own the geology. And so it's going to be a combination of coming up with better technology to bring it down. I mean, the IRA is a fantastic bill, But if we're going to really have this forward, hopefully the IRA and in other forms in other countries, that we develop new technologies to truly bring down the cost of decarbonization in a more rapid way, or bringing down the cost of sequestration and air capture. That's the only way we're going to be able to get this done. And I really believe we need a honest and pragmatic approach. Jason, I host meetings with leaders of NGOs and leaders of energy companies. And, most of the time the conversation is talking above and around. And we need to have a conversation. This is why I'm so happy to see, post-COVID, a lot of people in a room. We need to have a conversation. We need to be thoughtful about it. But we need to find ways to be working together instead of talking around each other or over and under. And this is something that we're not doing enough of. Am I an optimist that are we going to find new technologies to bring down the cost of decarbonization? I do. But I also believe that, before we do that, we're going to have to ensure that we have adequacy in our energy policy. We're seeing the energy markets around the world, and maybe Dan Yergin talked about it earlier. I wasn't part of that, but there are many forecasts that we're going to be really shy hydrocarbons in the next few years. What are we going to do about that? If that's the case, obviously the emerging world's in worse trouble, and the utilization of coal and other things is going to happen. And so these are complex answers, especially in the realm that we have. We have some components of society are going to be harmed by this, and other components are going to be benefited. But how do we unify this together so that we could bring it forward together? How do we ensure that the developing world is being brought forward just as fast? And so when I go to Washington or any state legislator, I mean, these are the worries I hear from every political leader, and not just here in the United States, but I could say also, in parts of Europe and in parts of Asia. How do we create a fair and just transition that we can move forward? And where are we going to find the capital, by the way, to finance all this? And so
answer your own question. I think that's on my list.
Okay, well, no.
Find the capital.
We're investing quite a lot in new companies, new startups. I actually believe there's going to be quite a few, unicorns that are going to be in this decarbonization process. We're really excited meeting some.
You've said the next 1,000 unicorns will be companies
and
decarbonize.
I believe that more than ever before. It's not going to be a food delivery company again, So I'm absolutely convinced that's where it's going to take it. So how do we develop that at the same time, making sure we have national security taken care of? And how do we make sure we have a fair and just transition? Mm-hmm. And to me, this is something that's very hard to have that. I mean, depending on where I go in this country or where I go in other parts of the world, they all want to have those answers before they move forward. And I think it's that consternation right now and that fear of the future. Getting back to my basic premise, we have more fear and less optimism in the world, less hope. This is what we need to be doing more than ever before.
A lot of that investment, at least $1 trillion a year by 2030, according to the IEA, is going to need to be in emerging and developing economies.
And that's where I don't see the capital.
Yeah, so that's my question. The real and perceived risks are higher there. How are we going to get capital to work in those parts of the world?
I have no idea. It's not going to. We're really not being truthful to ourselves. We do not have any financial mechanism to bring the capital to the emerging world like we need, if indeed it's that much money. This is why in 2021, in a speech I gave to the G20, why we need to reimagine the multilateral development banks like the World Bank and the IMF. Secretary Yellen is now starting to talk about this.
What is the role of the MDBs and the World Bank? We have new leadership coming in.
Well, we're going to have Ajay coming in, and we've had conversations. Look, they were designed, with Bretton Woods. They were designed when banking was a different business. banks provided most of the capital to the emerging world. And then we had, all these different rolling crises in the emerging world. And then more importantly, we had something called Dodd-Frank and the Basel Capital Standards. Let's be clear, banks really have a very modest ability to lend to non-investment grade countries, the developing world, or just above the investment grade. They just can't do it for capital. So we have to find new sources of capital. There's just not enough sources of capital unless we have the country of origin and maybe one of the developing banks provide the first loss piece. Right now, the World Bank and the IMF, basically, their capital structures, they provide the senior lending. And they wanted the private markets to provide the junior and subordinated pieces. There's just not enough capital in that, especially when we were talking about retirement savings, where you have a whole different fiduciary standard in investing your retirement savings in that. So, look, this is where I'm an alarmist. I don't believe enough focus is being done on how do we, if we really want to be faithful about this idea, we need the emerging world to come along with us. We need to get the equity owners of these development banks to rethink about and reimagine the charters of these institutions. The problem is it's going to require a lot more capital for these institutions if they're going to be the junior lender, the first loss piece. If we had that mechanism, then there'd be quite a bit of private capital that would come there. But right now, whether you're investing in a country in Africa or a country in Southeast Asia that needs help, every project is like baking bread. And if you can't get to trillions of dollars of financing project by project by project by project. And so we need to be realistic about if we are really faithful to this notion that we have to bring the whole world forward together, then we have to reimagine the whole world's mechanism to finance the developing world moving forward together.
There's some questions that have come in, not surprisingly. Several are about something you mentioned quickly earlier, which is this kind of, in some corners, backlash to sustainable investing. And I wanted to ask you to say more about it, but also the implications. What will it mean for sustainable investing and in huge investments you just talked about we needed? And also, maybe a two-part question, what does it mean for climate investment, clean energy investment? Also, I'm just wondering what you think, one of the bedrocks of American economic power has been the unified nature of our capital markets. Mm-hmm. And I wonder whether we're now seeing different states and different parties seek to direct how investors should and should not exercise fiduciary duty. Yeah. And do you think that polarization, seemingly increasing willingness of elected leaders to impose some of those views, does that sort of pose a threat to capital markets and American economic power?
Well, we're responsible for approximately $9 trillion, so it's a lot of money. There's not a penny of that money is ours. Our job is to be faithful to each and every client and their wishes. Okay, I can't instill my views. I can give them recommendations, whether we like the market or not like the market. We may like a subset of the market. We may like a sector. We may like a country. We might like the 5-year part of the yield curve versus the 30-year or 1 year. But so our job is to give guidance and support. And as a fiduciary to every client, our job is to be following what their wishes are. And that's what I think is going on in America today more than anybody is just the real statement of it is not our money, and we are going to tell you how we want our money to be invested. Actually, I don't have a problem with that because we've always followed the notion as a fiduciary that each and every client has the ability to determine how their money is being put to work. And I think some people have forgotten that. I can tell you, we never forgotten that. I mean, some people say we have, but the reality is our job is to be a steward of every individual's money. And our job is to be faithful to their contract of what our responsibilities are. And indeed, there are going to be some states that are going to say to us, you cannot factor in ESG at all or decarbonization at all with our money. And some states are saying you have to factor that across everything you do. And that's their right as the owners of that capital. Now, within their constituency, I don't think it's one way or the other, unfortunately. And that's what's going on right now. You have in some states that they believe it's right for every part of their constituents. And we're talking about, school teachers' money, firemen's pension fund. We're talking about, and so, I think any reaction in any one state has to be from the bottom up. But our job, and I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, our job is to be a steward to other people's money. It's not to imposing any other, and I wrote this in my 2023 letter, it is not our job to listen to anybody else it's not their money. Our job is to be a steward for each and everyone's money. Now, we have some strong views on where money should be put. Yeah. Every day we have strong views. We put out, do we believe over the long run investing in a decarbonization portfolio is going to produce good returns over a long period of time? Yes, we do. At the same time, we said never, and a lot of people hated me for this, even my 2020 letter, I said, do not divest in hydrocarbons. I do not believe in divestiture, because the reality is when people, maybe in this, I don't know, did Columbia force its pension fund to divest? I know some universities did. I'm against that because it's not moving, you're not changing the ecosystem of the world. It may be moving from public hands into private hands. And that doesn't change the ecosystem at all. It just moves it from public to private. And so our job always was working with energy companies without, but quite frankly, if we have a blue state, that wanted us to divest of hydrocarbons, we will. We have the same issue going on in China today. There are a lot of states who said we don't want to have exposure to China. That's your wish. We will do that. We will invest in an index minus China or whatever that may be. I don't want to be in alcohol or tobacco. We get these types of requests all the time, and that's our job is to be a provider of ideas and say, we will do what you want us to do. We may disagree, but it's your this is your right to do it. Now, I would say in Europe, it's a very different ecosystem. In Europe, everything you do in Europe at this moment is through the lens of decarbonization and sustainability. And so it is in Europe, it's pretty consistent societal demand. And so once again, I have to be a fiduciary in Europe. We have to be working with them, for them. At the same time, I have to work for each and every client we have in every state of the United States and be the best we can as a fiduciary for their earned money.
And you made that really clear in your most recent annual letter. And you mentioned your 2020 letter about, it's not time to get out of fossil fuels completely. It also said, I think the letter to clients somewhat famously, we believe sustainability should be our new standard for investing. And I'm just wondering, as an identity as a firm for BlackRock, when you're in a world, is it irreconcilable where you have demands from some people whose money you manage to forswear fossil fuels, while others only if you reject sustainable investing principles as a whole? What does it mean for BlackRock as a firm?
It just reconfirms our view of choice. Clients, here's an interesting statistic. In the last 5 years, clients awarded BlackRock $1.8 trillion of net new money. We're doing something right. We're providing great guidance. We're providing great returns. We're a fiduciary to everybody. So the answer is, I don't believe, I may have an opinion on where we need to go, but if our clients don't choose to go down that pathway, our job is to be working with that client. And over time, maybe clients change their views. Clients change their views on a lot of different investment outcomes. When you think about what is going to be the best investments for the next 10 years, I promise you, those investments are not what we thought was good the last 4 years. And things are going to be evolving and changing. And opportunities, our job is to provide the best returns that we believe are attained under the parameters of each and every client asks us to do. And that's what we try to do. I have, I have investment views out the next 10 years, and I try to portray those in my letters where I believe everything's going. But once again, it's not my money. My job is to be a steward for every school teacher and fireman's money, irregardless. And it's their job to inform me how they want their hard-earned savings to be managed.
One last question, because you mentioned some of these risks. Growing world of fragmentation, industrial policy, the questions about cost from increased focus on security of supply chains, and you laid all these out. When you look at the outlook and the amount of capital we need for clean energy investment, what are the biggest barriers now, and what do we need to do to overcome those? How big a difference will things like the IRA make to do that?
Well, the biggest barrier is cost, okay? Cost. And when we have deficits, the scale that the United States has, and when we have more geopolitical issues, that becomes a bigger issue. I mean, let's be clear, our deficits are going to be hurting our ability in the future. And so the key is, to me, the number one thing that we need to be hoping for, that we have a technology boom in this area of decarbonization that allows us to really swiftly move towards those outcomes. There's no question, if you look at one other thing when I talked about inflation, one of the big reasons why inflation is so much higher now is because we've lost a lot of productivity. Productivity has fallen the last few years in the United States. A big reason productivity has fallen, remote working does not work. It does not work. You cannot create any horizontal connectivity. Firms had to hire more people to do the same amount of work, productivity fell. Interesting, a big bank in New York announced that they're demanding all their managing directors back 5 days a week. I think that you're going to start seeing it because every CEO I talk to already tells me remote working has not worked. It has not worked in technology. It has not worked in any other way. But remote working is really important when people have family issues or other things like that. So you can be much kinder and gentler in working with a team. But to grow and build an organization and hopefully we have to grow and build productivity. If we don't grow productivity, we have a worse outcome in the future. So to me, getting back to decarbonization and what we have to hope for is new technologies to bring down the costs that are going to be non-subsidized so that we can move forward. I mean, the IRA is an incredible opportunity to see accelerated demand in these technologies. The amount, we are raising billions of dollars right now. We just closed the first fund on doing this, and we see a huge amount of interest from clients in all states on new technologies and decarbonization. So, and throughout the world. So, we have to be hopeful that these 1,000 unicorns are going to be the juice that really transforms decarbonization and move us forward. And then we need good governmental planning, how to evoke this and how to make sure that we have a fair and just transition for all. We saw what, through the industrial transformation of the United States over the last 30 years, how many people were left behind in our country, how many parts of the world were left behind. And I think today with social media and all these other issues, it's harder to move that. And so for all of us, our job is to really just try to be working alongside everybody to move forward. But also, if anybody wants to put some money to work in decarbonization, I know where to put it.
You talked about the importance of dialogue, and that's why this agenda today has leaders from civil society, leaders from the energy industry, leaders from the developed world, the developing world, and so thank you for being part of that dialogue today.
And let me just finish one thing. I mean, a lot of people in the NGO world excoriate some of the energy leaders. I think the energy leaders have done an incredible job of trying to think about this. In our conversation, Jason, you were part of some of them. I mean, they are really trying to be thoughtful how to making sure that we can do this. Now, for some people in the room, it may not be fast enough, but how do we now navigate this? How do we have a conversation? How do we make America a better place for the future? How do we build a future where more people can have hope? And it's going to be having these conversations, these dialogues, working with industry, working with new unicorns to try to move this forward so we're going to have a better future.
Please join me in thanking Larry Fink for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you again. Really appreciate it. Well, thank you very much to Jason and Larry for a great discussion. One announcement I'd like to make is for those of you, we know we have standing room only in the back. If you do want to have a seat, you can go up one floor. We've now opened the cinema, which I'm looking at right now. It has a gorgeous view of the stage. So if you are in standing and you want a seat, please feel free to just go out these back doors, and the people at registration will direct you to the second floor, and you will be right in my eye line right here. So we're going to go ahead and go into the next discussion. I think this one is a special one for me because it is going to be my current boss and my former boss on stage together to discuss a great topic, which is navigating this orderly energy transition. So before I start that conversation, if I can ask everyone to please retake your seats. And with that, as we discuss this disorderly transition, I'm going to introduce my former boss, Fatih Birol, the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency.
Hi, Jason. How are you? Very nice to see you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. If you have carrying on conversations, would ask that you take them out into the hallway. People will not want to miss quieting down and hearing from my friend Fatih Birol. Fatih, thanks for joining us again on the campus of Columbia University, again at our Global Energy Summit, a special one to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Center on Global Energy Policy. It's really an honor to have you back with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. So I just came from JFK, directly here. So I wasn't able to follow the discussions before, just a bit of the last bit of Larry. But at the cost of repeating what several colleagues since morning have said, may I congratulate you for what you have achieved.
It's okay to repeat, people, if you're saying this.
Okay, but I don't know what they said, but honestly, you know that I follow this since 10 years, what you have achieved. In 10 years of time, you built an institution here from scratch as a thought leader in the United States, but also beyond. So big congratulations to you. I know where it was 10 years ago, and look at where you are now. And I don't know if I may ask all the colleagues to join me to congratulate Jason Bordoff.
Thank you. Thanks, Fatih. I really appreciate that. You've been an important friend and mentor and supporter of the work we've been doing here at Columbia for many years. So really grateful for that, and thanks for being back with us. So let's talk about what's happening in the energy and climate world. I'm trying to think when I saw you last. I've seen you since then, but one of the things that I enjoyed watching was Davos this year, where you were on a panel with Greta Thunberg and other youth activists. And I was wondering what that was like for you, and tell us where you agreed and maybe disagreed.
No, when I just talked with Larry, and I talked with Greta. So I don't see any problem with that. If we want to solve our climate problem without forgetting the energy security, I think we need to build a grand coalition grand coalition consisting of the governments, energy companies, civil society, investors who sincerely, I underline here sincerely, believe in the fight against climate change. So it is the reason I talked with, I had a press conference with Greta, and afterwards I had a meeting with the major CEO of a major mining company. I really enjoy the civil society's push for real action on climate change, scrutiny, and it doesn't mean that I agree with everything what they are doing 100%, but we need that dynamism and push coming from there.
Where are we in that fight against climate change? The most recent IPCC report highlighted the urgency of climate, but it also, if you're reading it honestly, seemed to suggest 1.5 degrees, seems almost maybe impossible at this point. Is that right, or is there still a path?
It is becoming more and more difficult, but it is still not impossible. So I think what the world doesn't see yet is that a new global energy economy is emerging much faster than many people think. If I may, you know me, my English is not good, but I know numbers. I have to give a couple of numbers. One, we made this 2 years ago net zero pathway to 2050, which became a headache for many people, but for others it became a guide. So when you look at the year 2022, solar installations in the entire world in 2022 was exactly in line with what needs to happen in that roadmap to net zero 2050, which is 1.5 degrees. Perfectly in line, solar. Heat pumps. Heat pumps are growing so strongly in the United States, in the US. I'm sure you all know the installations of heat pumps are much faster than the gas boilers. In Europe, it is the same. China remains by far the largest heat pump market. Electric cars. I still don't know why the electric car dynamics are not taken into consideration in the discussion of oil markets. Only 2 years ago, 4% of all the cars sold in the world were electric cars, and last year it was 15%. And 2030, with the most conservative view, China, US, Europe, 3 largest car markets, every second car will be an electric car. Every second car. So these are the implications for oil demand. Nuclear is making a comeback. I don't know if Mr. Tanaka is here. He is here, of course. He must have talked, I don't know, he must have talked about nuclear, didn't he? Okay. So nuclear is making a strong comeback around the world. So we are seeing a very strong growth of clean energy around the world. And now coming back to the industry, large-scale fossil fuel investments, okay? If the companies are making today a large-scale fossil fuel investment, they are not only, in my view, making a bet against the world will reach its climate targets, but also looking at the couple of numbers I gave to you, they are also taking an important business risk, whether or not there will be a decent return on capital. I want to say this. So there are 2 risks they are taking, large-scale fossil fuel investments. One, a bet against the world will not reach its target, and the second one is a business risk.
And I think it just help us, we spend a lot of time with our students here with the numbers, as you said, helping people, help people understand the scale and magnitude of the global energy system. I think when people hear about the trends you've just described, one could think, we're on track, it's not impossible, we can get there. And you just described how optimistic you are, say, about the outlook for EVs. And at least in the baseline scenario, the stated policies, maybe everyone will do what they promised to do, but where we are headed with current policies, oil demand's growing into the next decade, even with all of that growth in EVs. Yeah. how big is this global energy system, and what does that mean for the scale and magnitude of the change needed?
I'll make it very simple. For the current policies, we make our World Energy Outlook, our how we see the world every year. When we published it, I think 8 months ago, we said that even with the current policies, if we don't push the climate strongly, which would be a mistake, but even if we don't do it, we see global fossil fuel consumption will peak end of 2020s. But now, 8 months later today, I believe it will be even earlier than late 2020s, global fossil fuel peak and decline. And I believe decline will be even steeper than we thought 9 months ago.
A fossil fuel peak or oil peak?
Fossil fuel peak. And in terms of oil, I believe the transportation for oil will peak in 3-4 years of time, but petchem will still grow. But we see the oil demand at least flattening, if not decline. The EVs and the electric buses, I didn't mention that electric buses may well surprise several oil market analysts, the growth there.
And as long as you're giving us numbers, I'm going to talk to Larry Fink about, I think I got your projection right for how much investment is needed in emerging and developing economies. But on the whole, how much investment do we need for a successful energy transition, and what's going to take to mobilize that amount of capital? I asked him how we're going to be able to do that in emerging and developing economies. He said, I don't know.
So may I just make first a clarification? Many colleagues talk about we would like to see decarbonization. This is, in my view, this is a very general concept, decarbonization. If the global energy consumption, the global energy system, decarbonize every year 0.5%, this is decarbonization, but it doesn't help anything at all. So if our aim is to reach 1.5 degrees, one has to be careful. The decarbonization may well be an expression in order to not to say commit for 1.5. I want to make it clear here. So if our aim is 1.5, the numbers is the following. Today, the world clean energy investment is slightly more than $1 trillion. In order to be in line with the 1.5 degree target that we have, this 1.5 in 10 years of time will need to go to 4 trillion. So going to 4 trillion is a challenge, but the bigger challenge is bulk of this growth from today to 4 trillion need to come from emerging and developing countries. This is, if you ask me, Jason, there are thousands of challenges to reach our climate goals. If you ask me to pick up one, for me, it is how we are going to extract the clean energy investment in developing countries. This is the top challenge for me, the top difficulty.
And you mentioned a minute ago the famous Net Zero 2050 study and the headaches it caused some people, or maybe what was misunderstood or understood differently about it. And I think one of the headline-making findings from it was if we were on track for those goals and that much investment was going into clean energy, investment in new oil and gas would not be needed. That's not the world we're in today. So just help people understand first what that report found. Did it find that stopping investment in new oil and gas would mean we achieve our climate goals, or did it mean something else? And if there's a gap today, how do we navigate that gap?
Exactly, very good. So first of all, the world still needs a investment for oil and gas. We are using oil and gas. But what we are saying is the following. We wouldn't need new oil, gas fields, coal mines to develop completely new develop. And to do that, we have to first bring the demand for oil, gas, and coal down. Without bringing oil, gas, and coal down 2050, so we cannot reach the 1.5. There is nothing, I mean, it is not because IEA is a bad student or we want to create a problem. This is what the scientists tell us. Either we should say we don't believe it, but if we believe it, if it is a 1.5 degrees target, oil, gas, coal consumption needs to come down, unabated oil, gas, and coal. There is nothing else. So if they come down to reach the 1.5, then we have to see that the current oil, gas, and coal fields or mines are enough to meet that declining oil, gas, and coal demand. And we have to invest in the current ones, the existing ones, increase the production there, but we wouldn't need new oil, gas, and coal production to bring them new oil and gas fields. And I tell you one thing, it's discussed a lot. If an oil company says, I am going to increase my oil production in the next 10 years by 3 million barrels per day, I have no problem. I mean, it is their strategy, the old same story. Billie Holiday, the old same story. But if they say, I am going to increase my oil production by 3 million barrels per day, and my company's strategy is in line with the Paris Agreement, 1.5, this doesn't work. I am very sorry, one has to choose one of them. You cannot, on one hand, to see your oil production to increase by 3 million barrels per day, and on the other hand, you say, I am for 1.5. In the absence of a huge revolution on the CCS or something like that, it will not work. So that's it. It is the bitter reality we are in today, and otherwise it wouldn't work because we are in a very difficult situation. Our carbon budget is limited. So this is the way that the oil companies, unfortunately, or gas companies have to make a choice. And I know that many oil companies, gas companies are doing excellent work in terms of the carbon capture, in terms of hydrogen, in terms of solar. More and more are coming to solar. But I have to tell this, in my view, the bitter truth that these two targets, 3 million barrels per day and 1.5 together, doesn't work.
So what does that mean for the role of the oil and gas industry as a transition, what you would want to see from companies like that in a world where you're seeing analysis all the time, maybe written by some people in this room, about risks of underinvestment, about the potential for higher prices in the years ahead. When companies scale back their transition plans, their share price goes up sometimes. What do they do about that?
First of all, when we talk about oil companies, we automatically think, I mean, especially if we discuss it in United States and in Europe, we talk about we think they are only IOCs. But when we talk about the other day about the revenues they make, I mean, last year, oil and gas companies made a historical revenues about $4 trillion US, up from the average 1.5, and everybody thought that this 4 trillion is the IOCs make this handsome money. But out of this 4 trillion, 85% of this revenues was for the NOCs. Only 15% was IOCs. Yes, investments need to be made, but these investments, in my view, for climate reasons and for business reasons, they shouldn't be large-scale investments and looking in the investment there. And today, Jason, if you make an investment or start a new project today, the first oil will come to the markets in 5, 6, 7 years of time. Whether or not the world needs increased oil production in 7 years of time, in my view, is a big bet.
And you know, in the most recent World Energy Outlook, there was a section I thought was interesting, maybe because you know I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, which is what you called guidelines for a secure energy transition. What are the risks with energy security in the transition? And one of those is what we were just talking about. I think you described it as if we don't synchronize declines in investment and supply with declines in demand, if you stop new investment in oil and gas, but you don't get to those huge levels of clean energy investment you were talking about, then you're just underinvesting, prices are high, there's more volatility. Talk a little bit about that risk, but also what are the other risks? And what do we do about the risks to a more secure energy transition?
So, I mean, when I gave the numbers, so much solar panels, electric cars, I don't know, hydrogen, the electrolyzers, and others, I want to bring a new energy security. I'm sure you discussed this this morning. I guess you had so many good colleagues. It is the clean energy technology manufacturing. Okay. Today, when we look at the picture, which we did in one of our recent reports, China has an incredible dominance. If I can give one number or two numbers, batteries, this is one of the most important nerve center of the clean energy transition. 75% of the battery capacity manufacturing today is in China. 75% China, 25% everybody put together. In Europe, a couple of months ago, I don't know if many colleagues from Europe here, we were very happy because in Italy, there was a new solar battery manufacturing was opened. The European leaders were there, Italian leaders. But it was a big thing in Europe. It is now the biggest manufacturing factory. And the size of it is only 10 days of Chinese manufacturing capacity. 10 days. It's incredible. So just to put the things in a context. I am sure you discussed the Inflation Reduction Act. If Inflation Reduction Act is fully implemented, seamlessly implemented, in terms of batteries, the 75% of the Chinese role will go down only to 55%. So still 2030, China will be dominating. The solar is the same. I'm not saying China is this, China is that, but any country who plays such a dominant role in all these clean energy technologies is a risk. Diversification is the magic word. In Europe, we have, Jason, we have understood it once again, that what happened on 24th of February, Europe, 4 decades, more than 4 decades, chose Russia as the main delivery of its energy imports. The economy, European economic model was based on abundant and cheap Russian energy. IEA has several times warned the European countries. And in my view, when this war settles down, the dust settles down, European governments need to sit down seriously and make a self-critic. We all make mistakes. Every government, every organization make mistakes, but Europe made, in my view, 2 strategic mistakes when it comes to the energy. One is the reliance and over-reliance on one single country in such a big time. And the second one is turning its shoulder back to nuclear power and just putting the nuclear power aside. And we are now paying for the cost of it in Europe.
And that European response to that invasion and the subsequent energy crisis, I mean, the energy crisis started before the invasion, and you wrote about it as well at the time, is that we've seen increases in investments in LNG infrastructure, some increases in use of coal plants. We've also seen increases in heat pumps and clean energy. Is it going to accelerate or not, the transition, this crisis?
Look, we criticize Europe all the time because Europe is a democratic institution, democratic countries. I mean, if Europe, I live in France, I mean, it is the nation hobbyist, you criticize everybody and you disagree with everybody. So everything happens in Europe. We also criticize Europe, but to be honest with you, when we look at the 24th of February last year and today, Europe did a good job, okay? So I remember the spokesperson of Kremlin said, Europe will freeze and European economy will be destroyed after 24th of February. Now, in Europe, we didn't have a blackout, major blackout. European economy didn't go to recession. All clean energy technologies went up, and European CO2 emissions declined by 2.5% in 1 year. And Russia's oil and gas export revenues in 1 year of time declined by 60%, bringing a major deficit for the Russian budget. Now, We were lucky in Europe. I should also accept that. We had a mild winter. China had a bad economic year, therefore imported less LNG from markets. We were able to, in Europe, get a lot of LNG from US, but also from other countries. And we were able to go through this winter with some bruises here and there, economic and social bruises. We are still suffering under that. But Europe went through this 40 years of reliance of a country, Russia, with all oil, gas, and everything. And now we are coming to spring, and next winter will be still challenging, but I think we have all the reasons to congratulate the European countries that they came together. There was a solidarity, which is not taken for granted, I can tell you, in Europe. There was unification. It is also very good. But next winter will be also challenging.
Yeah, just so say more about that. Is Europe sort of past the crisis? It can now survive without Russian pipeline gas, or was there a lot of luck involved? And we're going to have winter after winter for at least several years of energy crisis.
Now, for Europe, one thing, this winter will be difficult, and the winter after. But for the gas markets, I want to tell you one thing. When we look at oil and gas markets, we have different pictures. For gas markets, starting from 2025, 25, 26, 27, 3 years, we are going to see huge amount of new LNG capacity coming to the markets, about 7 TCF, okay? At least 7 TCF, 185, 190 BCM, 2 new US FIDs, Canada, Qatar. There will be flood of LNG coming to market. So I should tell you that. And it would put the gas security concerns a bit less of an importance for the governments. But from Europe and from the others' point of view, next 2-3 years will be difficult. But in terms of gas, more gas will be coming. And many European countries built a lot of LNG terminals. And I should also tell you this, Jason. Before 24th of February, when you look at the European gas consumption, it was already in a decline. There was a decline of European gas consumption. Our problem in Europe is now how to replace the Russian gas with LNG, with renewables, with others. I think we were okay this winter. Next year's winter will be challenging, but the one after might be easier.
Well, and some of that LNG obviously is still Russia, and Brussels is talking about prohibiting Russian LNG. Is that something Europe can do without?
I think Europe should be able to do without Russian LNG. I personally believe Russia played the energy card. They failed, and they should fail. And Europe should do everything they should do in order to make sure that the European citizens don't pay Russian government.
We just saw several OPEC countries voluntarily cut production, saying they were worried about a weak economy and maybe an oil price decline. At the same time, you see, as we said a moment ago, concerns about underinvestment. What's your outlook for the oil market?
I mean, the headlines of the newspapers and the analysts were, it's a surprise cut. Why it's a surprise? Because almost all the institutions looking at the second half of 2023 oil markets, it is IEA, it is OPEC, it is the EIA, they already saw a tight market second half of this year. And this cut comes at I think, unfortunate time, 1.6 million barrels per day. We expect 1 million barrels per day of increase from the non-OPEC producers, including the United States. But it will tighten the markets second half. And it is unfortunate because European and the global economy is still fragile. Inflation pressures are there. Therefore, I would think this was not a very helpful surprise. There are some good surprises and bad surprises in the world, and this is definitely for the global economy, it's a bad surprise.
Meaning, or you see oil prices continuing to rise?
When you look at the tightness in the markets, there's already tightness. Demand, we expect demand on everybody around 2 million barrels per day, and they are cutting 1.6. and the OPEC, non-OPEC production will increase 1 million barrels per day. So there may be a tightness under normal circumstances. We could see a tightness in the second half, and this could push the prices upwards. Already $85, which is already the risk for many emerging countries. I was yesterday with the Indian minister in Paris, India, a major oil importer, a big headache for the Indian economy, even though they are benefiting from maybe some cheaper oil imports from Russia.
Maybe we're celebrating an anniversary. Next year, you celebrate an anniversary. Yeah. 50 years of the International Energy Agency. It was born out of the oil crises of the 1970s. As you've said, this is the first global energy crisis. It's not just an oil crisis, it's lots of different fuels. And you've identified some of the new crises with or risks with the transition. You've heard elected leaders say we don't want to go from dependence on a few countries for oil to a few countries for minerals, and you talked about China a moment ago. Talk about the evolution of the IEA. Many of the countries that are most important to minerals, may not be full members now. Some of the largest importers, like China and India, are not full members now. How is the IEA evolving, and how does it need to evolve to ensure energy security in a multi-decade transition?
So I see we have 1 minute, 20 seconds, so I can tell you. Next 50 years in 1 minute. So I would say I would like to see an IEA doing 3 things. One, continue to have the leadership in the fight against climate change within the energy sector. This is very clear. Second, continue to strive to be an organization of all countries and their preoccupations, not only the rich countries of the world. And third, in terms of energy security, while energy security for oil and gas is important, there is an emerging energy security. I mentioned to you, from critical minerals to clean energy technology manufacturing. I hope and I expect, and we are taking some steps, everybody will hear soon, to build a safety network among the countries around the world to support each other in the case of a challenge in terms of availability of the critical minerals and clean energy supply chains.
Is that a sharing agreement on strategic stocks?
No, we are working on that, but this is the aspiration I have. These are, in fact, all 3 are aspirations, and I hope the 50th anniversary will make it those aspirations. They will cement them, the ministers and the others we will have. IEA was founded by an American man, Henry Kissinger. I don't know if he lives in New York or not. So, and I am happy to say that we are very happy that we were founded as a oil security organization, but we changed a lot. We want to change a lot. And fight against climate change, energy security, traditional one, and the new form energy security are main preoccupations for the IEA, but always looking from a global perspective, not from the perspective of the advanced economies.
Well, you have an extraordinary team there, and we've been lucky that some of them have come to help us here at Columbia. Some have gone from Columbia to the IEA, and I'm sure if you're hiring, there are people here who would love to go live in Paris.
I already get a lot of colleagues when I was having popcorn. Many colleagues ask for.
So thanks, Fatih, for the work you and your colleagues do on behalf of all of us, the transition and ensuring energy security around the world, and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, we're going to have one more speaker before we go into our break. And as we're setting up the stage, I'll reflect on a number of the conversations we've had today. We've really gone around the globe, from global to local here in the US to the global south. And in our next conversation, we're going to focus on the role of today's largest companies in tomorrow's energy landscape. And if I could ask those who want to have conversations before our breaks, if you could exit the room to the side or in the back, and you can go around to the coffee. So for this next conversation, I'm really pleased to welcome to the stage to talk about the role of today's largest companies in tomorrow's energy landscape, Patrick Pouyanné, the chairman of the board and CEO of TotalEnergies.
Thank you. Thanks, Patrick, for traveling to be with us in New York today. You've spoken at this Global Energy Summit before. It's a pleasure to have you back with us at Columbia University for our Global Energy Summit and for this milestone 10th anniversary celebration of the Center on Global Energy Policy.
Thank you for inviting me, and we were one of your early supporters, so I think it was, and France loves to go across the Atlantic, you know, like you've seen with Fatih, so Paris is in New York today. But yeah, congratulations, by the way, for what you have achieved along the last 10 years with Columbia Center Energy Policy. You know, you become a competitor to Dan, which is good to have two voices for the industry, speaking about not only about energy policies and which are core to our global economy.
Well, that's high praise. Dan Yergin's been a mentor for many years, and CERAWeek, of course, is an iconic institution in the energy sector. We can't compete with that yet, but really a pleasure to have you and so many great leaders with us here today. Let's start with where we are today, and then let's talk about where we're headed in the clean energy transition that we have just heard from Fatih and others that we need to move much faster to achieve. So a world of climate crisis and also energy crisis. Oil and gas prices have fallen sharply in recent months from their highs. Is the energy crisis over now, or is the outlook for oil and gas should we all be complacent?
Yeah, honestly, as a CEO of an energy company, I don't feel they are very low. I'm very comfortable today, you know, $80, $85 per barrel, $15 per million BTU of gas price in Europe. Yes, it's very low. In Henry Hub is very low in the US at $2. But in fact, we're still not out of the crisis. I think there are some in the different markets. You have in the oil market, I would say you have one fundamental part is that we fundamentally do not invest enough. And it's a big challenge for the energy transition, the synchronization between the demand and the supply. We are very strong to focus all the efforts on the supply, and somewhere companies like us and major companies have diminished a lot. You know, in 2023, we will invest $12 billion in hydrocarbons. We were investing 10 years ago almost $20 per million. And so because we have decided to refocus part of investment on the new energies and renewable. So, and I think it's a global trend. So you have a supply and the demand continue to grow. Fatih was just explaining us that the demand will be 102 million barrels of oil per day instead of 100. So this is a real issue because the only way to fix at the end demand and supply is the price. Prices are going up, and I think we are entering in a world where energy is more expensive. You've seen as well that for a country like Saudi Arabia, definitely because of Vision 2030, it's Saudi Arabia first, I would say. So they think to their interest. Their interest is to maintain the oil price at a high level. They need it for their own budgetary and balance, I would say. And so they decide to make a surprise cut.
This was not about they know something about Chinese demand we don't know. This is
no. I think it's
higher prices.
Yeah, they need higher prices. For me, the policy is clear. When they see the price, you know, the price went down by almost 10% in a few days, because of the recession worries and linked to the banking crisis and something out of the market of oil and gas. Clearly, of course, the inventories are high, but it's out of the market. And they decided that I think they have somewhere, it's not official, but they have a floor at $75, $70 per barrel, and they are afraid, and Prince Abdulaziz is afraid that if they cross this floor, it could go down. And so they react for themselves because they think to themselves of their interest, the interest of, which is the East, and so that's a lesson. So we have this force in the market, which is controlling the supply, and the demand. Maybe, yes, the Chinese rebound will not be as strong as expected in or hoped in January, but globally you have a feeling of a potential recession in the world, which is feeding the bearish trend. So the oil market, you have a question of supply, demand continue to grow, maybe not the same pace, and you have a sort of central banker, which is Saudi Arabia. So it's that's the situation. On the gas, it's quite different. The gas market, it's really different. It was clearly hit by the Russian supply to the decision to stop the Russian supply to Europe by pipe gas. At the same time, we are in a world where increasing the LNG supply will not come before 26, 27, 28, because we didn't launch a lot of new LNG plants during several years, in fact. So suddenly we have a mismatch, because there again, a new demand to Europe, and we should be careful, because I think today the idea that we have Europe has solved the issue is wrong. We didn't solve the full issue. Of course, we have taken strong actions all over the place, including TotalEnergies. We bring 2 FSRUs, one Germany, which is already working, another France come very soon. But we are helped by the mild weather, winter, I would say. But this year, remember that last year, we took 15 million tons of LNG from China to Europe, 15, compared to consumption by China of LNG of 75. So it was a big share. If China, and they begin to call more for LNG, is taking that back, plus the fact that we will not have during the first half of the year Nord Stream 2, which we had last year, we have a problem of gap. We have a gap of supply. And so today we have softened, the price have softened in Europe, even if $15, honestly, is quite high compared to the $5 we had 2 years ago. People should remember where we are coming from. And I put some money today, but you will see the price will increase again in the second half of the year, because we'll have, again, to replenish all the storage before winter time. Chinese economy is really rebounding, even if it's maybe not as quick as possible. So the LNG will have to be split between these markets, and the only way for Europe to get the LNG is to pay more. That's just the reality of supply and demand, you know. And so I think that the crisis is not fully over, even if, again, we have taken strong actions. I should add on that for a company like me, it's oil, gas, and electricity, and the electricity price, as you've seen, in Europe, not only in Europe, I think you have a fundamental trend. We need more electricity if we want to decarbonize the world. It's a fundamental trend. We are building a system, electricity system, where we inject more and more intermittent resources, like renewables. That creates some imbalances. That has a cost. And I'm absolutely convinced it's why we have embarked TotalEnergies in this multi-energy company, building a strong electricity business in the company, that this electricity price, will have a higher trend on the medium and long term. So this is a global landscape. At the end of the day, my message is that don't expect, of course we have commodities, there will be volatility, and Fatih is right when he said by the end of the decade, LNG price will soften. It's very clear to all of us. But fundamentally, the trend will be to have higher costs of energy. And this is something that we have to integrate in all the policies when we think about the competitiveness of the economy.
And does that mechanism, I mean, you described sort of the best cure for high prices is high price, and markets respond, and Fatih said, no, that's not what we should be doing. We're not supposed to be investing more in oil and gas. We got to be investing more in clean energy. We got to be reducing demand. Are there new constraints now, some old constraints, like the industry didn't have great economic performance for the last 10 years. People want to see profits and dividends return to shareholders, but also now concerns about maybe more uncertainty about the outlook for oil and gas, more sort of ESG pressures we talked with Larry Fink about. Is that going to change the response at which the industry responds to high prices?
My view is that for us, and the strategy of TotalEnergies is a good image. The question is, how much do we allocate to the energy of today, the system which is today feeding the world, which is oil and gas? And how much do we allocate to new energies, the decarbonization system? It is very clear for me that we must increase a lot all the investments in the new system, to build this new decarbonized system. But there is a big mistake to believe that we can at the same time dismantle the existing one. This is not the reality. The people need energy. Look what happened in Europe in 22. Governments in Europe have brought more than 500 billion euros of subsidies to the fossil fuels. That's the reality of what we've done. Just because the consumers do not accept to see price increase because energy is a fundamental need. So it is a whole story. But for me, the transition will require to be able to synchronize a lower demand with a lower supply. And this is what the plan of TotalEnergies. What I said on oil, if our company will stabilize, we're not grow, we're trying to grow on oil. But stabilizing an oil production for an oil company when you have a natural decline of 3 to 4% is a challenge. It's not an easy game. We'll not stabilize. And we will begin to decline when we'll see the decline of the demand. But our mission is to bring the energy to the planet and affordable energy. And so trying to pressure us, which is a case, you came to the conclusion that there is a strange game. By the way, you know all these big major companies, we represent only 15% of the oil market. Maybe at the end, what the Western world wants is to not stop investing in oil. The banks or shareholders, what is the result? The oil will be produced by somebody, as long as the demand is there. There is no way to believe that you will constrain the demand by the supply. It's not true. Because why? We need to change the way we consume energy. We consume energy, and that means the way we build cars, we build planes, we drive cars, the engine of planes. This is a fundamental part of the demand. If we don't push the demand, so it's a question of synchronization. Otherwise, the transition will be a strong mess, will not be a just transition, the population will refuse it. So of course, at the same time, we need to accelerate, and Fatih is right, we don't invest enough today in billions of dollars, $1 trillion in the decarbonized system. But it's a gigantic task what we want to do. And that's the whole complexity, I would say, of the transition. And there is no easy solution. And so for us, at the end, the answer that we brought is that for the decade, we invest 2/3 of our CapEx in the existing energy, fundamentally more on gas than oil, because we believe that LNG gas might help the transition in many emerging economies rather than coal. And at the same time, 1/3, which is for us $5 billion this year, could go to $6 billion, in new energies, which is a huge effort at a time where our shareholders told us maybe you are making mistakes, maybe it's not so profitable, you are not sure that these are the right energies for tomorrow. So it's a strong strategy, but the strategy we put in place will require time to put effect. And why do we do that? Because we believe that it's a skill we have as an energy company to really contribute to the climate change challenge. We cannot just say aside and say, okay, we make the money on oil and gas, it's not our issue. There is another action that we are taking, is to decarbonize the way we produce oil and gas. I think there is a strong commitment which has been historically we didn't take care enough. I'm absolutely convinced that our company, it's a matter of cost of that, we can produce oil and gas in a way to abate the greenhouse gas, to lower the CO2 emissions, of course, to go to near zero very quickly on the methane emissions. Now that we have taken consciousness of it, we are acting on it. So this is the other part of the contribution, to diminish our own emissions, because again, even in the 1.5 degree scenario, we'll use 25 million barrels of oil per day and 15 million barrels of gas per day in 2050. So that means that the decarbonization of our own processes is just fundamental. This is the other contribution on which we work hard. We have just decided to allocate for the next 2 years, part of the windfall profits we have, we allocate $1 billion to accelerate the energy efficiency in all our operations. We'll eliminate 2 million tons of CO2 out of our 40 million tons of Scope 1 emissions. That's a direct contribution.
And a company like Total is under growing pressure to put more of that capital into clean energy. Fatih would say that's what you need to be doing. There were large profits, and they should go into clean energy. And we talked with Larry Fink, for example, about the market seems to be rewarding companies that maybe you're saying we're going to go a little slower. So when you see the returns of large European majors and what shareholders are asking for, what's it going to take for a company like Total to find it, to be able to put more capital into it?
My answer is very clear. You know who is the most profitable major in 2022? It's TotalEnergies, 28% of ROACE. who are the ones who have invested the most last year for 4.5 billion in new energy. So it's compatible. I think you can be very good in your own business, legacy business, and we have to continue to deliver it and also make the. So the idea that you should oppose both is simplistic. We will publish from next April our integrated power segment business results, what we do in electricity. We have $15 billion of capital employed, and we will see that the profitability of the segment, of course, is lower than oil and gas, it's less volatile, but it's probably double-digit return. So I think this is something on which this is the difference between sometimes the short term and the longer term. We are in an energy business. We have a long-term strategy. Long-term strategy has been announced by our board 2 years ago, which is to build a multi-energy company. It has been translated in our own names, even if everybody, even you in your article, you mentioned to me Total. No, it's TotalEnergies. It's not an easy decision, not just for fun. It's because really we have decided to build a new model of a multi-energy company. It's oil, gas, electricity, and I would say the new molecules that the world will need. But you know, when you think about hydrogen, green hydrogen, it's electricity fundamentally. So when you think about the future. So that's what we built. And that requires from our shareholders to keep the long-term view. Because stop and go is the worst what we can do, you know. Energy requires a long stance. We need to invest for long. We know that we need, if I want this business to survive in my company, which is a very large company, it has to be a real business and strong business. It's a matter of allocation of our talents. And today I can tell you the talents of the company are fundamentally split today between my upstream company and my renewables and power company and the LNG company. So this is where we build the future. So yes, I listen to that. I think the disconnect between today, the US major valorization and the European ones is not about green or not green. It's not true. It's about Europe against the US. It's fundamentally the two economies are very different, and Europe is perceived by shareholders as a risk. It's also true that in Europe, I would say the consciousness and the translation of climate policies into investors is much more proactive than it is in the US, to be honest. So it's true that I'm spending more and more time here to find more shareholders in the US than in Europe. But that could reverse. You know, at the end of the day, the fund managers are looking to the profitability of the funds, and you begin to see some evolution there.
So what does TotalEnergies look like in a decade or two? We've talked about carbon capture and removal today, and Vicky's here from Oxy. You talked about hydrogen. You talked about electricity. Does TotalEnergies know how to be an electricity company? What will you?
No. I think the objective by 2030 is that the electricity will represent 20% of the business. If we want to be, we have described in our report, the sustainability report, what should be a net zero company by 2050. It's a company where we think that the electricity part, the electrons, will be 50% of the business. So it's growing the business because, again, it's answering the supply trend. It's a company where I would say the gas will represent 25%. And then we have the new molecules, the last 25%. So, of course, we have to build step by step the different businesses. And it's achievable. We know we have benefit of very strong balance sheet, generation of a lot of cash flows. My position, by the way, is much more comfortable today to execute the strategy, which was 2 years ago, because, of course, with this type of environment, we have a strong company which is able to maneuver and to be more aggressive. You would have asked me how much I would have invested in new energies 3 years ago. I would have never answered $5 billion by 2023. But you know what we have, because we are a little slow, but when we begin to we have established strong teams. We have more than 10,000 people working on this all over the place in different geographies. We built on our strengths and our knowledge of many companies. And so today, we are also, I will tell you, we attract a lot of talents, in fact, because we have perceived as a serious company, building a serious engine to contribute to these new energies. So it's also the success. So we came from something where we are small and not hesitating. The fact that we have strong ambition is really a virtuous circle. And we have more opportunities, including here in the US. We became last year among the top 5 renewable companies in the US by acquiring 50% of Clearway. So we will continue to make that position. But again, on our strategy, it's a combination of new energies, and gas is even important.
Yeah.
Gas is important. I think when you speak about, I'm mentioning that emerging countries, there is no way to tell them get out of coal and use only renewables. Of course, it's there. But why do they use coal? Because it's a question of having access to reliable energy. And it's the cheapest one, by the way. So it's quite easy, you know. They have no, just the reality of the economy. I think if we can convince them, and there are ways to shift from coal to gas, which again, abate, it's not perfect gas, I fully agree, but it's abate the emissions when you produce power by 2 compared to a coal-fired power plant, so it's not bad. I think this should be a real contribution to the climate. And I know it's maybe ambitious, but you probably notice that all know that if we're able to, there are 9,000 coal-fired power plants on this planet. It will be 9,000 gas-fired power plants. We will be on the 1.5-degree trajectory immediately. It's just a dream. By the way, technically it's feasible. By the way, it is what the US have done. This is what you have done here in this country. You accepted the Paris Agreement because of the shale gas revolution, and you shifted your coal-fired power plant to gas-fired power plant. And then you have added the renewable part of it. That's the right mix. But we cannot go, I know I spent 1 hour with President Ramaphosa recently. Mm-hmm. You cannot just tell him, we contribute with $10 billion, you should stop your coal-fired power plant and go to renewables. He told me, by the way, we don't give him $10 billion. It's not true. We propose to lend him $10 billion, which is not exactly the same. He told me, you know how much I will receive as grant? $400 million. Do you think these countries which are giving me lessons are serious? That's a real challenge, you know. There is no way to make this. The Paris Agreement was an agreement of climate and development. We need to reconcile both. The challenge is not in Europe or here. Yes, we can make more energy efficiency in the US, for sure. But the challenge is in the emerging countries. This is India, China, South Africa, Indonesia, Brazil, where we have the global challenge. So either we are all serious and we execute the part of the agreement, which is to transfer a lot of money to this country, but real money, not lending them money. You know, they have a debt which is too high. And we want to add more debts on them, even at low rate. It's not so that's the real point. So I'm convinced that the model, you know, we invest in India. That's a big bet we've done since 2005 years, on gas and renewables. And again, because at the end, India model is coal and renewable. Coal and renewable for the climate is not so good. Huh? Mm-hmm. And you can make the math. You don't go to 1.5 degrees. So we need to be pragmatic when we meet this guy, this person, these leaders, and to bring real solution. Just to tell them, sorry, you were late. We have developed our world. You will have to develop your world, but with an energy, less intense energy, and you have an issue, but it's just a carbon budget. No, it's a little short, the carbon budget. So even if I understand perfectly, but we have a real issue. So how do we work really hand in hand and just not giving lessons?
Yeah, and I can imagine some people who are on our agenda today might respond. You said a moment ago, if we replaced all the coal plants with gas plants, you're on your trajectory for 1.5. But the question is, what happens next? Because all of that infrastructure we're building today runs for 40 years.
Okay, what happens next? Okay, you will put some hydrogen in it. You know, you have some ways to. If either we can begin to really act for the climate, or we continue just to say that we should do that, but we do not do it. You know, we should all agree we must act, but it's a question: what is the path? Mm-hmm. There is no way to do it overnight. You know, as some young, probably some students who love. My children would love me to do that, but we are unable to do that. So it's a question to finding a pragmatic roadmap to that. The pragmatic roadmap is not just to say, but we will, I would say, not bring enough energy to the emerging countries. That starving this population of emerging countries from energy is not the solution. And that's something which we have now to consider very seriously. Otherwise, it's not 1.5, it's not 2, it's 3 degrees that we will have. And it's not at all what I expect. So I think we should be more on a finding if COP28 was useful, it's discussing about pragmatic ways to get there, and not just to think that it's just, a religious axiom that you have to accept.
A lot of the outlooks today, I think, are kind of premised on the idea that Russian oil and gas is never coming back to Europe. Do you think that's right?
No, it's not true. I hope peace will come back, to be honest. I don't know when. It's far from no idea. But I think at the end of the day, if we want peace with Russia, we'll have to find energy is just fundamental. So for sure, we will never come back to the situation where Europe was purchasing 150 BCM of Russian gas. That's clear. That's over. Maybe it will be 50 BCM, a third of it. Part of it will come from East Med, etc. So for sure, we'll never come back to the over-reliance on Russia. But I'm convinced that there are ways. By the way, there is another economic reason. You know, the Russian gas was quite part of the European competitiveness, and without low-cost energy, which is a huge difference. In the debate today between Europe and the US, you must understand that here in the US, you have everything. You have a low-cost energy, you have capital, you have the people, you have the technology. When I participate to these meetings, people are positive and optimistic. Okay, maybe a small inflation, maybe some banking systems, which is not enough regulated, but you are in Europe, the mood is not at all the same. You have even, I would say, here some flexibility on labor flexibility. In Europe, you have higher wages, you have high cost of energy. We are struggling on the technology side. The leaders are more here than in Europe. So the mood is not the same today. And so I think you have to understand when you have this debate between Europe and the US about IRA, of course the US are right to promote IRA. And my message to European leaders, we do the same, because you want to be the Green Deal, we absolutely need to have an acceleration of green infrastructure. So what the US are doing is clear, is right, we should do the same. But at the same time, we don't have the same competitiveness. So that's also what is behind, I think, of supporting the world debate. The feeling of a loss of competitiveness on one side and the war, unfortunately, has accelerated. That's why, at a certain point, thinking about Russian gas will be a pragmatic way to find some, not the same volume.
But what does the IRA mean for Total? And are those growing trade frictions and tensions? And Larry Fink talked about fragmentation. How does that complicate how do you think about investing?
No, no problem. You know, I'm a global company. I'm investing where it makes more sense. Today, if I want to invest in green hydrogen, it makes more sense in the US than in Europe. That's all. You know, it's very pragmatic. $3 per kilogram. If I want to develop my first plant, it's here. Not very complex, the math. This is what I explained to the French and the German governments. By the way, I told them, you know, next time I will meet Mr. Habeck, I will come to the table, I will show you what we have in the US, I will show you what we have in Europe, and you will see what you will understand. So, you know, for us, it's, at the end, we can invest in both, but we don't have an infinite capital to spend, so that's the reality. But again, I encourage the Europeans to do the same, and I think they have ways to find it. That's competition. That's a competition.
We have questions coming in from the audience, including many of the students here, and some are about, you know, a topic of that's controversial, that there's a lot of opposition.
No, but you know, just a political comment.
Yeah.
In fact, what is a real issue for Europeans today is that through the IRA, somewhere the US have said to the world, you know, we were in a multilateral system, WTO. It does not work. We are too naive. The Chinese are benefiting out of it, so we don't care. We take care of ourselves. It's like Saudi Arabia first, you know, it's US first. And the European probably countries are the last ones who continue to believe in the multilateral world, the WTO. Maybe we are too naive and we should do like the others. But we have a fundamental belief in the whole EU building that it is the right way to build a peaceful world. And so that's something which is maybe underestimated, but that's another big difference. Why we have this frustration? Because our countries continue to believe that the peace of the planet is going through a multilateral world that we try to build. And it's not at all the trend that we observe, neither from Russia, of course, from China, from the US, from the Middle East. So maybe we are the last ones to believe in that. And that's why we have this big political debate.
I was just saying there are a couple of questions about your pipeline projects in East Africa and the impacts they will have on local communities and on those countries. You know, those are things that many in the environmental community are concerned about and have been actively protesting around. Just
I can tell you that we take care of the local community, as always, in TotalEnergies. I invite you to come. Some people become to come and visit. There are some interesting reports by third parties, not by us, because nobody believes us. The fact is that you can always find, when you have a project, one of some few persons which are not happy the way they are relocated. But we are doing that in the best standards that are possible. And I invite everybody to come to visit our Uganda operations, or Mozambique operations. And if you look at it with your own eyes, you will understand why I'm just stating that I have fully confident in the teams of TotalEnergies and in our values. And, you know, we are the major company. We don't have any oil and gas in France. We have been obliged to build that giant company, which will have 100 years next year. It's our anniversary next year. With being able to work, to extract oil and gas with many communities in Africa, in the Middle East, everywhere in the world. So it's partly in the DNA. And so I think behind this debate, the communities are used because there is a more fundamental debate, which is, can we continue to develop new oil greenfield or not, which was, by the way. And our belief is, as long as we don't see the demand going down, yes, because we need to fight against the natural decline of oil fields. If I want to reach my net 2050 vision that we have for TotalEnergies, it's quite easy. In 2030, 2035, we decide to stop investing in new fields. I have letting my natural decline of 3 to 4% per year. You make the math, you will see that my production will be divided by 3 in 12 or 13 years. So I know how to reach my net zero ambition. I don't need to start today. I need just to start when the demand will begin and then to go together. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a complex landscape of energy security. We need faster decarbonization, meeting the world's energy needs. TotalEnergies is one of the most important energy companies in the world. Thanks for traveling to New York and being with us and sharing your perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll be coming back from our break at 5 minutes after 3 o'clock. Enjoy your break. I could ask everyone to retake your seats, we're going to get started with the next panel session. And if I could ask everyone to please retake your seats. Thank you so much. How are you doing? Well, I just want to welcome everyone back. For those who want to continue conversation, please know the coffee will be outside. Please feel free to go and continue the conversation in the beautiful hallway. The sunshine is gorgeous today, so please enjoy that. For those who are going to stay for this session, if I could ask you to please take your seat. And in just a moment, I'm going to welcome each of the folks who will be on our next panel where we discuss the big green machine, advancing the energy transition at scale. Thank you so much for taking your seats. I appreciate it, y'all. So this next session is going to be moderated by Amy Harder, who's the executive editor of Cipher News. If you can help me welcome Amy to the stage. Joining Amy will be Christian Bruch, CEO of Siemens Energy. If you can help me welcome Christian to the stage. And joining them will be Mads Nipper, the group president and CEO of Ørsted. Please help me welcome Mads.
Thank you so much, Melissa, for that great introduction. And thank you, everyone here in person and tuning in online for engaging in these conversations. As Melissa said, I'm executive editor of Cipher News, where we cover the technologies that we need to tackle climate change. And indeed, we are going to need a mind-boggling amount of clean energy to tackle this problem. We're looking inside what we're calling the big green machine with two leading companies in this space, Siemens Energy and Ørsted. Christian and Mads, thanks so much for being here.
Pleasure. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you for having us.
As a reminder to the audience, for those joining us in person, you can submit questions through the QR code on your table. And for those joining online, you can put in a question in the chat function. So rather suddenly, this big green machine that we're talking about is looking like it could break down under a multitude of challenges: inflation and high interest rates, regulatory challenges, permitting delays, and supply chain problems. That sounds pretty scary. So Mads, I want to start with you. I'm going to quote you from your annual results earlier this year in February. You said, quote, "The necessary investments in renewable energy are at risk of slowing down and causing a devastating loss of momentum for the green transformation," end quote. Have things gotten better or worse since you said that?
They have not changed a whole lot, to be honest, because I think it's impossible in renewable energy nowadays, and we are, to my knowledge, we will actually be the single largest investor in renewable energy as a developer with around $7 billion this year in renewables alone. But fact is that it's almost impossible not to be schizophrenic, because at one side there can hardly be any industry in the world which is looking at such a phenomenal and much needed growth potential. And yet at the same time, the adverse impacts that we have seen in just literally the last 12 months are very challenging. Then they come on top of the already known problem with permitting delays and many other things that have been sort of, unfortunately, a premise for a while. But bear in mind that interest rates went from 0.2% to 3%, so 15 times higher. I know that's not a fair comparison, but for many, interest rate, cost of capital have almost doubled. And bear in mind that the fuel for renewable energy, because the wind doesn't cost anything, the fuel is capital, and that has almost doubled in cost. And at the same time, the inflation that we are looking at in offshore energy, where we are the world's largest, as an example, is around 3 times the inflation that consumers are experiencing. So very significant inflation. And when that happens, eventually either we need energy consumers to be prepared to pay a very different price for renewable energy, or we are going to look at projects where eventually, even though we invest in them, eventually we are at risk of the capital not going to renewable energy more, which would be an unforgivable mistake. So that's the complexity we are navigating. We are finding ways, I'm sure, but it's a wicked challenge that we as an industry need to solve together.
I want to unpack some of what you just said there, so thanks so much for that. But before we go there, Christian, I want to turn to you. So your company provides technology for all kinds of clean energy. What impact are these economic headwinds having on your business? Is it as extreme as it is at Ørsted?
First of all, I have to say, as Matt said, I mean, being in energy business is a privilege today, right? Because it's obviously, you know it's going to be growing, and even if you can keep the primary energy consumption stable over the next decades to come, electricity going to double. And that's a given, and this is obviously a privilege. We have a very diverse picture, and as you know, we're providing technologies from generation of electricity, like wind or gas, but also transmission, down to hydrogen use, and it's a very diverse picture in terms of the impact. Actually, the technologies we want to drive faster, like renewables, like wind, or in a very early stage hydrogen, are much more impacted by the current headwind effects than the more established technologies like gas. This is also partly because it's an industry which has a much longer history, much longer experience. They know how to index certain cost factors, and they know how to manage risk. We shouldn't forget, take wind as an example, because Mats is sitting here. The cost of offshore wind in the past roughly 10 years halved, right? I mean, in terms of what you got as a manufacturer. At the same time, the supply prices on steel, copper, or whatever doubled or tripled. And you put innovation in there, right? The development of a new offshore wind platform costs you a massive amount of money. So you're putting all these things together. This is not existing in a conventional technology. So it makes it actually very, very demanding. And you might know our wind business, and we are a leader in offshore wind. We have roughly 65% of the global turbines installed. Lost last year more than $1 billion, and this year it looks as, once again, will be a loss of $1 billion on the wind business. Which is really a big pre-investment, and this is exactly the challenge on how Mats explained it, right? I mean, we have an industry which is super interesting, fast growing, but has not found the economic sustainable business model it needs to attract even more capital. And it will not be resolved by just making the cake bigger. By just doubling the size, the things will not change on how they act. And this is what we need to resolve as an industry. But as I said, I mean, we have other businesses, they're growing and they're doing economically fine despite the very difficult.
What businesses are those?
One thing obviously is definitely the grid side, which is tremendously growing. I mean, we should never forget electrons are not transported in buckets. I mean, you need obviously a lot of interconnectors and cables. And that is obviously a fast growing, very interesting business. And interestingly enough, a very profitable business is the gas business, which is by and large for us a service business, keeping the existing fleet running. And obviously with all the changes, if I look to Europe, change to different fuels, how to balance it, how to repurpose certain installations, generated a lot of service business, which normally is profitable. And this is now what we try to balance as a company. We are fully committed to drive the energy transition, but we obviously try to do it by, let's say, gradually moving from conventional to renewables. But I have to say, for renewables, we still are working on finding a good, sustainable business model.
And if I may supplement what Christian says, is that if we look at offshore as an example, we have a tremendous ambition of offshore growth pretty much around the world, including 8 US states. And we are looking at right now the total global capacity for offshore in the supply chain. So Christian and his colleagues making everything from turbines to cables to substations, converters. All of that, we have an approximate global capacity of 7 gigawatts a year. And if you look at the ambitions that we believe could very well be realistic in terms of the momentum also with the Inflation Reduction Act and the European regulatory push coming up, then we need 21 gigawatts a year not in the 2030s, but in the back half of this decade. So we need to triple the capacity of an industry, which, to Christian's point, parts of it is losing money today. Where's that capital going to come from? And that is why regulatory measures like the Inflation Reduction Act, and something that's actually possible to qualify for, and the fact that we need to substantially reduce, everybody says that, but we'll do it as well, is that the permitting timelines just need to go substantially down. It takes much longer to permit a plot of seabed than it does to actually build a complex piece of infrastructure, which is just not acceptable.
Matt, I want to ask you about that a little bit. I was chatting with another leader in the renewable energy space, and he was talking about the challenges of the long permitting delays in this high interest rate environment. Now, wind and solar grew up, so to speak, with interest rates near zero. What kind of impact does, say, a 3.9% or higher interest rate have on a project that's delayed 5-10 years versus 0%? What kind of costs are we looking at?
Yeah, I can give you an example. We as a company alone, we have approximately 10 gigawatts of what we call awarded capacity. So capacity that we have won, that have been typically in competitive auctions, that we know we need to build, and we have agreed the sales price for the next 15, 20 years. But since then, the cost of what we need to put into that, both the capital but also the equipment we need to buy, has gone up very substantially. And that means that in some cases, those projects, like they look right now, are just very, very challenged and might risk being delayed, or worst case, not being built. Now we're privileged as Ørsted because we have the decades of experience in this area, and also the scale that we find ourselves in a good position to do it. But fact is, the industry, due to the fact that it takes so long from you lock the sales price till you actually take the final investment decision, that is a structural challenge which hits offshore even harder than other technologies like solar and onshore wind.
But I think that's also important. I mean, to be clear, right? I mean, there's lots of projects, it's not just Ørsted, awarded, which probably will not go ahead. And
because of these economics?
Because of these economics, because it took so long, and now for the first time it's really so massive, because we as manufacturers come back and says, hey, we will not be able to keep the price if you, let's say don't move. Plus financing costs have gone up substantially. And we're probably going to see a much lower level of undersubscription than on the biddings, which would be a disaster, right? We need to build out faster, and everything what happens at the moment is indicating actually, I would say the contrary, or more challenges on that.
It's a huge paradox, because right now, I mean, I don't think anybody more than you and I and everybody in this room want renewables to accelerate. But one of the most important things we did at our company last year was to not bid into an auction round in Taiwan, because the economics just weren't there due to a number of factors. And it's just a paradox that in a situation where we need more speed than ever, that one of the most impactful decisions you can do is to say no. That's a tragedy. And that is why we need to help each other. And that is both between the supply chain, the developers, but also between governments, off-takers of the power. We need to take a much more holistic approach into how we go hand in hand in creating something which still addresses the energy trilemma of affordability and reliability, and obviously the climate impact, in a way where we don't sort of stand in the way of ourselves. So, and that is something we have to do, because otherwise it's unforgivable if capital stops flowing to renewables. It's simply unforgivable.
We just heard from the head of TotalEnergies. Energy is a major oil and gas company that's also evolving. We're going to hear in a little while another panel with some oil and gas leaders. Would love to hear advice and suggestions you have as renewable energy leaders and clean energy leaders. How do you want and wish the oil and gas industry would engage on this? And I'm sure, as most people in the audience know, but just to level set, Ørsted, you guys used to be an oil and gas company and have completely evolved, perhaps the only company that has ever done so. Do you wish the oil and gas industry would be doing more on this, especially after they reaped in record-breaking profits last year?
Yeah, I think everybody needs to do more, but we also need to do it in a wise way, because even though, I mean, if oil and gas companies go in so aggressively that they say, we want those gigawatts come hell and high water, because we have billions and billions of cash flow, so the investability of those projects really doesn't matter, that would be a disaster for the industry. Because then eventually that would mean that investors would start telling those, Patrick and his colleagues, and saying, wait a minute, are you spending that money into non-value creating projects rather than paying it as dividends to us? That won't be an acceptable solution. So I think the best thing we can do is to uphold extremely high transformation ambitions with all energy companies, like Ørsted did in the past 10 years, to go from 90% fossil to 90% renewable in less than a decade. And I'm not saying everybody can do that at that pace, but everybody can and should be doing it in a way where that happens. But uphold high ambitions, but still ensure that whatever is invested in is something that creates value, because it's the only way we can sustain momentum on the transformation.
Christian, I want to turn this question to you. You know, of course, rapidly increasing renewable electricity is important for its own right, but it's also essential to clean up sort of follow-on technologies, electric cars, but also renewable hydrogen and, you know, electric steel making, things that could come from these cleaner energy sources. How important is it that there's a lot of this renewable energy to do these other technologies, which Siemens is doing a lot in?
Well, I think we have to be a little bit careful not to continuously get stuck in the chicken and egg problem, right? So I think we have to get started. And it's also, we have to be very clear. We are trying to get to a more sustainable energy system. However, nobody can tell you today how the energy system going to look like 10 or 15 years down the road. It would be, for me, as an engineer working in energy technology for a long time, not feasible. So we have to get started. And there's some very easy principles. Yes, we have to build out renewables at the fastest speed. Yes, we will need more investments into electrical grid than we ever believed, because electricity will be growing even faster. Yes, we should think on how to reuse existing energy infrastructure, and this is why gas, and there I would agree with Patrick, to a certain extent makes sense and is an important bridge. And obviously we need to do everything, really everything, to drive efficiency and saving of energy. The biggest source is really not spending the energy first, and sometimes this gets overlooked, and I think we have to be careful to say, yeah, hydrogen makes only sense if you have to do this. We are doing hydrogen projects today, and we will continue to do so, also just to get the industry built up, get the supply chain built up, get the factories set up. And we will have to accept that this is imperfection in the overall system. So we have to accept an evolutionary process to a revolutionary ambition. Right?
We heard from Secretary Granholm today. She has referenced the word coopetition to illustrate this ideal balance between cooperating on clean energy and competing on clean energy. Now, you two are based in Europe, but of course you're constantly engaging with people around the world. It sure seems like Europe is feeling more of the competitive edge than the cooperative edge, to say nothing of China, which continues to dominate the clean energy supply chain. Do you think the entire concept of coopetition is a little bit Pollyannish? Is it even possible to strike a balance?
It is possible, and it happens already. Because, I mean, we bid in an offshore wind bid in the Netherlands together with Patrick and TotalEnergies. And in other places, we compete. And that's the nature of the game. And I think we just need to get used to that. That's the way it happens. Because sometimes, if we do a project, we would be very, very good at pretty much everything it takes. Then it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to partner with anybody. But in other cases, there might be somebody who's just simply better at something than we do, and then it would be a waste of resources if we try to be world champions in everything. Then it would be too slow and probably also too expensive. So I think it happens already, and I think generally it actually works pretty well. I find our industry good at both cooperating in one place and competing in another.
I mean, first of all, I would push back a little bit and say, yes, I am personally based in Europe, but obviously, I mean, US is our biggest market. We have 12,000 employees here in the country, and are since more than 120 years in the US. So we see, obviously, the different areas complementing each other. I didn't like the discussion in Europe when it was picked up at the first time with the IRA in terms of, hey, we have to counter it, because I think it is complementing each other very well. It was also very clear that the European answer could be not a copy of the IRA, because the mechanisms are not there in Europe. That's okay. And I think we not need more discussion around subsidies. We need more discussions around simplification and complexity reduction. How can we make things faster? How can we deploy these projects faster? And in this regard, we can learn from each other. And on the supply chain side, I think we should discuss it from a perspective, and this will be a little bit geopolitical, how democracies are work together and how non-democracies work together. I think there is a point where I would say, yeah, this is something we need to think through in terms of supply chain, critical raw materials, how do we want to organize
how non-democracies work with democracies?
No, and also how, let's say democracies amongst each other find a good way to find a sustainable setup for the future to make sure that they can survive in probably a more multilateral world. And that is something where, by all means, we have to be clear, Europe and US are tight at the hip, right? So I cannot see the competing part as much as it was discussed. But as a company, I have 25 factories here in the US. We have around 30, 40 factories in Europe, and we will always be on both sides.
We've talked about the economic challenges facing the developed world. But let's turn to emerging economies. How can we ensure that across Africa and Southeast Asia and other countries that need a lot of energy, how can we ensure that these countries can deploy clean energy when possible without these high prices? Or will that just be set back because of the economic headwinds this country is facing?
I think Larry Fink from BlackRock put it very elegantly today, and he said, I have absolutely no idea. And I actually think it's unfortunately true, because remember that renewable energy is critical infrastructure that costs billions of dollars and needs to last 20, 30, and hopefully in some cases even longer. And fact is that in these countries, many of them, not all of them, but in these countries, the political stability, economic stability, but also the affordability. And bear in mind that even in some developed Western economies, it's hard to politically accept the prices that need to be paid for renewable energy, let alone what it would take in these countries. It is an extremely hard nut to crack. I don't think we should give up ever, because what has happened with mobile telephony in Africa is nothing shy of a miracle, because nobody thought that possible. It was. But unfortunately, critical infrastructure is different than payment systems, and we need to keep working on it. But right now, my answer would be pretty close to what Larry said.
Yeah, I mean, we have the privilege in a lot of these countries to build the energy system and being involved in this, and I can only agree, right? I mean, it's not straightforward. There is not a clear answer to that. And I mean, the developed world doesn't live up to their commitments, what they have given in Paris. I mean, simply to say, right? I mean, we are debating climate change and all the global south now, and the 100 billions have never been seen. And if I see sometimes in the emerging countries on which certain projects fail, which are relatively simple and straightforward, collecting flare gas and re-electrifying certain cities and avoiding burning of wood or whatever, right? These are sometimes not even big amount of monies, but it's extremely challenging to get them off the ground, because there is no defined mechanism on how to redeploy, obviously, the funds for it. And in countries, as Mats rightly pointed out, which are even politically unstable. So we have not solved as a society or as a society really this key question.
Would love to turn to some of the questions we've collected from the audience, so thank you to everyone who's chimed in. Question from Mads: what is the plan in Europe to compete with China in wind manufacturing?
Sorry, say again?
What is the plan in Europe to compete with China in wind manufacturing?
I think it's a wonderful question, because right now in some countries, and again I would speak here, I would reference offshore wind, which is where essentially in most cases the governments or states are the off-takers. If we continue to design auction frameworks that essentially only puts in the ultimate price as a competitive parameter, then ending up with state-supported Chinese technology in critical Western infrastructure will be super, super hard to avoid. I will choose to be very neutral in the globalization debate, because I think it is very wrong of us as company leaders to take a stand and say we should do everything locally, because where does that stop? globalization has, despite what happens right now, brought many, many benefits, and everything will be a lot more expensive if we try to do everything in every single country or part of the world. So globalization is still fundamentally needed, but I think it will be difficult, and it's something that regulators and countries need to realize, that we need to design auction frameworks that are not just about the lowest price, because ultimately that will not only drive us to a bigger, if we call it a risk, of Chinese technology in infrastructure. It also means that, for example, I mean, we put thousands of tons of heavy steel plates into the seabed every year. We want that to be green steel. Low emission or non-emission green steel, but that's a lot more expensive. And who's going to pay for that transformation if all we are being evaluated on is price? So I know it's another wicked challenge right now, is that we want affordable energy, but fact is we need a transformation of the energy sector as well, not just in green, but also in how we do things. And that is something where again, the constructive dialogue, like we find ourselves having both with the US government, but also in Europe, of how we design better solutions structurally for the future is absolutely needed. Then we will also continue to be able to purchase technology we know works.
A question for both of you. What are some workforce development challenges that you're facing? Are you facing challenges sourcing and training clean energy installers and technicians?
Yeah, I think we take that extremely seriously, because the just transformation is so important. And that is, of course, about, as Secretary Granholm said this morning, about committing to apprenticeship programs. That is something we are trying to lead in our industry. But also the fact that you have some communities where jobs went away. So, and we were the first large renewable company to partner with, in this case, North American Builder Trading Union, to ensure that we work with the unions to do training programs, to have good paying jobs in renewables, so that we structurally build up a healthy labor market around an entirely new industry. So this is something that we try to spearhead it as the industry leader, but it's something we encourage that we all do in the best possible way, because we should not do this as something where we only create jobs. We should create the right jobs wherever we go in the world.
I mean, also for us, I mean, and this actually cuts across white collar and blue collar, I have to say. We hire roughly normally 5,000 to 10,000 people every year, right, globally. And you onboard them, and we also made it over the past decades, and this is really Siemens history, kind of principle of really building up education systems around it and training people. But I have to say, I see much faster than I expected limitations in terms of growth because of people constrained. And this is very often even on a blue collar side, right, in terms of having qualified workers, but also then obviously on the engineering side. And this is sometimes obviously linked also to the point, hey, we have certain operations somewhere in the globe, so it makes sense to add the people there. And yes, you can always build up a new engineering center or elsewhere, but it's not as easy. But people, in terms of capabilities and working in this industry, will be probably the biggest constraint. And I think we still underestimate it. We probably
Bigger than
see
the economic headwinds?
Well, probably we see it faster as a manufacturer, as the operator, right? Because we have to start first. And we see it. In terms of the factories, if we ramp them up, we don't find the people. In terms of, also be aware, the energy industry has never faced a situation on these growth rates. We never were doubling the capacity over the next 5 or 10 years, right? This is something completely new. Some of my fastest growing businesses went through restructuring programs 5 years ago because we had too many people. And that is obviously something which now has to be picked up and done, plus obviously training and bringing up people in other parts of the world, really, where all the projects are coming. It's a tremendous effort, as Mats pointed out, which we have to do jointly, because I strongly believe this will be the key limiting factor for the deployment of energy infrastructure.
And if I may just build on that, I think it is extremely important that we more and more go towards sort of an ecosystem approach in terms of how we solve the challenges, because even though we can do a lot as individual companies, the more we can do as an industry. It's a little bit like you're saying, I mean, we talked about co-opetition before, and fundamentally, with the growth rates we're looking at and what the world needs, we should look at it this way: in the green transformation, they are only partners, not competitors. And I think we need to find structural ways in which to work together across industries that we have never done before but need to do in order, whether it's workforce availability or whether it is biodiversity solutions or scalability, we need to find that differently than we do today.
With just 1 moment remaining, I want to do a very quick lightning round. What's one word that summarizes the state of this big green machine for each of you? What's one word that describes the state of play right now?
Important.
Christian?
Yeah, I wanted to say potential, but
no pressure.
No, I was trying to bring it in and really want together one word. How you always said, it's schizophrenic. I think that's a nice word for it.
That is a good one, and it really talks to all of these tough issues we're tackling. Thank you both very much for this conversation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mads. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Christian. Appreciate it. Amy, well done. Well, thank you again for those great remarks and the discussion. So for our next discussion, we're going to be focusing in again on meeting the energy and climate needs of emerging economies. This discussion is going to be moderated by Akshat Rathi, a journalist with Bloomberg. Welcome, Akshat, to the floor. Akshat will be joined by Her Honorable Leila Ben-Ali, Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development for the Government of Morocco. They will be joined by Ma June, Founding Director of the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs. And finally, they will be joined by Sumant Sinha, Chairman and CEO of Renew Power.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. This is a mid-afternoon panel. I hope you are well caffeinated. We've talked a lot about many big issues all through the day. One that came up a lot is the Inflation Reduction Act. If you were having this panel in Europe, you would talk a lot about the Green Deal. But this panel is going to try and focus on challenges of emerging economies. And they are decidedly different. What rich countries can do with their balance sheet and with their capability of being able to pump money into the system is not something that's easy enough for other countries to pull off. And with me on the panel, we have a really interesting set of countries with people with very different experiences coming into it. And we'll try and touch on those different country experiences and what we can learn from each other in the process of accelerating the energy transition. And so if you don't have the caffeine boost, maybe I'll start with a quick fire question round that'll get us warmed up. For each one of you, what is the one thing that Morocco needs to accelerate the energy transition?
What Morocco would need, one thing. I would say very, very fast and very quickly, I think the banker and engineer in me would say more investments in grid and storage, quality investments in scale. But I think the minister in me would say better governance and streamlining of bureaucracy to win this energy transition.
What about China?
China, I think fundamentally I agree with the minister that we need a smarter grid and more storage capacity, energy storage capacity, because China is now really have been spending so much efforts to try to expand our renewable energy. By the end of last year, for the first time, our wind, solar, and hydro put together is larger than the coal power capacity. That's was a historic moment. Having said that, generation volume, power generation is still lagging far behind of the the coal. Part of that is because of the intermittent nature of the renewables. So when you factor in the storage, energy storage part, then the cost is still higher, and so we need to find a way to do it.
Yeah, earlier today I read that China is increasing its imports of coal, even as it is the country that's building the most renewable energy. So there's that dual challenge. What about India?
So, Akshat, I would say that the most important thing really is not the market demand side, because there is quite a bit of demand. And I know that's something different from what I told you back in the green room. But as I thought about it, I think the real issue is execution on the ground. I think you just need a ton of equipment. You need trained people. You need transmission infrastructure. You need land. And that is not that easy to debottleneck, actually. And as much as you would like to ramp up execution capacities to multifold of where we are right now, and that's all the targets, all the studies tell us that we need to do that, but it's actually the physical execution on the ground of just putting up wind turbines and putting up solar farms. That's not to be underestimated. It's a pretty big challenge, and scaling it up, 3-4x from where we are right now, it's going to require a lot of doing.
And for context, India set a goal of 175 gigawatts of renewables that were to be deployed by the end of 2022, and India missed that goal by about 30%. Now, for context, that goal was increased from a much lower goal, so India did beat the initial goal it had set, but it fell short, and you think execution is the missing component?
Yeah, it is. I mean, there are a number of other factors as well, of course, because you need the demand side to step up as well. And the distribution of the power through utilities, ultimately the demand has to come from them, and if there's no strong mandate on them to shift towards renewables, then they'll be a little bit tardy about it. So therefore, that really is an issue as well. But I think now, as you said, the target has been scaled up to about 500 gigawatts by 2030, which is really awesome to have that target. But to achieve it, therefore, requires us to increase the amount of execution that we do every year in India, which is about 15 to 20 gigawatts of renewables, up to about almost 40 to 50 gigawatts every year. And that's really going to be quite challenging, but also therefore exciting.
Right. Now, Minister, when CEOs of energy companies like Sumant come to you, what are the things that they ask for from the government to be able to get their job done as quickly as they would like to?
Right. No, I think this boils down to what sort of offer countries can provide, especially in an era of multiple crises that the world has witnessed. And I think when investors come to Morocco, they already know that we have an undeniable large potential for renewables, solar and wind. They know that we have a pretty decent infrastructure that we have invested in over most of it over the 20th century and the first part of the 21st century. I think usually what sometimes they don't say it as frankly as I would say it right now. They would just ask for transparency and sanctity of contracts, of course, but now more and more visibility on what sort of framework they would have. So that's why usually in Morocco, with that 20 years of experience that the country has in terms of developing renewable projects at scale, we had some successes, but we also have learned some lessons from the past, from those 20 years that enable us today to be able to be much better in executing projects with our partners from the private sector.
Now, sanctity of contracts. It's something that probably will bore the crowd, but it is so important. Sumant, there was an example in India. Now you can look back and smile about it, but could you explain what happened in Andhra Pradesh and how that was so important to ensure that in developing countries, the sanctity of contracts are crucial in enabling the transition?
Yeah, in renewables in general, as we all know, costs have been coming down. And so tariffs have also been coming down. And so there's always a temptation on the part of people who signed earlier contracts who then start saying, okay, look, for the next, let's say, 23 years out of 25 years, I'm going to be paying a lot higher tariff than somebody who signed a contract 2 years later. So the temptation is always to try to see whether you can, jiggle the contract, get out of it, or put some pressure on the supplier and see if they can come down. And it's not just in India; it's happened in various parts of the world, and it's not unusual. Now, the good thing is that in most cases, I would say that the legal system has actually upheld the sanctity of contracts, and that is now a pretty well-established principle, I think. So, to my mind, Akshat, that risk is, or that issue is really no longer there in people's minds. The other thing is now prices are not just going down, they're also going up a little bit because of all the stuff that's happening on the interest rate side that Mads was talking about earlier, interest rates, commodity prices, and so on. So I think we've hit the bottom in some senses, and now you'll start seeing not just plain vanilla renewables, because nobody really wants to buy plain vanilla any longer because there's already enough of it. Now people want products that are centered around renewables, but that can give you a higher quality power in terms of higher plant load factors, or power supplied in certain parts of the day using batteries and so on. So I think now comparing just on a plain vanilla basis, I think that period of time perhaps is a little bit behind us. Now you'll start seeing a lot of different kinds of permutations and combinations happening with renewables. The other thing that is also interesting, of course, which I'm sure you'll ask about, is the whole issue of forward integrating renewables into the fuel side via green hydrogen, and therefore that's going to lead to a whole different set of use cases.
So I want to come to the finance question, but before that, I should ask the question that's the elephant in the room. Is China an emerging economy? We are talking about emerging economies. Would you consider China an emerging economy?
Yeah, increasingly we're facing such a question, and over the past 40 years, China has been through this massive development, and hundreds of millions have been put out of poverty, and we started from very, very low per capita GDP, and but now things are changing very rapidly. So it's sometimes it's a bit hard to catch up to try to categorize. Having said that, I think China is still, per capita GDP is still limited, and our very situation as the factory of the world shows that the market still feel still decide that through this distribution of labor, China is still in a development stage that has yet to reach to the real developed world. So we're still not quite there, but we are obviously very different from some of the other real developing countries. So we understand our responsibility. I mean, that's why China, now made this carbon peak and neutrality pledge 2020, and try to. It's not easy. We need to artificially first, try to peak much earlier. Before, the original target, the original path would be 2040, and our coal consumption going to double from there. Of course, we cannot afford, and the world could not afford. So now it's before 2030. We try to pick even earlier than that, and then try to neutralize, completely neutralize at that time. Now it's already over 10 billion tons of carbon dioxide every year. When we pick, we hope to keep it lower, but it will be more than now. And to completely neutralize this in 30 years of time, if it is 12 billion tons, then it means every year 400 million tons of need to be decarbonized, and that's more than the emission volume of California. So it won't be an easy job.
Yeah. Now, talking about financing, Sumant, you mentioned high interest rates, and given the size of the economies you operate in, the impacts of interest rates being risen here in America or in Europe, how does that affect what you have to do? And maybe we start with you, Minister Ben Ali. Has the high interest rate environment, which is likely to be around for some time affected Morocco's plans?
Yeah, I mean, I think in a cold auditorium in Columbia University, I'd rather not talk about high oil prices or high interest rates. I'd rather talk about resetting interest rates, because everything is relative. You know, I mean, Morocco has issued a bond recently at a relatively competitive 6% coupon for 5 years, 10 years debt. So from that perspective, for similar emerging countries with below investment grade or investment grade ratings, that's pretty good.
Yeah. So you're not worried about high interest rates?
Right. I mean, I would not go as far as pushing and saying I'm not worried. The issue that we are facing, especially when it comes to financing the energy transition and sustainable development of countries like Morocco, like some other emerging markets except China, that we are trying to escape the middle income trap of 3% GDP growth rates. And for us, it's a matter of survival, because it's only by escaping that middle income trap that we can create enough jobs for our young populations. We have to do that while at the same time making sure that there's enough investments going into our energy transition. From that perspective, the issue that we are facing with our 20 years of experience in renewable projects is that I would call it the new energy sector, not renewables only, but the new energy sector is not equipped to manage financial risks, interest rate risks, commodity risks, inflation risk, and even more so now we are seeing that it's a sector that cannot manage climate change risks, because renewable projects, be it hydro, solar, wind, are being affected by climate change and the change in season patterns. And we are seeing today the financial community, some developers being reluctant, or some risk-averse IFIs and MDBs being reluctant in taking a long-term PPAs, power purchasing agreement risks, because of climate change, and they're not sure how the plant will behave in 10 years, 20 years' time.
Right, and Morocco has a plan submitted to the United Nations as a nationally determined contribution, where you have a conditional and a non-conditional target. So if you don't get any financial aid, you're able to meet a certain goal. But if you get financial aid, if you are able to deal with those risks, then you can go much faster in the energy transition. And that's just a reality for many emerging economies. Sumant, I recall a conversation we had back in 2019, the low interest rate period here in this country, where you told me that you were worried about the cost of capital, the interest rate that you had to pay as a business in India. Is that still a worry?
Well, you know, Akshat, it's very interesting that at the time we had that conversation, interest rates in the Western world were close to zero, and interest rates in India were maybe 8%. Today, interest rates in India are still high. They're about 8.5%, so they've gone up by 50 basis points. But I don't know whether to be happy or sad that rates in the rest of the world have gone up to, whatever, 6 or 7%. And so therefore, the delta has certainly narrowed. But look, I think the reality is that for renewable energy companies, we are a capital-intensive sector, right? We have to raise a ton of capital, whether debt or equity, to deploy into the projects that we do. And obviously, if the cost of capital in general goes up, of which, of course, debt is a very important part, then that's not good for our projects. And to the extent somebody had bid and won a tariff, and then costs have gone up, interest rates in this case, obviously their margins are getting squeezed. But for future bids, you know, people will build on those higher interest rates and therefore bid higher tariffs. And that then makes renewables a little bit less competitive than other sources of energy. But there's another issue also, which is that because interest rates or cost of capital is going up, and because a lot of renewable energy companies today are growth companies in a sense, even though they're capital intensive, therefore a lot of our actual value sits in the future. In that sense, we're not different from tech companies. And there's a conversation, I think, when Larry was here about unicorns being created in our space. So that's, you know, it's just an indicator of the kind of growth that is going to happen. But if that growth starts getting discounted at higher cost of capital, then the value of companies today obviously falls. And that then impacts their ability to go to the equity markets as well. And that's not good because obviously we all need to raise a ton of capital to finance all of these massive projects that we have. So cost of capital is very, very fundamental, and it is not good for the sector as a whole that rates are where they are and that they're likely to stay higher.
And from Majun, from a China perspective, financing is less of a challenge. But what are the things that China is able to do that other countries can learn from? So perhaps a few successful examples that you think can be translated into other countries and are not tied to the finance question.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the others can copy what China has been doing when it comes to particularly pollution control, because we have, through this massive industrialization and urbanization, we have, along with the expansion of our energy use and industry development, the air, water, and soil pollution exposed hundreds of millions to health hazards. And it was about 10 years ago, and finally the smog in Beijing have made millions of people made their voice heard, and the government responded with a 10-point action, clean air action plan, and then clean water. And through this process, we're part of that process. We managed to bring the cut our emission in a significant way. Beijing's PM 2.5 dropped from 89.5 micrograms, the annual average, to 30 last year, to 30. And I know that, I have Indian friends and friends from other parts of the world also saying that they are now experiencing some local pollution problem. And through this process, we managed to, the coal we mentioned, they talk about, this is the big elephant in the room, and China's coal consumption used to, to expand in a very, very rapid way. 2002 to 2011, our coal consumption got tripled, and at that time, but ever since our Clean Air Action Plan, the coal consumption had more or less been kept quite stable.
Right. It's plateaued, but it's being burned in a way that right. Doesn't.
I think by itself, it's kind of already a contribution to the fighting against climate change. We can't imagine if they continue to increase, to expand like before. Having said that, it's not enough. So now what we're trying to do is to try to study how to synergize the two. If we want to continue to enhance our air quality, only the end of the pipe solution, the scrubbers and all of this, it's not enough, to filter everything. So it's actually sometimes increase the carbon emission. So we need to find other ways to restructure, to really try to change our energy mix and clean up our energy source, and then restructure our economy, our industry, and transform the way of our transportation. And all this can only happen with these two being synergized. I think sooner or later, some other developing countries, and particularly the emerging market countries, going to face this as well.
Yes.
So I think this part is probably something that we can.
That's interesting. I mean, it's not directly climate related, but yes, air pollution is a problem that emerging economies have to deal with, and brings out enough public support if governments want to act.
That's right, and if we can combine the two, then that will be quite effective. Yeah.
So before I take in questions from the audience that I've just got, just to take examples from Morocco and India, one of the things that Morocco is starting to get on the path of is exporting clean energy to Europe. For example, Morocco signed an MOU with many European countries at the last COP summit. What will it look like? And will Morocco's energy mix benefit, or is all the benefit going to go to the European countries seeking clean energy?
Before I answer the question, can I disagree with what you just said about pollution and climate? This is, I think, one of the key issues that we are facing today as an international community. And myself, as Minister of Energy Transition for Sustainable Development in Morocco, I mean, I can be as schizophrenic as I want. I cannot pollute on Monday morning and depollute and decarbonize on Monday afternoon. And I think one of the key issues that we are facing, and Morocco as President of the United Nations Assembly for the Environment, one of the key issues that we are facing is that those climate discussions are being held in the room, the biodiversity laws are being held in the room, and pollution and environmental issues are being held in another room. And as human beings, we cannot continue to have, and I don't want to use the word silos, but as long as we don't view these issues in a very integrated way, I don't think we will be able to find and let the private sector take the risk and the financial risks to find the right solutions to address in an integrated manner the biggest challenges of this 21st century. Having said that aside, I'll answer your question about the sustainable electricity.
It's a fair point, though. A lot of what you would do in each of those will help the other.
Absolutely, absolutely. And if we want to decrease the costs at the end of the day of those solutions, we cannot do that. We can only do that by mutualizing the markets. And I feel that China is a great example where by having integrated solutions to address the three issues at the same time is the right way going forward. And this brings me to your question about the sustainable electricity trade MOU that we signed indeed with 5 European countries back in Sharm el-Sheikh. I think it's important to realize that today, in order to, if I bring it back to Morocco's energy strategy, it's based on three key pillars, which have not changed since 2009. First one is, of course, ramping up renewable energy. You all know about the targets that Morocco had set for itself, 42% by 2020, 52% of installed capacity before 2030. And then we have in our NDC and low carbon roadmap more than 82% of installed capacity.
If you get financing.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is not access to finance. The issue is actually the mismatch between the pool of finance and the project. Second key pillar is efficiency, energy efficiency on the supply side and demand side. And the third key pillar is integration of markets, regional integration and access to the international markets. And why is that? It's really to create that mutual interdependence. In our case, it's going to be between Africa and Europe, and also including the Atlantic basin if we are thinking LNG and gas in that equation, but also making sure that Morocco having that interconnection with bidirectional, it's the only country in Africa being linked gas-wise, electricity-wise, logistically as well, and now more and more, hopefully, when it comes to carbon markets with Europe, we really want to ensure that we are strengthening those connections. We're building other lines with the Iberian markets. You've heard about some other projects with other countries in the north. But all that is being done so that we don't end up in a very traditional trading relationships. Right. We are increasing our mutual dependence.
Right. And Suman, one example you brought up in your answer, which I think is a really good example, is 24/7 renewables, which is something Renew has worked on, but India as a country has tried to pull out bids to try and do 24/7 renewables, which is, just talk us through the project that you've built and have others copied that idea? Are there bids coming through on 24/7 renewables in other countries?
Yeah, so what's happening is that with the amount of solar that we have on the grid, which just peaks in the daytime and then goes away in the evening, that's useful up to a point. But then beyond that, the demand for plain solar is now diminishing because obviously it's leading to a problem in the middle of the day. Wind is a little bit uneven and a little bit seasonal. So by itself, discoms or distribution utilities are not very happy with it. But what we've tried to do, and this is, full marks to the government for having innovated this, is what they've told us is, look, deliver to us at least an 80% capacity utilization factor across the full year with no single month dropping below 70%, right? Now, there's no time there's no within the day kind of number, but at least at an annual level and a monthly level, they've stipulated certain requirements.
And just for context, if you just ran solar in India, that would be 25%.
That's right. I mean, individually, by itself, solar would be about 25, 27%. Wind would be about 30, 35%. But giving the grids 80% power, obviously, is a lot more acceptable to them because it makes it much easier for them to plan the demand and supply matches. And also, a little bit diminishes the need for them to get into sophisticated management and so on, which is not that easy for them to do because they're not that sophisticated right now.
Or in the case of the UK or here, you'll have peaker plants, as they are called.
Right.
There'll be fossil fuel power plants standing by in case renewables don't work.
So the way we've been able to do that is by combining or overbuilding wind and solar and being able to, and some degree of storage, and doing that in the most cost-effective or the most CapEx-optimized way, and being able to offer that power to the grid at a very attractive cost, which is below the price that they would pay for coal-based power, which of course is fully dispatchable. But this is almost 30 to 40% cheaper than coal-based power.
When I first read about it, I'm like, everybody should copy it. Have people copied it?
So it's happening. It's certainly happening. In India now, this is going to be the way that most bids will be structured in the future. I don't think you'll see the vanilla bids happening any longer. I mean, they will happen, but of course, at a much lower level. But this requires skill. It requires the ability of knowing what is going to be the profile of generation of solar, what is going to be the profile of generation of wind, what is the correlation between them across different parts of the country, and being able to combine them together. And now, while our first plant is not ready yet, we've actually created a digital twin for it. And we're now able to actually forecast and look at the exact pricing. So it's I think it's a pretty interesting product.
So in some way, you actually answered one of the questions that came from the audience, which was that India's coal production grew 10% last year, despite having a really big renewable energy push. And what can India do to be able to manage that climate goal versus the energy needs that the country has? One answer is building 24/7 renewable projects. Is there another one?
No, I think, look, the fact is energy efficiency is another one. Building more hydro, building more nuclear could be another option as well. But ultimately, look, the reality is power demand in India is growing at about 7 to 8% a year. The economy is growing at about that rate. So, the demand growth is so large that even if we go at the fastest pace possible on building more renewable energy capacity, we're still going to require more power coming from some other source. Right. And the easiest place for that to come from really is coal. But I think at somewhere around 2030, 2035, I think is where we'll probably reach peak coal in India. Right. That's my personal opinion, of course.
That sort of brings you back to the first point you made around execution. If you're able to execute, you're able to build. Now, two other questions that we have, and we are closing to our time now. Majun, a question around how developing countries, and you've made the case that China should still count as one, can finance their transition without relying on rich countries. These fights show up at every global climate summit. Rich countries aren't giving enough money as they promised to. But what is it that developing countries can do on their own without having to rely on foreign aid?
Yeah, first I have to say, climate justice is a key issue. All this current green, global warming has a lot to do with this historic emission from the industrial age, and so that's a key issue. I mean that commitment of $100 billion per year have not been delivered. I mean that's a problem. Having said that, each of us, when our planet home, our house is on fire, we cannot, just say that if you don't help me, then I won't take our own action. So we all need to try to take our own action on that. And in China, we're working on that, trying to control the pollution, and in the meantime, fight the climate change. But I do believe that eventually, this collaboration, this global climate governance, global collaboration is extremely important. And now we got stuck in this some very serious geopolitical tension, making it very difficult for some major collaboration to happen. But on the national level, having said that, I think there are other tracks. For example, we are working, tracking the performance of more than 10 million companies in China, coming up, color code each one of them, based on their environmental performance. So I want to just cross the message that in China, it's no longer a black hole of information. There's all this information, and we can better, understand the performance of all these companies and so many brands, including some of the major American firms, Apple, Dell, Levi's, Nike, Target. They all tap into our data to manage, to green their supply chain. They motivate their suppliers to disclose 62 million tons of carbon dioxide last year alone, using our digital accounting platform. So there's a big way, I hope that you can all support, if here in this part of the world, if you care about, what's going on in China, in the factory of the world, we emit about 30% of the global total carbon emission. So if you care about that, there is a way for you to innovate.
That's an interesting point. I mean, again, this goes to the answer you'd started with. Transparency is something that can be a force for accelerating the transition. Now, a very last final question, and it's a yes/no question because our time is up. And this is for you, Minister. Is Morocco considering publishing a green bond framework? From the audience. Someone is very interested in investing in green bonds.
A green bond framework or issuing a green bond?
I think it's a framework.
Framework?
Publishing a framework.
Well, we have it already.
Okay. There you go. This has been fantastic. We've got 3 different perspectives from 3 very different economies and 3 people with very different experiences bringing to bear their expertise on the energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So before we go into our final discussion of the day, yes, the day has flown by, I would like to ask each of y'all to join me again in thanking the people who have made this possible. The entire team at the Center on Global Energy Policy, at SIPA, and many, many people across Colombia, including every person who's helped us reset this stage, who's made sure the mics are working, and made sure that every bit of food that we've been able to enjoy during the breaks was there waiting for us so we could be present in this conversation. So just thank you to each one of the folks involved. The list is long, and we appreciate every single one of you. So for this next discussion, we are going to be discussing the global state of play, energy markets, geopolitics, policy, and what's next. This conversation is going to be moderated by Halima Croft, Managing Director and Head of Global Commodity Strategy and MENA Research at RBC Capital Markets. Welcome, Halima. Joining her on this panel is going to be Sheikh Nawaf Al-Sabah, the Deputy Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. Joining them is going to be Vicky Holub, the President and CEO of Occidental. Next, joining this panel is Scott Sheffield, the CEO of Pioneer Natural Resources. And also, I will mention a member of our board. Next is Sharif Suki, the founder and executive chairman of the board of Tellurian, and also a member of CGEP's advisory board.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to thank everyone in the audience for sticking with us. We are the final panel of the day, the closers. We're going to have a wide-ranging discussion, hopefully, about energy security, markets, the policy outlook, and we do not have a tremendous amount of time, so we are going to get right into it. So, all-star panel. A year ago, we were really looking at quite a horrific outlook for Europe with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There was conversations about a potential even deindustrialization of Europe because of a major energy crisis. In terms of oil prices, people were forecasting potentially $200 a barrel oil on the back of sanctions.
And yet, fast forward a year, we look at where natural gas prices are, we look at Europe's ability to build inventory. Oil prices are not in the 30s, they're in the 80s, but they are off the highs that we saw in March. And so as we think about energy security, where are we? Is the worst over? We heard Fatih Birol earlier today essentially saying that next year could be challenging, but 2025 should be better with LNG coming on. So for all of you, I want to ask the question, 1 year into this war, how do we think about the energy security landscape? My friend Sheikh Nawaf, I'm going to start with you.
Thanks, Halima. First of all, I don't see where Jason is right now, but big thank you to Jason Bordoff for arranging all of this. And when Jason called me and said, I'd like you to come to this from Kuwait to New York just for this event, I said, absolutely, for Jason, I will do it. The response to your question, Halima, it's a year on into this new world. We're actually no different than we were before. The way I look at it, I'm looking at it from an oil markets perspective, more so than perhaps the gas perspective. But from the oil markets perspective, we're back at about 100 million barrels a day of demand, 100 million barrels a day of supply. We're relatively balanced in that perspective. You've seen what oil producers have done over the past year to maintain that balance as much as possible. When the market needed more oil, it was provided, and when it looked like that the market needed sort of anticipatory actions, those were taken as well. So you have a relative balance in that market. Now, from an energy security point of view, we're still worried, and I'm still extremely worried about the lack of spare capacity that we see around the world. And that's the result of the massive underinvestment that's happened over the past 7 years. So we're not there yet, and we're seeing also new investments in production capacity really just being made in the core OPEC GCC countries.
Yeah. No, I think it's been a theme throughout the day, and it's been something that people debate a lot in the market is, how serious is this underinvestment challenge, and what is it going to mean for prices over the next, 3 to 5 years? And Vicki Hollov, Scott Sheffield, there's been a lot of question about what is the outlook for U.S. production? Have we seen sort of peak Permian? Is it simply the investment issue? Is it supply chain issues? Like, how do we think about U.S. production over the next 3 to 5 years?
I think certainly we have not seen yet peak production from Permian. Permian is I think the most prolific basin in all of the world with respect to shale. And I think that while other basins in the U.S. May be plateauing, I think the Permian will continue to increase and will be able to, over time, offset the decline from the other basins as they start to decline. So I think the Permian production will remain healthy. I think that certainly the U.S. production, which had one time had peaked at around 13 million barrels a day, I think we do have the capability to potentially get there, if not this year, next year.
Scott Sheffield, you were out earlier this year talking about a tighter market, and we've lifted peak Permian from you as a quote. How are you thinking about this?
I'm going to go back to expand on what Nawaf said about underinvestment. We've underinvested $1 trillion in upstream since 2015. So that gives you an idea. The reasons why, we've had 2 downturns in late 14 and early 2020. ESG, a lot of people are reallocating capital toward ESG. And then obviously the lower price. And so that and lastly, the capital framework change that the U.S. Independent made. So instead of providing 2% return on capital employed to our shareholders like we did for 10 years, we changed the framework, and that took a lot of investment inside the U.S. I'm like Vicki. The Permian is the only growing oil shale basin in the U.S. The rest of the oil shales are flat to declining, and will continue to do that. And so we were already going to get into a tight market, in my opinion, even before the situation a year ago. Most people were predicting 24, 25, a very tight market, even before what happened a year ago between Russia and Ukraine.
So we are not done with $100 oil. Do you think we will hit that point this year?
I think we'll touch $100. We're only $13 away. It's a question whether or not it breaks through 90. If it breaks through 90, it's at 87 today. It'll run toward 100, in my opinion. And we'll see something between 90 to 100 for a while.
Sharif, we were together in Saudi Arabia 1 week before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we actually had, oil prices 90 at that point. And so as you look back on this year, I mean, you obviously are telling the gas story, but we heard earlier that it should be okay by 2025. I mean, how are you thinking about Europe's ability for winter and then years going forward?
I think we're okay like the proverbial frog. She was sitting in the water before the water started boiling, and when the water started boiling, she thought she was still okay. There's nothing okay about what's going to happen. In 25, Qatar will not have brought their new trains on yet. They will start in 26, 27, and 28. In the United States, we have 40 million tons that is supposed to arrive somewhere in the 25, 26, 27 time frame that is currently under construction, and that represents about 80% of the world. So when you've lost 15 BCF a day of gas deliveries by pipeline in Europe, when the fields are declining in Asia, representing the equivalent of about 40 or 50 million tons. We are going to need in that time frame about 200 million tons just to stay in place. And that is not going to happen. So 25 is not going to be good, 26 is not going to be good, 27 is not going to be good. And it all depends on the investment that are decided today to figure out where 27, 28, 29 might improve a little bit. We are going to be in a highly volatile situation because the storage on a global basis is in Europe. And if you store in Europe, you mitigate the risk. If you don't store in Europe, you're really in a very difficult situation. So it is not going to be smooth. From time to time, it'll feel like we're doing okay. But Patrick said earlier today, prices in Europe today are $15 in MMBTU, and they consider that good. Well, 2 years ago, they would have considered that a disaster. So this is where we are today. It's not good for the next decade.
And I want to, just as a follow-on for that, I mean, given where natural gas prices are now, what is going to be the impact for those investment decisions based on the sort of lower price environment we're in right now?
I think the fundamentals are telling you should invest. But the business model to invest that much money in infrastructure at the moment doesn't exist. So if you look at all the things you need to do simply beyond the upstream investments that are required, if you need the liquefaction facilities, the ships, the receiving facilities, the ability of building pipelines from wherever the supply is to the coastal areas to put it on the water, or if you need to do very long pipelines, all these investments are infrastructure investments that, generally speaking, the actors in the business don't like doing. This is not their strong point. They like to drill wells and produce well. And they are sometimes in the downstream and they like their refineries. But they don't like the infrastructure investment. And so they're not inclined by nature to do so. And the companies that do so today don't have the means to do it. The utilities on a global basis don't have the ability to build it. So at the moment we're looking, I mean, I was talking about it earlier, said, I've heard all day today, we are going to invest in this, and we are going to invest in that, and we are going to do this. Would somebody please tell me who we is? Because I know what Vicky's going to invest in. You? Can we talk after the meeting?
So shaking up, I'm actually going to bring it back to you because we have national companies. You're the representative on the stage, and who has made the biggest profits from the rise in oil prices? National companies. And so the question is, are we looking at a landscape where the national oil companies are going to be almost the last one standing because of the low emissions, low cost, willingness to invest?
Precisely because of all of those. And right now, because we are the lowest cost barrel in the world, we're also the lowest carbon intensity barrel in the world. We are going to continue to invest to maintain both of those positions. After 85 years of producing oil and gas in Kuwait, our fields are starting to age, and we're going to need additional energy to produce the same barrels of oil that we're producing right now. So the challenge for us is how to produce those barrels in an environmentally friendly manner. We're making those investments through using solar to power our facilities, through using CO2 that would be otherwise dissipated into the atmosphere, to use it as enhanced oil recovery techniques. We're doing all of that because we will remain, if you say the last barrel standing, I usually just say the last barrel on Earth will be produced from our region. And that's because throughout this energy transition, however large the pie for energy grows, there will always be a wedge for oil. We will invest to make sure that our oil is the one that is produced in that wedge. And you find that only really in responsible producers like KPC, who will make investments of billions of dollars for to maintain spare capacity that ultimately may not be used right now, but will be used during supply disruptions or as needed.
Well, since you opened the door on spare capacity, I have to go there on the OPEC question. We've seen first the big OPEC cut in October, 2 million barrels. We just had what has been described, not a surprise to you, as the OPEC cut on Sunday, the 1.6 collective OPEC plus. How do we think about that in terms of market management, about building back spare capacity, potentially providing the price incentive needed by other producers around the world? Like, how should we think about, from your standpoint, that production decision?
I think the best description of that is producers acting responsibly. What happened in October was, and I used this in my initial remark on anticipatory actions. This was an anticipatory action by OPEC and OPEC Plus, looking at what was expected to happen on softness in terms of demand during the period after October. The doom and gloom prognostications of what might happen, you'll end up with $100 oil very quickly and beyond that, did not materialize precisely because OPEC was right that there was a softness that materialized over time, so that production cut actually maintained the balance. The idea for all of these actions was to maintain a balance between supply and demand and keep the market as stable as possible. So that was that. Over the last week as well, there was continued concern, not so much, from my perspective, not so much as on Chinese demand, because I see that really as quite strong and robust, but demand in other places around the world. And by the same token, our position with our customers has always been, when you grow, we grow with you. We are business partners together. We have been in this relationship for decades. So this isn't a one-off transaction where we try to make a quick profit over something and then lose a business partner that we've developed for decades. We do this so that we can maintain the demand that they continue to exhibit, and also for us to supply and provide a fair return to our shareholder, and essentially a fair rent on the natural resource of the state.
Now, this morning we had Secretary Granholm here, and this question is for both Vicki and Scott. There has been so much discussion in the financial media about the relationship between the Biden administration and the U.S. oil and gas industry, and about what is perceived as a difficult relationship. And if I could ask you, what are you concretely looking for from the administration when it comes to energy policy? Is it permitting, infrastructure? Like, what is the nature of the ask of the administration?
Well, I think there's a lot that we need from the administration. First of all, though, I'd say that Secretary Granholm has come to CERAWeek 3 years in a row, and you can tell that over the 3 years, she's really gotten into the details of what it's going to take for us to be successful as a country and to do the things that we need to do to ensure that we do have energy security over time. And she clearly said this morning that permitting is one of the things that's top of the agenda for the Department of Energy and for the President. And I am fully on board with President Biden's goals and his ambitions around what our emission reduction should be in the United States. So there's a lot of common ground here. And the enthusiasm that Secretary Granholm brings to new technologies, that's what it's going to take for us to achieve the goals that we need to achieve as a country. So having those, the commitment to technologies, leveraging her department, enhancing her staff, and getting it structured so that we could implement the benefits of the IRA bill is critically important, because otherwise we would be very, very much slowed down. So she understands what it takes to get it done. She's taken the measures to do it. I think that's a positive for all of us. I think that the thing that's lacking now is the permitting, well permitting on federal lands. And I think that process is taking way too long. And I think the other thing that needs a review is the Class 6 wells that's going to be required for sequestration. Those are, and that's again, well permitting. So those things have to happen. They have to happen faster, and we can't let other auxiliary permitting issues slow down the drilling process either. And so there's a lot of things around permitting that I think both sides of the aisle agree needs to be improved. We just got to make it happen.
Scott?
I'll probably be a little bit harder than Vicki was. But if you go back 2 years ago, they wanted to ban fracking, wanted to ban all drilling on all federal leases. And I don't think the mindset's changed. I mean, at least we got mentioned that will last another 10 years in the State of the Union speech by the president. So I don't think the mindset has changed a lot. I think they realize they need us now because of what happened in Ukraine. If it wasn't for Ukraine, I still think they generally want to stop all fossil fuels, in my general opinion. And so we need an administration that will accept all forms of energy. I've stated and I've testified we need nuclear, we need alternative energy, wind and solar, and we need hydrocarbons. We need an administration that supports all of those and the infrastructure that we need to implement all of those across the board.
Sharif, I have to go to you on natural gas. When the administration came in, there was a question about the role of natural gas in the transition. Is it a transition fuel? Is it a fossil fuel that needs to stay in the ground? Do you think the war in Ukraine has settled the role of natural gas in the transition?
Well, first, I thought it was settled 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, I was told that I was green. And then 4 years ago, I was told, no, I was brown. So it's confusing. I feel like a chameleon. I keep changing colors all the time. But right now, we're back in a set where, yes, because of the invasion of the Ukraine, we're sitting in a situation where natural gas is absolutely needed. Unfortunately, it took, before the invasion of Ukraine, very high prices in Europe to start triggering a realization that we were short natural gas on a global basis. And when Europe started hurting and there were warnings of potentially very cold people, where actually Tom Friedman coined the sentence, eat or heat, where England was having to make a choice between those two. And it took that issue to arrive to Europe for people to take consciousness and say, okay, there's a problem. And that's when Europe started putting in question their assumptions and saying, okay, if we've confronted with civil unrest in Europe because we have to make choices that are very difficult, do we need to reconsider what natural gas is going to be and what role it's going to play in the energy future? And then the Ukraine happened, and everything got compounded. So right now, yes, we have a period of honeymoon, if you will. Let's see how long it lasts.
So switching gears, I want to talk about the technologies and the investment that will be needed for the key transition technologies and fuels. And Vicki, there has been a lot written. There was a Wall Street Journal profile of you, of your decision to make the big investment in direct air capture. Can you sort of walk us through, how you made that decision, how you think about this technology becoming commercially viable? How important has the IRA been for this technology?
Well, we have been working on trying to get anthropogenic or atmospheric CO2 to the Permian, more of it, over the past 12 years. So this is not something that just came up a few years ago. We've been working this strategy for a very long time. And we tried for years to talk to industry about capturing anthropogenic CO2, but we were having those conversations at a time when emissions weren't top of mind for hardly anybody. So we then came across some technology that carbon engineering had developed and realized that the direct air capture was the pathway where we were able to control our own destiny, build those anywhere we wanted to, anytime we wanted to, and at the volume that we needed. So we latched onto that technology to ensure that we have the capability to get more oil out of our reservoirs. And as Fatih Birol had said earlier, part of the key to the climate transition is ensuring that you produce the lowest carbon intensity barrels possible. And in fact, with atmospheric CO2 or anthropogenic CO2, it's actually possible to produce a carbon neutral barrel of oil or a carbon negative barrel of oil, depending on the efficiency of the CO2 in the reservoir. So that's not greenwashing. While some environmentalists think that it provides us the capability just to continue to produce more oil, demand around the world will be what it is, demand. We don't control demand. If we could, we would try to help people realize that conservation should be a part of the discussion too, and trying to minimize the hydrocarbons that we need to use. And there's not a lot of that happening around the world right now. So this gave us the capability to, with our conventional reservoirs in the Permian, we can get up to 70% of the oil in the ground, whereas with primary from those same reservoirs, primary and water flooding, we were only getting 40% or less. In the shale play, which the U.S. now has a lot of, we can increase our production, our recovery from 10% to potentially almost double. At least we've tested it to 18% recovery. So the reality is that not only does this enable us to produce lower carbon barrels that can be used in aviation and maritime, and these are the same as what you would call sustainable aviation fluid. This is actually better in our view because it's cheaper, it will be more abundant, and it's essentially the same sort of emissions, which we offset with the initial injection of the CO2. So it's the right thing to do for the climate transition because otherwise, the models I've seen, the world cannot afford the transition that most people think needs to happen. It just can't afford it. So we have to use this technology. Another technology we're using is net power, we've invested in, we're developing. We'll build the first one of these in the Permian here in the next couple of years. We're building direct air capture today. And it will be the largest direct air capture facility to be built in the world when we get it online. It'll extract 500,000 tons per year from the atmosphere. Also, it requires emission-free power, net power, which I was about to describe, combusts hydrocarbon gases with oxygen, which instead of air, which eliminates the volatile organic compound emissions and captures the CO2 as a part of the process. The CO2 drives the turbine. So capturing that CO2, it can then be used in oil reservoirs as well.
And just a follow-on in terms of financing this and bringing down costs, how essential is carbon credits to making this commercially viable?
Carbon credits are important because actually what solidified our decision to do this was when Senator Heidi Heitkamp got 45Q enhanced previously It was her capability and ability to do that that gave us our final investment decision to build direct air capture. But the IRA, what it has done for us is give us the capability, the revenue certainty, so that we can actually accelerate the number of these that we'll build around the world. So now, instead of building 70 between now and 2035, we expect we'll be able to build over 100 of these. And that is significant when you think about the fact that, that for every 1 million tons of CO2 that you take out of the atmosphere, that's the equivalent of taking 400,000 cars off the road.
Scott, I want to follow up with you because you've talked a lot about the need to move aggressively on methane reduction. And so my question to you is on technology, in terms of which technologies are you most excited about, and what's the role for mandates and taxes to deal with methane?
To me?
You, that's for you.
Okay. When I came back 4 years ago, I saw how much the Permian Basin was flaring, and I couldn't believe it. I've been educated by Jason and his staff, Fred Krupp, EDF, over the last 10 years about how potent methane is. And so we started publishing everybody's, we got it from Rystad, and we had a lot of people call us and tell us to pull it down. We started publishing 4 years ago everybody's flaring intensity across the board, majors, independents. And we published it for about 6 months, then we pulled it down. And it's amazing what's happened over the last 4 years. I mean, we're the first one to start with flyovers. It's low level, infrared, 3,000 feet. Satellites only pinpoint one point in time, and they can't get small volumes. Flyovers was the next thing, and then I think what needs to be mandated is surface sensors. By this summer, we'll have all of our horizontal batteries installed with surface sensors. So you need to monitor any gas leaks 24 hours a day, just like we do oil leaks in the oil field, and then go out and fix them immediately. So we've seen flaring come down from about a BCF a day to about 250 million a day. We're still working on the private producers. The private producers are probably one of the bigger problems, and also some of the midstream, smaller finance, private equity midstream producers. So I think the problem's going to be solved. Several of us, I think Vicky has joined too, OGMP. So we're committed to reducing flaring intensity down to 0.2% by 2025. So we need to get more people to join it. But those are some of the things the industry is doing. And we've been very supportive of all the EPA rules that have come out and that are coming out in this next round.
So we have had a number of questions come in, and so I'm going to take some of these together because we have so little time left. But one of the questions is, what is responsible, or who is responsible for the current lack of investment, the mood of capital discipline? Is it government policy or a poor return on investment? Who wants to take that question?
Or poor vision.
Okay, let's go. Yes.
I'll start with that. Poor vision, I think. In 2015, as we were talking about it a little bit earlier, when the oil price collapsed, there was this massive underinvestment. I think, Scott, you said it was about $1 trillion?
$1 trillion since then. Yeah.
It was $1 trillion since then. And the world used to discover about 6 billion barrels of oil per year. After that, with exploration budgets completely dried up, it was discovering less than a third of that. Now, when you add the period of time that it takes up until now, you're seeing where that production should have been materializing right now, and it didn't. People were scared of what prices would look like. There was this fear that at that point, the energy transition had not picked up as much as it has today, but there was a fear of where demand was going with oil, and there was this abundance of supply that was coming from shale and coming from the Permian and other places in Texas. We kept saying throughout that process, no, we're going to need every single barrel. We're going to need every single barrel that can be produced, because demand will continue to be strong and continue to increase. There is no replacement for oil. We have to work on decarbonizing the oil that we're producing, but We're not going to be able to replace it completely. And it's the concern as well then from the ESG perspective, people not being able to find financing. We in Kuwait are doing it anyway. We're going through the investment cycle because we look at it as an NOC completely differently than the international oil companies because we are long on oil. We will continue to produce for decades to come and we'll make it net zero.
Now, this was Sharif, you're jumping on this.
My view is the US shale revolution is guilty because about 12 years ago, all of a sudden, we cracked the code and we turned the United States from one of the major importers of hydrocarbons in the world to one of the energy superpowers of the world. And in that process, what we did is what Scott was talking about. Returns on investment were 2%. And all of a sudden, people started thinking, making an investment in energy is not a winning combination. So slowly, the institutions started saying, we don't want to be touching that sector. We went from something like 14, 15%, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, you're better 16. On numbers than I am, of the S&P 500 to 3% at the low. And that drop convinced most people not to invest in the energy business. And that lasted for 10 to 12 years. So the underinvestment came because of the bad performance. The bad performance came because we took the largest importer and turned it into a very, very significant exporter. That's over. Now the world is caught up and we're back to, we need the investments, but we have not come to grips with that reality. So we're now sitting in a situation where we need to go back to the investments of the pre-shale revolution and those levels, and probably a lot more. And the flow of funds is now changed. For a decade, there was $1 trillion a year of transfer of wealth from producing countries to consuming countries. Everybody was running to Beijing and Singapore to get investments.
Now they're going.
That has now reversed itself. And people who need to figure out where the investment is going to come from is going to need to think about the Gulf countries and Norway. What do they want to do with the money that they're now accumulating?
That is a great segue into a set of questions I got even before I got on the stage, was about the relationship between the United States and the Gulf. And Sharif, you set this up so well with the fact that you now have asset managers now making regular trips to Riyadh, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait. There has been a lot about discussion about poor relations between the US and certain Gulf countries. The OPEC cut in October, we saw a lot of renewed tensions publicly displayed, but yet we have partnership on clean energy. If we look at the PACE program that was in the US and UAE. Sheikh Nawaf, you sit in Kuwait, you spend so much time in the United States. How do you think about the relationship from Kuwait's perspective?
The relationship between Kuwait and the United States is extremely strong. I think it's different for us. We bled together in a war. We fought together. Our liberation in 1991 was due in large measure to the United States and the world coalition that came to our defense. So there is a strong relationship on a security perspective. By the flip side of that, remember when the United States pulled out of Afghanistan, pulled the final troops out of Afghanistan, that could not have been accomplished without the assistance of Kuwait and Qatar and a few other countries in the Gulf who opened up their countries to receive US troops and people coming out of Afghanistan. So that relationship is extremely strong. On an economic perspective as well, the investments that we have in the United States and together with the U.S., with companies working in the Gulf is also extremely strong. If there are differences of opinion along the way, that's perfectly natural in a relationship that has extended for decades and is based on trust.
Vicki, you spend a lot of time in the Gulf. I've actually been at certain big international conferences where it's almost been like you have had to wear the Occidental CEO cap, but also talk about US policy in the region. So as someone who spends a lot of time in the Gulf, how do you think about the U.S. relationship with this incredibly important producer region?
Well, with the exception of Kuwait, and I know you understand that relationship better, I'm disappointed with this administration as well as the prior two administrations. I think they have not valued the Middle East as much as they should. I think it's important that we maintain a great relationship with the Middle East, and it just hasn't happened over this administration and the prior two. And I think a degrading relationship puts us as a country at risk down the road. I think the relationship needs to be strengthened, and I think if you look at how the U.S. corporations work with countries in the Middle East, it's a great relationship. We have strong relationships with not only the companies we work with over there, ADNOC and Oman Oil, but we also have great relationships with the governments, and I think there's just been not as much effort and emphasis put on maintaining a much healthier and consistent relationship.
We are now down to the final minute of this panel, and we're going to be bringing this whole conference to a close. And I want to steal a question from the always fantastic Jason Bordoff. This is the 10-year anniversary of the Columbia University, Global Energy Center, the summit. 10 years from now, where do you see your companies? And if you don't achieve that, what is the biggest risk to your aspirations for your companies? So down the line, shake no off.
Okay, from my perspective, 10 years from now, we will have increased our production capacity up to approaching 4 million barrels a day from our current number of just under 3 million. That means we are maximizing the ability to produce hydrocarbons from Kuwait, but also we will be doing that in an environmentally sustainable fashion. So keeping ourselves at the low end of that carbon intensity curve. By just a token, I mentioned this earlier. A month ago, we were at CERAWeek, and the CEO of one of the IOCs at the time was very proud that his Permian production, and Scott, I don't know what your carbon intensity of your barrel is in the Permian, but he was talking about 13 to 15 kilograms per barrel of CO2 production. He said that's extremely low compared to the rest of his production, which was up into the 40s and 50s. Well, Kuwait's is a quarter of that 13. So we want to maintain that position, and we want to go further down to zero. So we will be moving through that. The type of technology that Vicky was talking about, which is CO2 injection, to stimulate production. So we will be producing more and doing it in a better environmentally sustainable fashion.
Vicky?
In 10 years, I expect that Oxy will be producing more oil than it is today. Don't have a number for you, but we will continue to grow our production. We'll grow it through the use of the CO2 that we'll extract out of the atmosphere, and anthropogenic CO2 as well. We'll be not only using CO2 for enhanced oil recovery, which again has to happen, but we'll also be using, sequestering some CO2 for our customers and clients that want that sequestration and don't want to have CO2 used in the reservoir. So our CO2 business and the technologies that we have in our low carbon business will be a much bigger part of our revenue, earnings, and cash flow, and I think it'll be equal to our chemicals business within about 10 years. The other technologies that we have that will support that is not just direct air capture, it's lithium extraction from geothermal water, and it's the net power, it's converting CO2 into bioethylene to help support the products that our chemicals business will produce.
Scott, 10 years from now?
10 years from now, okay.
I won't ask on it.
No, I won't. We pulled back our growth target several years ago when I came back, but when you grow 5% a year, you're at 700,000 barrels a day today. We will be over 1 million barrels of oil equivalent per day. I want Vicky's CO2 DAC project to work because I was trained at Amoco. She has all my CO2 floods that I worked with Amoco through Altura. And so we've done some wet gas enhanced recovery projects, and it is working. I'd rather use CO2 because I think it'll do a better job than wet gas. And so we hope to have enhanced recovery, be able to take, most people don't realize we're working in a field that was discovered in 1945. and it's been going on for 80 years, and technology comes along and keeps pushing the fields out. And so I think the Permian Basin is going to be there for another 50 years.
Sharif, final word.
We'll be an American global gas company producing 50 million tons of LNG, and we will have planted 1 billion trees.
So I hope I get the distinct pleasure of being back here in 10 years to see where we are. And with that, I will bring this session to a close and hand it back to our MC, Melissa.
And I'm going to ask our last speakers to just hold on with me for 1 minute as we bring this to a close. It has been an absolute pleasure having all of you with us today. Can we thank this panel of speakers and our moderator and the entire day's speakers and moderator? Thank you so much, Sherry. Thank you. Appreciate it. I also want to say a big thank you to our audience. We see all of these people in both of these levels in this room, and the incredible number of people who are online. You've sent in questions, you've really been engaged. I've heard some of the conversations in the hallways. Just want to say thank you for that. It's been really inspiring. I'll say one quick thing before I thank you and send you out of this room. As we look into the future, I want us to take the energy that we have really developed today, all the learnings we've taken away. I've seen pages of notes. I've talked to so many students in this room. And never underestimate all the impact that we can have. Thank you all for joining us, and please enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much.